side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go.
told you it was down here. Come along if you wanted a peek. I've seen your face around here. Come along, tell me under the table, what do you see? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Cast the fire burning out your soul. ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dance in time, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. feel my pain. My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, let's circle far from near far above the flower bed as we watch the stars and we'll never be apart. をしててもデイドリーミング Yeah 君の言葉繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
G2, the perfect teammate. They take it all. Here comes the Crows storm. Knocked back, instant combo, puts a crust. This big oh my God! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LEC. It is week 4, and we are in the Riot Games Arena in Berlin. My name is Shaks, joined by Odoamne and Jack Spectra. Happy Easter if you choose to celebrate. Let's see if we've got a resurrection on our hands later. Maybe BDS can take some inspiration from this day, because they need it in their match of the week versus G2. But we have some awesome news, which you may have heard already. It is that the LEC is going on a little road trip. MKOI will be hosting us in the Madrid arena next weekend. So let's take a look at how the players are making their way there.
Man, I can't believe we are out of gas 2 hours from Madrid.
I don't see any gas station nearby. Guess we will have to wait.
Es la primera vez en 1000 años que la LEC viene a Madrid. No nos podemos quedar aquí esperando.
Ah, ¿y quién decide salir con tan poco tiempo? ¿Y quién decide no llenar el depósito en la última gasolinera?
A mí no me tocaba la gasolina. Yo fui al baño y a por bebidas. Y se te olvidó comprar.
Chill, guys. I can hitchhike there and back. People do that in Spain, right? Is this okay?
Let's go! We're going on a road trip to Madrid. Well, myself and Jack Spectra are invited to this one.
I didn't want to
Odo's holding down the fort.
I didn't want to go to Madrid anyway, you know?
He's holding down the fort. But no, this is really, really awesome. If you've missed it, this is kind of a recent development in the LEC where in cooperation with our awesome, awesome teams, there will be more road trips, Jack. So are you excited to head to Madrid? I bet you are.
I'm super excited. I lived in Madrid for like 2 years, playing in Team Heretics, or Los Heretics, I suppose. Lovely city. Excited to be there. I mean, Berlin, it's a great city too, but you know,
it's
the
all right.
Madrid weather.
No need to Berlin PR here. Don't worry about it. But also, it's just really cool, right, for the players. I think it'll really break up kind of the rhythm they've got going here, being able to play in front of, let's be honest, many more fans.
Exactly. It doesn't really feel special when you play. Well, obviously, it always feels special when you play live events, even though it's a small crowd as it is here in Berlin. But when you get to move locations to somewhere completely different, when you have to go through the traveling, you know, getting on a plane, getting there, feeling the new arena for the first time, welcoming the crowd as well. It's a completely different feeling, a complete different scenario, and this is what everyone is pretty much living, or why they play League of Legends for.
Yeah, it's Fnatic, G2, Movistar Korea, and GX that will be getting that honor. I feel like, you know, for a lot of these teams, it's maybe a needed boost for GX if they get to play there. Of course, even though it's Heretics that also have a Spanish heritage, GX do as well. So let's hope a couple of the fans are also there for them.
Yeah, I think for me, when it comes to like live events, I've not as crazy of a career as you have, Odo, but you know, I played in LEC, won EU Masters, but there's one thing that stood out from all that, and that was my finals in Madrid. I think it was like 700, 800 people, and we won, and it just felt like, it feels like you're on top of the world.
It feels completely special, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'll never forget that.
And we know that it can also have an impact on kind of how you play. You might even play better, and we've got that from a very, very reputable source a couple of years ago. Let's take a look.
Honestly, I don't want to take this all for myself. I think the guys, ever since we came to Malmo, this road trip changed us. I think if we were in Berlin right now, we'd have gotten stomped 3-0 by Fnatic. But this road trip did wonders for us. Everyone stepped up massively. Coaching staff, Team B, all the players, absolutely everyone was absolutely fantastic this weekend. I could not have asked for better teammates than what I had today.
See, there you go.
Yeah, that was great. And it was completely true, because the vibes before that final were completely in the gutter.
Yeah.
I felt like we were going to lose. And that's why I even said that if we wouldn't have had this road trip to, you know, bring this sort of live pressure on us, on the fact that this is something completely new. We're out of our comfort zone. We're not in the studio where there was all of this bad juju, bad vibes, you know. You go away from home, you go into something that is going to be extreme pressure, and it either makes or breaks you. And for us, it was the former. I feel like all of our performance, the boost that we got was because we are in a completely new venue with a huge crowd, and this is what I'm expecting to be having in this weekend, especially with GX being there. They need this sort of resurgence to happen right now.
They do. They need that same kind of grinta that you got, that same momentum for playing on stage. I also think for us as fans, right, and now we're fans, right, we're on this side of the,
Yeah.
I mean, I never played pro, of course, but it's really cool, and I think these events are so necessary, and I'm so happy that we're getting them more, because I actually feel like this is one of the things that makes the league feel so alive. You get to go there, you talk to the fans, they make unforgettable experiences, because there are things that happen in arenas with a lot of crowd that don't happen in a studio. That's just the way it is.
And especially for rookies, because these sort of road shows are made in a way where you don't need to qualify for finals to go there. Because I remember for me, when I started joining the league, I was playing EU-West Challenger Series back in 2014 or 2013, and I had one of these random road shows where it was, I think, week 4 in LEC, and it was in London, in Wembley.
Yeah, that was so random.
And I was a complete random playing in front of 9,000 people, 80, 90 years old. And it was my first experience on a big live event. And having these sorts of experiences for the rookies can model your career further.
It's true. That's why you won in Malmo so many years later. That's the way we're going to put it. Now, later we, of course, have our match of the week. It's going to be BDS versus G2. But first, our first best of 3 is Team Heretics versus Team Vitality. And Laura had a chance to lean back with Naknako in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in.
Thank you, Sharks, and Naknako, thank you so much for joining me. On stage, I really like this interview setup. I think we're going to keep it back in your original posture. How have you been in the LEC since the last time we've talked?
It's going good.
Yeah?
Like, this split didn't start greatest. I had one pretty bad week. But besides that, we are doing fine, I think. We have 2 games this week. I think we will win them, and we'll see what happens.
How do you rate the way you've been evolving and getting better in the league with the opponents you had?
I mean, if I compare scrims with official, I'm kind of bad. But I will say, like, I'm progressing good. And, I mean, I'll be better in officials, I hope.
Do you feel like you're missing something to translate the results that you're having in scrims on stage?
I mean, I think the games are just completely different.
Yeah.
The enemies are also playing completely different, so it changes.
Do you think it's a matter of confidence or like getting used to this stage or the league in general?
I don't think so. I think it doesn't change much.
All right. Well, looking at something that I've noticed about you and your evolution, and we're going to look at this clip right here, is that, remember the interview we did at EMEA Masters and the fact that everyone discovered the way you like to sit on stage?
Yeah.
Things changed.
Yeah, things
Look at
changed.
this. Like it went back up a bit. Is it something you wanted to change, or do you feel like the stage is not perfectly balanced for you to lie down like this?
I'm just adapting to the table I have.
Yeah.
Like here, I don't have much space, so I'm just sitting normal.
Did you get anything from your teammates from you sitting like this on stage? Because I'm like, I'm Linsa sitting next to you. It must be really disturbing seeing your top laner just like chilling like this.
I was getting flamed before, like you're just sitting like this and beating people some ways.
Yeah.
I mean, solo queue, sometimes also people get like tilted.
And I'm glad you mentioned solo queue because you're doing amazing, rank 1 in the ladder right now, followed by your jungler and followed by Scumond, but we know how much Scumond grinds solo queue. Is it important for you?
No, it's not.
Yeah?
I mean, I'm just playing for fun.
Yeah?
I'm practicing champs, so I don't really care.
And I see you're practicing a lot of champs. I see Yone top, I see we saw Yasuo, we're not going to talk about this one, Irelia, Jace. I'm thinking with lane swaps being gone, do you feel like it's going to be easier maybe to play this type of champions? And do you feel like Vitality could play those?
Yeah, I think like I will play a lot of carry tops this year, I think.
Yeah?
And we will see.
I'm super excited about this. And thinking about carry tops, I'm thinking about your matchup on the top lane today, Carlson. He's been playing pretty aggressive. How do you think Carlson is doing right now and Heretics in general?
I think Heretics is doing great. I think no one is expecting them to almost beat KC last week. I mean, they are good, I think, right now.
All right.
I think we'll beat them, but let's see.
Expecting a bloodbath in this series,
I think we
Naknako.
will fight a lot.
Thank you so much for the interview. Great catching up with you
Thank
again.
you.
And Sharks, over to you.
Thanks so much. I'm so sad that our chairs don't recline as such. What a giga chat. He was doing the classic pro player answer interview there for a while. She tried.
Yeah,
Did her best.
The answers were so awkward, but it made them so much better, right?
Yeah.
Because it's just, I didn't really expect any
Oh,
of those
look at
answers, but
this.
they were great. Ooh.
Oh yeah, they always come with a boombox. It's like Vitality
big
themed.
boombox.
It's crazy.
I want one.
And there's Team Heretics, no boombox, so that sucks.
They don't need a boombox.
They don't? They're doing really well, aren't they?
But to be honest, Naknako saying he doesn't care about solo queue while being rank 1.
Yeah.
I think I've ever
What a
heard.
chat. Holy moly. But how's this team doing? I feel like, you know, there was the big news of Niski coming in. It went great for a bit. But how do you feel now?
About Vitality?
Yes.
They're still taking a little bit of time. I think Niski's starting to ramp up a little bit more, but Naknako, after the 0-9 game, I expect a little bit more from him.
I was wondering if maybe the league side of the org is cursed because you'd think Hylissang is the person that's leading to all these inconsistencies. So when they get Niski, oh, they're going to be consistent now. Nope.
Nope.
Exactly the same thing.
Nope.
They look good one day, horrendous the other, then good again. what are we going to get today?
And you're right, because their other divisions of esports are doing insane. They're doing so good. It's like the little brother that just can't win. Heretics, though, Oduwamne, is flying really high. I think that came out of nowhere for me, what they're showing currently.
Exactly. Even though they inted, or not inted, sorry. Sorry, I was thinking about the Nakanako inting on 0-9 Yasuo. But even though they lost against K-Corp, I still feel like their performance was commendable. And we have a little clip here to showcase a little bit of the things that they've been doing extremely well. Yeah, so the people I want you guys to keep an eye out is Stand and the waves, the way they're pushed. Because right now, walking into this, Team Heretics will assume control of K-Corp blue side jungle here extremely well. The wards are placed down here. The wave bot lane is going to get pushed out. And now it's going to be a skirmish for position. And keep looking at Stand. Right now, his job is to find the flank. He pivots into the other side of the jungle, finds Yike over here, and he's going to keep doubling down on this side to make sure that Yike is not going to be going there anymore. Now they see Yike soon, takes this ward away, and he's just moving back and forth. He went from blue side to red side, now back to blue side, and Dragon is about to spawn soon. So there's a lot of pressure on K-Corp, and Targamas now, counting all the people, walks into this blue side jungle, gets caught, and now the Dragon is going to be taken away from K-Corp by Team Heretics. But the more important and the more impressive part about this is that right now they're so quick to walk into K-Corp's red side. Stand is already here, dropping vision control, putting the vision, jukes this vision plant from Vladi, and now in 30 seconds, if you can look, the vision control has been completely shifted from K-Corp blue side to K-Corp red side, and now Vladi is going to pay the price. Usually teams are not this fast to walk into your side and get control, and from this clip we saw that Team Heretics took Dragon Soul Baron in the span of about 45 seconds, not doing anything, you know, groundbreaking, just being very quick from tempo, and this is something that I feel like Team Heretics leveled up incredibly.
And it's good that all the kind of newer players to the Rift can do that, right? Because you would think it is easy to have a plan and follow it, but I think you can probably, know how hard it is when things don't go your way.
I mean, for me, the biggest impressive thing is that this team has such mental adversity. I feel like when you're bad, it's so easy to get this loss of confidence. Everybody starts to think, okay, it is what it is. And maybe you also have individuals that think like, if the team is bad, then I just need to work hard to be good myself so that I won't get benched and kicked, right? But,
a bit depressing.
Yeah, it's like sometimes that's the reality of it. But I feel like this team, they've stayed positive throughout, and they continue working, and they continue improving, and it's just a joy to witness.
It's a joy to witness. It's a great story that's unfolding for Team Heretics. Perhaps they should make a movie out of it.
This spring, the story of the unlikely band of misfits and their race for the playoffs. A tale of perseverance, redemption, and resilience. Meet Team Heretics. Sheo, discarded like filth by his ex-team, on a mission for revenge, showing BDS that he is the one who gets. The Ringer, Camilo, doing what no other has done before him, jumping from Tier 3 to Tier 1 and smacking players all the same. A support who demands everyone stand behind him. And the rock on top of them, Carl Bloody Carlson. And finally, Ketoncito will have his enemies duck for cover as Flacket rises from the ashes to go on an all-time run.
Oh my f***ing god, this game.
Can they do it? Can they make playoffs? If they can subvert a 13.7k goal deficit, anything is possible in this new flick. The Tale of Team Heretics, in cinemas right now.
How good's that? Get Shocks to warm you in with that bloody good voiceover of Heretics versus Vitality. Rookies in the solo lanes, a bit of fire coming out of the 80 carries, and a support that used to be a mid laner. You couldn't ask for anything more with myself and Betty ready. Now it's popping, yeah.
This is honey and hot water.
Okay, he's got his honey and hot water to bring you into this game.
Getting the voice ready for what I'm hoping will be a banger series. We had quite the banger last weekend from Heretics. They have risen to become one of the most exciting teams here in the LEC with the quality of gameplay that they are bringing to the table. They find themselves sitting at 2 and 3 in the standings. A big surprise, I would say. As
Sorry, I just saw the Sten camera straight away imitating Chayek.
The energy is strong today.
It is strong, isn't it?
I'm really excited for this matchup just because I think in terms of stakes, this is an important one. Remember that there's only the top 6 teams that will qualify to the spring split playoffs, which means that bottom 4 will be eliminated from the split.
Oh, yeah.
And with Heretics sitting at 2 and 3 and Vitality at 1 and 2, these teams will be competing against each other, vying for those spots.
And breaking away from the middle of the pack right now is so important. Of course, I meant Nako, the seating position from Sten, welcoming us in on this Easter Sunday. Celebrations to all who do celebrate it. All right, Team Heretics Vitality, blue side for Heretics. Jace is the starting ban. Malachi, these are just usuals right now. And for Team Heretics, as they lose the Yone, it does just feel like first pick Rumble could be an option here.
Certainly could be.
But Carlson hasn't played it yet. But again, we know teams are still looking at this. Well, Varus, let's be real.
Varus is very high.
Rumble actually banned by Team Heretics.
We have been seeing Kalista come out though. We saw yesterday an impressive performance from Upset and his Kalista, getting a nice swap early in order to avoid the matchup. There will be the Rumble ban coming through, which means that things like Skarner still going to be very high on the priority list. Not something that teams are as willing to first pick as they were previously. I was just thinking to myself, Neferi, both junglers have actually played a decent amount of it so far this split, but it's Vlakhead. He's going to go for the Varus.
Oh, yeah.
Should be no surprise. Kazi. Sivir is something that he has played before, but he might just keep it safe and go for the Ezreal. You know, I was promised best 3 fearless that we'd get like, whoa, crazy innovations. We'd get like the development of the meta. No longer are we going to be trapped. I feel like I was lied to.
Yeah, it's the best of 5 fearless, and then we get to the best of 5, and then eventually, then we introduce best of 7.
Right.
That's a genius move, isn't it? Fire gonna get locked into the meantime. Pretty standard stuff.
Classic. Just keep moving the goalposts.
Yeah, that's right. Until eventually we're having 10-hour League of Legends series. So this keeps getting hovered, especially by Razorg at the moment. But we've seen our fair few Z jungle in the east. Conditions to pull it up.
I love that you think that.
I mean,
it's Sejuani.
Yeah. Whoa, exciting. We didn't want to go too far.
Talia, maybe? Yeah, I had a feeling. So, will it be a Victor response from Giant, perhaps? Maybe he wants to go for the Ahri instead. Oh, bit of a switch up.
Simmer down.
Away from the Talia.
Oh.
We're being teased.
And watch it come back to Talia.
Yeah, yep.
Now, Ahri is a response. Don't want to get you guys too excited.
Could be. Hey, I'm down for a Hwei as well. That could be fine.
Just
bit of a range advantage as well. Can synergize nicely with the Vi, potentially.
Betty cooking a little bit. Or the Azir.
Have you got the stat? It's Nymeria that always has the stat. He's keeping up to date with the Talia versus Azir worldwide.
He does like Talia versus Azir.
There we go.
The Ahri. Wow. That doesn't look too good. That's 2 out of 9 wins in total.
Ahri's not having the best of times. Still think she's a solid champion though.
Yep.
Either way, moving into the second ban phase, right now we're kind of even with each other in terms of picks, which means that kind of pick the leader. You can look to target supports if you want. Poppy, I think, is a great choice. Heretics may want to try and limit the top lane pool, given that they will have to blind pick their top sides. They could look to remove things like a potential Jax if they're concerned about it. Maybe they want to get rid of Gwen. Even though she has been nerfed, she can still be a massive threat on the top side. Plenty of potential options.
Anything melee, right? With Sejuani is the easy pair.
Carlson could be thinking about a blind Ambessa, for example.
He can pull his Camille out again. I mean, depends how it works. But
it depends how, like, if they have a clear idea of what they want to play top, then they could look to ban, they could look to pinch that pool a little bit more. Maybe they want to keep things open by just targeting supports for now, limiting the engage, forcing Vitality to have to pick their support early. Rel and Alistair are initially looking like the go-to supports as of right now. So Vitality taking their time to think about what they want to go for. Are they going to try and remove one of these engaged supports? Maybe a Braum as well. Renata, similar vein. So Vitality definitely thinking about an engage. And they could just blind pick the Alistair now, force Heretics, saying like, if you want to pick the Rel, you can't. But if you then blind pick Alistair, you leave yourself open to things like Karma, potentially. And Varus Karma is it's a nasty lane, bro. It's a
yeah. No, you can agree with that, can't you? I feel like maybe some of the picks is Renekton gets banned away.
Is what they're probably thinking.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Team Heretics want it. Do Vitality just snatch it away since like one of the biggest counter picks for the lane, considering no one plays Volibear? Can just be snagged up here. it's so good with Vi as well. I think EU really honed into it in winter.
Blind Alistair, please punish this Heretics.
Surely.
I think champs like Karma can be so good into this. I think Senna's also fine. There's the ambassador that we were talking about. But I think blind Alistair picks need to be punished. I don't just want to see Heretics pick Rel. I think they have more than enough ways to start a fight. But I think Vitality, with the amount of dive that they have, they're going to be the ones engaging onto you anyway. I'd love to see something like a Karma. I also think Senna can work. I think Lux is a bit ambitious.
Do you care about, like, I know Brom is not the direction you're looking for, but
Brom's
if we're talking
fine.
disengage.
Yeah. Brom is fine as well.
Especially if they're running into you. It's a good point. Rakan does help start the fight. Vedi's a little bit disappointed, obviously. Because, yeah, you're right. The 2v2, the lane bullying would be huge. Especially for that early grub rotation that we see at 4.5 minutes.
I forget who I was watching. I want to say it was AL I was watching play. They picked Elise into the Alistair blind, which I don't love Elise, but in that matchup, I thought it was great.
Like
just
hit the lane,
the idea is just bully, dive, threat. Okay. So, they're playing for the team. The Rakan going to round things out, provide the team with a little bit more engage. A lot of front to back on the side of Heretics. A lot of decent skirmishing power as well. You can see with Ambessa and Talia, a lot of just great utility and damage that they synergize nicely with the Sejuani. But ultimately, a solid composition from Heretics. Pretty well-rounded. They have side lane threats. They have team fight options. Vitality is a little bit more pick-orientated. They have a lot of single-target damage with the Via lockdown, the Ahri as well. The goal being that they either catch Varus out or they have ways that they can lock this individual down. I think Vitality's composition is a little bit harder to execute, especially if they can't get ahead in the early game.
True.
Heretics is a little bit more well-rounded, which sets them up nicely for the mid to late game. But at the end of the day, both compositions have very clear win conditions. I think in terms of the laning phase, bot lane might struggle for Vitality, so they're going to concede push there. I think Heretics should, in theory, with Talia into Ahri, also have early push in mids. I'm not entirely sure who gets early advantage in the top side matchup. I would imagine that the Jax does, just if you take...
And Bet's cooldowns early is so rough.
Quite long.
Until she gets an item, until she gets that Eclipse, like... I feel like Ambessa doesn't really function as much as a champion.
But if the way things go that I kind of expect, Sheo can start on his top side path towards bot. He has two pushing lanes that in theory he can play around, which means the Heretics should also have early game options to start trying to get ahead.
Well, we'll see if we can hold on to that one. If we go long enough, he's going to have to bring it up. That is a goated poster behind us. Oh, look, Betty, there you are in the middle. Happy Easter. It was also yesterday. It must be the Easter happy weekend for you all at home as well. Team Heretics Vitality. It should burn part of your house down. A lot of you be asking why.
Sorry,
like,
what?
Yeah, why do I care? Because when the party's on fire, sometimes a bit of damage done. You know, drinks thrown everywhere, fires started. Vitality Heretics have that potential because, as we said, Heretics have become really fun to watch. Heretics have been this team that have developed through their solo lanes. Feel like Stender's really stepped up to the plate as well. Sheo is the glue that keeps it all together.
Oh, yeah.
And it's this nice little mismatch of a team that is really starting to show individual flares and I think skill that is worth of a top 6 team.
And in contrast, Vitality, they've only played 3 games so far this split. I mean, 3 series, I should say. This is their 4th. And the last time we cast them was in that series against Fnatic, and we were quite optimistic about them in their first game.
We were.
Because they got early game leads against Fnatic, they were starting to build advantages, and then they forced a play, and the whole game fell apart, and then they got stomped in the second game as well. And their schedule upcoming, it's only going to get harder with playing only teams on the top side of the bracket.
It's a hard schedule. That schedule is cooked. Like, Vitality going to have to bring something out of the bag. That's why today as well is so important for them. And as Vedi said, 3 series only. Heretics, 5 on their plate so far. So,
but what I want to say is that like we're still trying to gauge where Vitality is, because I think that given the sample size that we have, it's easy to point out the things that they've done wrong, the things that they've done right, and we're just trying to get a clearer picture of what they bring to the table. And I think in this matchup against Heretics, we should get that clearer vision. One thing we can say for certain is that the laning phase of Kazi and Niski has proven to be quite lethal. They're a bot lane that is willing to fight. They even got that 2v2 kill against Fnatic's bot lane. And so they're a bot lane you have to be very careful of, especially given once they get that level 2, they're not the type of bot lane to waste any time with looking for plays.
Well, in this game, let's see if it holds the same regard, because Vedi, you already talked about Flacket and Sten in the 2v2. It's going to be pretty impactful there, as we expect. Sejuani on the other side of the map, by the way. Sheo has just started the invade with a vertical line. Straight up to Krugs, and he will be level 3 to see if he can just Arctic Assault and find something with the melee top lane.
He's just taken the entire top side of
Was it entire?
Linces's camps, you can see, 12 camps. He's taken 3. He took them all.
True.
Linces was caught completely unawares. Now he needs to adjust his game plan. Right now, Kazi and Niski hold the bot wave in about a neutral position. So how's Linces going to adjust his approach? Sheo abandoning his topside camps, making his way towards the bot side. This vision investment from Heretics was fantastic. They get the good vision on the topside jungle to see when Linces enters. They've spotted Linces as he makes his way into the bot side jungle. Linces is trying to gather information as to where Sheo could be. And right now, he's got no idea.
So much time being wasted. Linces also again spotted on that same ward, crossing to mid. They're thinking Raptors, or he's hiding in Fog of War. Respect given by Camilo, but he can just walk over here. The wave not hard push yet. A jungle 1v1 begins, and Permafrost is going to be easy. That it's going to find some damage from Sheo. Aftershock helps with that. Linces didn't actually get the camp. He's still on 12. I think
he got a little one, but yeah, like
that's it, right?
That's it. Right now, Sheo's early pathing is getting a huge advantage against Linces. He's going to be able to get the crab. A ward was invested by Nak onto the top side, so they will be able to spot out this Sejuani as he makes his way towards the blue buff. But wow, Linces kind of left with nothing to do on the map right now. He's just hovering around mid lane. It feels so awkward for him. And that ward's still not going to spot out the jungler. They don't actually have enough information as to what Sheo is up to. Now he's going to finally be spotted out.
But it's just gone. I mean, Sheo, 2, 3, 4 camps in total. Topside respawn, time is not there. Ward going to see Sheo at least on blue, so information
is he now going to contest the Raptor respawn? So you can see them back out onto the map. With both mid laners recalling, that this does seem unlikely to me. I think he'll just have to give this one up. But still, nice advantage gain for Sheo in the early game. You'll see he's about to tick over to level 4. A full level over Linces. He's what, 3 camps, I think? 2.5, 3 camps ahead of his jungle opponent. I mean, great start, and it's going to slow the ability for Linces to find any advantages in his early playmaking.
I mean, while we check quickly back in, while junglers are having a fray, Nak is actually doing pretty well, or rather, Carlson's doing pretty well in the matchup. Just underestimating the power of Grasp in melee versus melee when Mbess is involved. Wave pushed up. Wave's pretty even so far. And Carlson also holding onto a ward here, so might just go and drop some vision himself. And that's going to spot out that Linces now recalling.
Sheo going to make his way back towards the bot side of the map. Blackhead and Stend playing very conservatively here in the bot lane, 2 versus 2, not trying to force any too many trades, as I say that Stend goes in. But they've got the wave in a great spot right now. Not a huge amount of vision on the bot side of the map. Niski and Kazi have to be cautious of a potential jungle gank.
A gung.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get a jungle gank. You get gunked.
But both objectives still on the board. Are we going to get a swap coming through from Heretics soon? We've seen many times bot lane swap towards that top side of the map in order to play for those early grubs. It looks like that's not going to be the game plan for now, as it's Vitality's bot lane with the early recall. Or first recall, I should say.
Carlson's making his back. Kazi might just sprint at top now. Nak are doing the same, but they're opting to go bot again. So we just have to see. Stend is already on the move for these grubs, and you can see that Flackett is walking top lane. So I guess for Kazi and Niski, their option is just to walk mid and see what they can do with their response. Stend at least feigning that he's going bot towards Dragon. Maybe that's followed by Kazi's bot, or Kazi and the rest of Vitality as well.
Sheo is a player that does love his dragons historically. I don't know if that's entirely true for Heretics this split, but that's going to be their focus at the very least in this game. Stand the knockup.
Seismic shove. Niski pulverizes, gets a good setup. Carlson rolls in as well. Good ulti. The top laner of Team Heretics has carried this fight, and the follow-up from Blackett is that much damage. Chayak gets the ulti away. Team Heretics with 2 big kills.
The clear difference being that Carlson was ready to join the fight. Didn't have to invest the TP, because he can TP back to the top lane, but it looks like he's going to walk, allowing Heretics to use their numbers advantage in order to create a winning team fight.
And let's be real as well, with that quick kill, I mean, Linces is further behind the pace too. Sheo was able to pick up one, and we look at the replay as to how Sten kicked this off.
Carlson walking with Flackett as the engage comes through. Nice initial responses. Niski gets a good flash into the knocker, and they get that first kill onto Camilo, but then the response is just as lethal. Kazi and Chayak don't really have much left in the tank to respond, so they end up losing to Nak gets a bit of freedom on the top side of the map. You can see he's got a very small lead after being allowed to push in that wave. But the Dragon, crucially, did not go down. Both objectives still out on the map, and Sheo is continuing his counter-jungling ways.
And look, his camp's still up as
He's
well.
level 6.
He's got all the freedom in the world. He can just ulti Linces.
Stend is moving.
Oh, ulti sent out. Linces, good sidestep. As you said, Stend is ready to recover it, though. So Linces at half HP, permafrost. It's a Rakan, it's melee, and it's just that easily done. Linces looking to get his escaping blow, but from Stand Auto, no. It's Sheo in the end who burns his flash as well.
Okay, 2 flashes had to be committed there, so he's a little awkward, but they get the kill that they were looking for. Camilo has moved bot to catch this wave as Heretics claim themselves the red buff. Will they convert this into grubs? I think they could. They have the numbers advantage still. Nako is stuck underneath this tower. Varus able to get the push in mid lane. And this is why Heretics is exciting to watch. You talked about how Sheo is the engine, and I think this game is a great representation of him being that engine here in game 1.
I mean, again, like, this feels like one of the strongest games of the split, but it's only because he's come alive so much quicker than other games we've watched as well. That 2-kill Sejuani, as you mentioned, Vedi, the grubs are just going to be taken down. There's going to be no response because Linces is bot side. But this constant invading, you look at his jungle camps, they're all up and available. Ignore supportal combat. Sheo has a full camp clear available that he can then just transition to a potential contested dragon.
Yep, he's being mega efficient with his pathing so far in this game.
Ulti almost up too.
Dragon gonna be started. I think it is wise for Sheo to just clear through his camps right now. Heretics can leave this uncontested. Remember, the Linces is gonna spend a lot of time clearing this one out, and it's just gonna create an even greater gap.
Yeah.
As Sheo now makes his way through his jungle camps, as you highlighted. So it's kind of that idea of what are you spending your time doing? And of course, Heretics don't have to be worried because they're aware that Linces is taking the dragon, so the likelihood of them getting ganked is lower. Meanwhile, Sheo is now clearing out his topside camps. Top lane is going well for Heretics. Small advantage now reclaimed back. Mid lane is moving off to side lanes as now the AD carries will set their sights on the mid.
Don't forget, when Camilo moves like that as well, there's even more gank threat that comes from Team Heretics. 1,500 gold lead for them, at least in the early game, though, is Kazi just going to arcane shift away. Meanwhile, my eyes go towards the top to see what Sheo's up to next. Seismic Shot, great though. Camilo, great damage here as Rookie v Rookie, and Camilo getting something back here, but Chayak feeling pretty confident in the matchup. Also has a bit of CS lead over mid. I guess that's all the time spent, you know, preparing for some of these fights, playing off the invade as well.
It was also that Camilo actually swapped to bot earlier. So when that topside invade was happening, Camilo found himself in a 2 versus 1, whereas Chayak was basically just playing against Flacken in mid as that play onto the jungler was happening. So kind of expected to see that small lead in favor of Chayak. Let's not forget Camilo also died earlier.
that also contributes, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh my god. Nako, counter-strike is good. Won't block the second part of the Q. He has to back away. Might even have to TP up to top.
Carlson's got lethal.
Carlson getting better and better. He's like a fine wine. He's getting better and better each week. And some of you called me crazy when I started going off on Carlson and saying that this dude is the next Zeus.
Yeah, I was like, did I disagree with that? And then you ended the sentence and I was like, now I remember why I disagreed with
it. This is where the conversation came up.
Sneaky devil.
I mean,
trying
look,
to sneak that one in.
I could have said the shy, but
and that would have been mean to Carlson.
I beg your pardon. What the hell did you just say? Yeah, you better. I'm gonna tell IG you said that, bro. He is the second coming. Niski, though, might have it coming quick. He pops the ult here, at least gets the engage to trample, but as a return, Camilo's going to die for it. Jumping in is Sheo, who is a 3-killed monster, getting hard tilt stacks for absolutely free because he's just not dying at this point. More follow-up damage needed. True Shot Barrage walked into, but it's enough to enable Flacken. A trade again. A 2-for-2 in the fight as Flacken looks to take a 1v2, chasing them down. He's got Flash available on the card. The auto attack, the Flash for Norn. Flacken taking care of business. This Varus is also unleashed now.
It's a 2-for-3 in favor of Heretics as Sheo is just so tanky in the fight. Durable enough to withstand the pressure coming through from the 3 members of Vitality, buying enough time for Flacken to join the fray. This is how Vitality's composition wants to work. They pick the target, they lock them down. Camilo has a very difficult time actually playing the game here, and Niski, thanks to his ultimate, is able to survive a lot, but it ends up being a 1-for-1 initially. Now they think maybe we can get the flash out from Sheo. Kazi's going to arrive first, but as you highlighted, Heretics, Sheo is just way too tanky. Ends up being another 1-for-1. But then I love that Flacken recognizes here, they're not healthy enough to actually beat me. I think I can run them down. and he gets that last auto attack off to get himself a double kill.
That 3-kill Varus, 1k gold up as well, so both him and his jungler feeling mighty good in this game with Heretics leading by about 2,000 gold. But the biggest thing is that when we talk about this target selection from Vitality, Vetty, when we talk about how they want to pick and find their battles, you know, Flacket with lockdown, there's a lot of burst that comes out of Talia and Varus as well. So with that range, Team Heretics' ability to counteract and play that disengage, I guess, counter-response. I'm just using big words at this point like I'm a mathematician.
Well, I mean, we can keep it simple, right?
Please.
Heretics' composition is very well-rounded.
It is.
They have good team fighting, they have solid front-to-back, they've got skirmishing options, they can play on side lanes. I would argue that it doesn't necessarily excel in one thing, but it kind of does a bit of everything pretty well. You know, it's a very well-rounded comp. Whereas Vitality, they have a lot of single target damage.
Yep.
They need to catch someone out, they ideally want to play through side lanes, they want to find a pick before the fight really starts. So when you think about the burden of execution, that responsibility falls on Vitality to make these plays happen. The problem with that is their jungler has been put so far behind, and the front line of Heretics is super beefy, which means that it's kind of up to Heretics. They can decide when a lot of the action is happening just because of how much stronger Sheo is. So the game state is not
Wait, Nucko, hang on, wait for the Q, just flushes W's instead. That'll at least give them less of the burden of execution.
Well, so this is what Vitality is doing well. They are attacking Camilo on side lanes and then making it work.
Yep.
They found that pick onto the bot lane, which ended up being a losing fight, but now Nucko finds a solo kill on the top side of the map. So this mid lane mage that's going to be providing a lot of the AP damage is at a pretty significant deficit.
But Linces on a ward. Good moment for Heretics. Set up with the Glacial Prison as well. Charm goes in, but flash away. Linces escapes successful. Team Heretics now deep with Niski on a perfect angle. Flacket has to flash away, but Niski's still on the chase with his trample with Chayak. Looking to run this far. It's down. Nucko joins in. And Vitality with a breath of fresh air. Good shutdown here as a response from Team Heretics. Needs to be to get the hell out of dodge, but look how deep they are. Linces can at least stop this, get in the way. Stand is first up, and Sheo not far to go. Cease and desist behind enemy lines. Linces is just keeping and buying time. Vitality have gone Team Heretics by the tippy toes and shutdowns galore as Heretics paid for it with gold.
It was only supposed to be a quick pick. Heretics thought that they'd caught Linces out of position. They thought that they'd got a clever ward in and they could kill him and then convert it into a dragon. Easy does it, but they couldn't quite get the kill onto Linces. They stepped one step too deep, and Vitality was able to chase them down. And notice in this situation, it was a pick into another pick, into another pick.
Yeah.
It was all the members of Vitality kind of chipping away at Heretics one by one, getting themselves 4 kills off the back.
And how many times are we going to say that Camilo just can't play the fights? That's later on, but for now, as you said, Linces only just survived.
The idea promising here from Heretics, as I said, try and get that pick converted into a dragon, but now 3 members are on Vitality's side of the map. A quick TP comes through. There's TP responses, but they're not fast enough. Heretics get split up. Flacket is the first to die. Then Vitality turn their attention to the 2 straggling members, and Heretics ends up falling. Nicely done by Vitality as they punish the aggression from Heretics.
I don't know why I'm mentioning Camilo. I guess he wasn't in the fight. That's why I thought he can't play it. And that is true, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not in a fight, you're technically not able to play it. It's a 2k gold swing, by the way, off that play as well. So the Vitality well and truly back in the game. They've got Dragon stacking. The only thing Team Heretics are keeping up to date with is playing this top side of the map with 6 grubs. Now, he gets the Rift Herald, also known as Pioneer. So Team Heretics still trying to open up the map a little bit. But Vetty, that was a bit of a throw.
It certainly was.
From the boys.
It certainly was. And credit to Vitality for finding that angle of attack. I love the TP and how quick it was from Nucko, realizing that the moment he arrives, it just becomes a guaranteed 1-team fight. And Heretics, I still like the composition that they have. But again, the thing about Vitality's comp is that when it does get those advantages, like you can see this Ahri is getting very scary very quickly. Then it becomes a lot harder. Like, you're very reliant on your front line, but Vitality have a lot of backline access, and as long as they can find that target, find Flacket, find Camilo, the amount of peel on the side of Heretics isn't necessarily the best, depending on how the fight is played out. Vision control is going to be super important. Niski's job is going to be crucial in terms of setting up vision, controlling flanks, and giving ways for Chayak and Linces to get access onto the backline.
Now, you're not going to see that sync up yet, though, because Linces is heading towards top, maybe trying to find something with Nucko that might emit a dive into the wave. Carlson has to be very careful here. He has ulti available, he has flash available, he's lensing. On the edge of the brush, sees him. Okay, he lacerates out, but it might be too late. It's a nice counter-strike as well, and shut down over to NuckNucko. The rank 1 of EU West is accelerated.
I mean, that was a nice pick from Vitality, as now their side laners are becoming very, very scary. The response from Sheo is a good one, as they try to put pressure down onto the mid lane. They're going to get another charge off. Kazi really can't do much about it. But the mid tower secured. The second at about 50% HP. But now Vitality, when we talk about how they want to be playing through side lanes, they want to be looking for picks. Look at these side laners now. 1k gold lead for the Ahri, 750 gold lead for NuckNucko. The Trinity Force is completed for him. And Vitality, they definitely have a lot of great options as we move into the mid game.
And you were talking a lot about the wards, Betty, and like how important it was. Let's just quickly mention that like all the wards here you just saw are expiring. Dragon's up in about 1:52, so it does feel like the Vitality, a refresher there. Maybe 2-3 members moving with Niski. Make sure that they can get behind Team Heretics and get one of those Jax flanks. Get Chayak in a position as well when we talk about all that single target importance. Carlson, though, onto Chayak for now. Gonna get charmed up. Team Heretics move as a 4-man unit, and Camilo just wants to ult something, because I have not seen Bro throw down the Stonehenge this game at all.
He has had a tough game with how effectively Vitality have put pressure on him. I think the scary thing for him as well on the side lane, Chayak has a lot of kill potential. I guess going Rod of Ages, I'm lying, he doesn't.
Soon.
I was going to say earlier I noticed that Chayak was actually able to get push against Camilo, and I thought that was because of threat, but I think that's just because Chayak was being shadowed and Camilo knew that he was playing on the weak side. You saw there, he moved into bot lane, he immediately pushed out that way, right? Sure. So he now assists his team in getting river control. They're setting up for the 3rd dragon of the game, spawning in about 50 seconds time. Kazi has to be respectful of Flackett's potential ulti play, especially with how quickly Rakan can come through and follow up. NuckNucko just continuing his pressure on the top side of the map. Pretty much a full level now over Carlson.
I wonder how close Kazi is to getting himself the Muramana as well. The tier's fully stacked, but not backing off, so 30 seconds to go. Feels like he's just gonna have to play with what he has when Flackett has 2 and a bit items. Muramana's not fully stacked on his end, but at least he's got a 2nd item, so watching a bit through 80 carries here, betting. Is there anywhere else that should be worrying about? I feel like mid, Chayak is 2 items strong on his full stacks on the Rod of Ages. That's important.
Notice the positioning of Linces. He's hovering in this bot tri-brush to make it harder for Heretics to stop Chayak getting that push in bot wave. Even though they're conceding the pressure in mid, at the very least by controlling that bot wave, Vitality still have a way of gaining access into the river. Heretics are putting their resources into mid. NuckNucko a little isolated, but he does of course have the TP available. Kazi's able to get that base off, and will get the upgraded Muramana.
Okay, as you said, it's actually picked up, so an important distinction. Vitality coming in with full guns charged. Carlson made the full way down on foot. Top wave, mid wave for now. They're just going to meet in the middle, so we ignore them. We look directly towards the 5v5 as Sheo drops a smite in the first Weaver's Wall that I've seen. Camilo layers it, but Linces to try and escape from it. A seismic shot won't connect to Sten. Gets poked by the ulti from Kazi. Vitality feeling good. They're getting some real heavy damage down as Carlson's a target isolated away from the rest of the team. He hits NuckNucko back well. No one started the dragon off really. It's just about the scuttle crab. Blows thrown and taken on each side.
Oh, this Arakan aggroed very far out of the pit. As Camilo takes a bit of damage. Heretics have to be careful about their re-entry. Linces is looking for the pick. Heretics being isolated like this is fantastic for the Vi. Trying to control the flanks. NuckNucko goes back to base, has the TP available. He doesn't need to commit it though. They do of course have the Hex Gates, and he's going to use them to get back to the fight quickly. It's Heretics though that's on the objective, and Vitality, it looks like they're just giving this one up.
The patience is holding. It's right on the edge of it. Really nicely pulled by Team Heretics. They look for the fight afterwards as Sten gets a summoner out of Kazi with a re-engage from Niski. Sets up a 3-man pulverize is great, but chance corruption of the counterplay. And NuckNucko has nowhere to go now. Jumps on the back line himself, but defensive play from Stenwell. Flackett has to space it out. NuckNucko not dying though. His counter-strike's going to do everything. Onto Flackett, he fires through. I'm watching this, Jax. Biggest Team Heretics can't walk towards him. Vitality might not get the dragon, but in the end they find some blood.
I mean, Vitality still lose the fight, though. It ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Heretics because this is way too late of an engage. I noticed that it's played in a front-to-back manner. Naknako does what he can, but the engage from Iski is very forced. Chayak is still way too far away, which means that the front line dies before much can happen. Linces also getting knocked back by Camilo, denies any real follow-up. Kazi's being zoned away by Carlson. Naknako's trying to get onto Flackhead, who's just hitting as much as he can. The flash gets committed by Naknako, but at this point, Heretics just say, okay, we disengage. So they get the dragon, they get 2 kills for 1. That was a majorly won play, alongside a bunch of summoners being burned.
Very true. I mean, Flackett down without any summoners. Sten the same, Camilo no flash. Carlson even lost his, but on the other side, Vitality, the only flashes they were able to keep were Kazi and Chayak. So it's a big question, isn't it? You're right. Kills do go over to Team Heretics, but
the thing is, I think Vitality is just hesitating a little too much because there was a perfect opportunity for them earlier during the setup where Heretics was completely split up. And it's those moments that you need to be ready to pounce when the AD carry is just slightly separated from the Sejuani or from the Rakan. Those are your windows for opportunity to force the fight because that's how your composition works. It's fast. It quickly finds picks. It locks you down. It kills you efficiently, and then you can move on to the next target. If you're playing this forced front-to-back 5v5, then Heretics is just going to have an easier time. Unless, of course, the Jax pops off, which he did get very close to doing.
Which he can. I mean, 2 items now, Trinity Force in hand, along with Sundered Sky, so I think that's definitely on the cards. For now, Vitality still hovering around Atakan. You see that Lince is putting a lot of time into it because Shao's top. Naknako's got the wave at an even stead. But do they really have the damage? It's a slow Atakan. Without Naknako, it feels. Alongside Ezreal.
I mean, I think Naknako, I think the Atakan.
Yeah.
My words today.
Yeah, right.
The Atakan, I think, is a very dangerous objective. We've seen way too many times teams throw around it. The resistance shred is no joke.
And it's not even like what Jack and I were talking about yesterday is sometimes it doesn't even feel worth it.
Yes.
For what you lose if you lose like a tier 2.
Correct.
If you're losing like 600 gold for the play. The Shao launching ulti, predicts the arcane shift. Kazi's rooted down along with Heartsteel. Blackwood will take the shut down. Beautiful stuff from Shao.
The cleanse wasn't available, but again, Shao showing his accuracy as he finds a nice ulti connect. The chain CC comes through. Kazi couldn't escape. That's a nice pick, but it looks like they can't really convert it into much. Baron will arrive on the Rift. But as I mentioned, there's not really much that either team can play for as Chayak, just noticed, ticking over to level 16 now on the Ahri.
Yeah, he got that the passive from Rod of Ages, so outside that level lead he built up naturally. For about half a level is Charm, just out of range. Chayak still feeling pretty good. Solo laners of Vitality are the ones holding the lead, while the rest of the map right now is bleeding a little bit. But Baron has just spawned. Naknako's going to move to top wave. Shao's just going to drop some wards while we start progressing towards second, third item. You see third item here for Shao, who's really maintained that CS lead and that gold lead in the jungle. He's now got a Thornmail in hand. Be a bit of a pain for this Ezreal, for the Jax especially, I feel like.
I agree. I mean, Shao is a beefy boy.
He is a beefy boy.
It's going to be a tough wall to crack.
I get the joke because he's on a pig.
I actually didn't go that
beefy
far.
boy, yeah.
I didn't. That's good.
One.
Thanks for noticing.
Niski's the cow, bro.
Oh.
I was telling Jack yesterday, they call her pig sister in Chinese. It's, hold on that thought. Naknako, 3 members are here. Actually make it 4, make it 5. Blackett not far behind. It's a good permafrost, but Naknako buying time. He goes golden. He's now out of Seeker Zone, and the setup from Carlson. Team Heretics thought, yeah, we'll help Naknako with this, but there's 5 members. They commit one by one. Soul is now both dead, and they were the ones with the gold lead.
And now Baron is up for grabs. Kazi will have some poke. Linces is still alive. But it looks like, yeah, the pings are coming down on the Dragon. The response there from Vitality, I get the logic. Chayak wanting to TP in to provide some assistance, but Heretics, I mean, they don't overcomplicate it. They just use their ultis, they follow up with CC, and they get themselves 2 easy kills and a Baron to boot.
Team Heretics also, I don't believe they're on the map. Dragon's going to be taken, so Vitality at least at Soul Point, which, as we know with Hextech Souls, is very important to know. But 4K gold lead now approaching. Team Heretics back into the swing of things. The Red Bull Baron power play is Sten. Base checking. Okay, he doesn't W the bush. He might just be dead. The Vial use as well. He's dead. We are throwing. It's like a game of cup and ball. Except everyone keeps missing a bloody cup. Niski, he's going to die as well. And now Kazi is in hell in a handbasket with Carlton right on top of this Ezreal's face. The damage immense. And right there in his place as Linces managed to get over the seismic shot just out of range as well. But Atakan's been sitting there waiting for its objector. And I think Team Heretics are going to be it.
A clever play coming through from Vitality that ultimately ends in disaster. They set up a trap in Heretics jungle with the intention of punishing them as they make their way back out onto the map, catching an unsuspecting Heretics. The Heretics was quick on the response. Their collapse was fast and ruthless, and they found 2 picks for themselves, converting that into 2 additional towers. Heretics with full control on the Rift right now, a 5.3k gold lead, and in a commanding position here in game 1.
They're just going to close the door to it. I mean, the Atacon wasn't taken in the end. It was all about that turret and at least getting some gold with this Baron. But it's a Hexgate Rift, so fast movement to bot after Flakked catches mid with Camillu. And they can just rotate and threaten this objective, which is the only one up on the map for the next 3 minutes.
Heretics have a team. My goodness.
They do have a team. Together, 5 of them. It's really strong.
They are a team that have continued to surprise.
Yes, they are.
My brain, for some reason, keeps jumping to the end of a sentence that I want to say and then just bringing that to the front. And so, yeah, my English is just atrocious today, I must say.
That's all right. You were born there, but you should, you know.
Yeah, I will say that people that study English, I often find are better at English than I am.
Ah.
Yeah.
Right. But you're better at German, I think. Your German's very good.
Yeah,
yeah. All 10 words of it is, sorry, it's about having a roast with the family today, not roasting members of your work family. I got that confused.
It's all good, it's all good. Another tower going to be secured for Heretics as they convert that into a second. 30 seconds left of the Baron, and that's quite an effective Red Bull Baron power play, one could say.
And you being what would say that? 5,000, almost 5,500. Linces is just soloing Atacon.
I don't think this is going to work, Linces.
Why is that?
Because it's not fast enough.
Thank you for explaining, Benny.
Yeah,
and
you're
right, you're right. I was thinking, I'm like, oh, he's doing it. And then I'm watching it in real time. And
Shao's just going to show up and be like, hi.
Okay. Who else is here?
Hello, excuse me, I'm sorry. You must think that this part of the map belongs to you, but I'm afraid that it doesn't. It does, in fact, belong to Shao.
The game really has. I mean, let's not forget, this game started with Shao taking over the map.
3-1-9. Been involved in 12 of the team's 13 kills.
Yeah.
I mean, I think your description of him being an engine is so apt. He really is the centerpiece that drives this team forward. And the development the Heretics have showcased from winter into spring has been nothing but incredible. We'll see how they continue, as right now they're looking to close out game 1 with a significant lead. With the Baron gone, what will their next play be? Do they even care about the Atacon? Maybe they just abandon it, wait for the next Baron play, and then use that as the means to try and finish this one.
Their Atacon's so slow with lethality virus. I don't blame them. I don't blame both teams for not really looking at it seriously. As Camillu might be the bullying target again. Good seismic shot, but that just puts them into range. So now Camillu doesn't have a turret. He has to flash away. Linces under the inhibitor turret. He's going to find the kill, but he flashes too. It's a shutdown, but all of Team Heretics are waiting here. Flakked with an easy marksman angle, and Nucko, he's just going to drop as well. Flakked will pull up both kills, and it was an attempt. They're throwing all hell in the handbasket again.
They've got to get the resets off quickly, though, because the dragon spawning in 40 seconds means that they can't afford to waste any time, as I say, that shows clearing camps. But Vitality, they're desperate for a play. It makes sense that they would attack Camillu on a side lane. It's something that they've done consistently throughout this game. The dive is very deep, though. Committing onto these tier 3 towers, it was a lot of time spent, and ultimately they get the kill, but the cavalry did, in fact, arrive, allowing Heretics to convert it into a 2-for-1.
Kind of been the story of the game, isn't it? Vitality trying to make a play, might overforce. Team Heretics are there to back up. Their responses are swift, and you know, an 8-kill Varus now. So he is approaching full build with this last item with a pickaxe in inventory. 6k gold lead still exists, and Dragon's now up. Any hope that Vitality have of making a soul in this game is slowly being denied and delayed like it has been, and Next,
then
you just think Baron, right?
Yep, we do the Baron.
We
Yeah,
do the Baron.
kinda like-
You're on the team.
It's the habit where when I think about what a team wants to do, I put myself in the position of the team.
Yes, we.
And so I talk from kind of the first person perspective sometimes.
Didn't know you knew French.
My apologies.
Yeah.
Now I'm talking about Vitality, because I'm thinking about what they want to do.
So what do we want to do? What do we want to do to come back in this game as we fly?
Heretics wants to gain, push in mid, push in top, move to enemy jungle, clear out the vision. Vitality want that not to happen.
Okay.
Unfortunately, their support lost half his HP and now can't stop it from happening.
And again, Kazi, who cleanses away, has to kind of use that on repeat, or he's scared of dying with Flaccid by his side.
So, as you'll see, Heretics has gotten everything that they wanted.
Yep.
They pushed in mid, they pushed in top, they move in enemy jungle, they clear a vision. Now, top hasn't been pushed in super deep, so Vitality have one avenue in. The problem is they have 0 vision. Well, they've got a little bit of vision, like observers are highlighting. So they have to rely on the Ezreal ultimate. They see that Baron hasn't been started just yet. Carlson has gone to go and catch the bot wave. Nako's going to go back to base. Maybe he can spend some money prior to the upcoming fight, but Lintus, you're on a ward, buddy.
He's indeed, as he clears it out. That's not safety territory. Seismic shove, he's dead. Permafrost is that just easy. Lintus had no business being there, and he is evicted from the building.
I mean, I will say that this has been nothing short of a jungle gap throughout this entire game.
It has been.
From start to finish.
It's a jungle canyon.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. So now Vitality looking for a pick.
Like a good sidesteps, confidently walking up to an Ari, but Chayak gets good damage down, so teleport going to be churned by Carlson. He joins in the fray, now zoning off Nako. Better condition for Vitality than you'd think with a 6k gold disadvantage. Carlson's doing good AoE, but Kazi just needs to keep poking out. True Shot Barrage as well. Okay, not onto Show, that's not great, but they've found Carlson. Nako's going to play the fight. The ulti used though, and he doesn't have cleanse. Kazi walked in. Unfortunate, but what can you do? That's Nako, you just have to find an angle, but not all roads were made the same. The Romans told us that, the medieval times told us that, and now in 2025, you know what a bloody road is. Nako's just walking back, and Team Heretics, this one is in the bin in favor of them.
Beautiful footwork and decision-making from Carlson at the end of that fight. You'll notice that he comes in, tries to zone away the opposition. Vitality, they're desperately looking for a pick, but Chayek's ulti, it fades off, so now that pick potential rapidly reduces. So there goes the Ari ult, then Carlson dances in, he tries to get a bit of chip damage. It looks initially like he's stepped too far. He now looks way too deep, but then the redemption comes through and he connects the ultimate onto Kazi, allowing for the follow-up ulti from Flaccid to come through, and then they're able to get that pick onto the AD carry. All the while, Sheo is just continuing to tank the Baron up. Well played, Baron. Good patience. Heretics ever so close to closing out game one.
And I keep watching these solo laners from Vitality and what they're trying to bring to the fight. I mean, Chayak is this Ari. What can you do? You just stand there. You're like a Potter, you know? You're kind of just meddling with things. Great skin idea, by the way, Betty. Ari Potter. You can't laugh at yourself. What can you do? Inhibitor turret's going to be taken down while Carlson deals with mid. Nako's trying to get the other side of the map. And that's just a point-blank ulti onto Niski. His introduction as a support role. This split has been a rough one. But this game especially, he's had Sten consistently been in this face. It's Vitality now onto the next turrets. Betty, I don't even think there's breathing room.
I don't think so either. Vitality will have to go for a last-ditch effort. Here we go.
There it is, jumping in. It's Camillo, but this time he gets away. It's a rarity. All flashes burnt because all summoners were up and available. And now Carlson gets to play the front to back. Carlsy trying again, but Nako, even though he gets the jump in, Camillo is going to poke it out. I mean, this Jax, he was fed, but now he's not. Game one over to Heretics, punishing the B. As busy as they tried to be, it was Team Heretics in the end who showed that jungle canyon from Sheo.
Heretics continuing to, I think, surprise the level of play that they're demonstrating in their early game with so much being driven by Sheo. Is nothing short of impressive. Of course, this is only game one of the series. They still need to close things out, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Vitality adapts and bounces back.
Well, I know exactly what we're going to hear from Law, because that was domination. Tell us how big the gap was.
Sheo, do you have any comments on the early game?
Jungle diff.
Do you have any comments on the later stages of the game?
Teammates diff.
All right, well, thank you so much. Good luck on the next game. That's all for us here for now. You heard the man. Let's see if Team Heretics can make it happen with a quick 2-0 after the break.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives. There's awesome. Jesus.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go.
Hope my boyfriend don't mind it. If you're losing like 600 gold for the play, Sheo launching ulti, predicts the arcane shift. Kazi's rooted down along with Heartsteel.
CC? Allez, CC. Buy his bot side, Okay. Ready to kill him. Yeah. Are you tired? Hurry. I got hurry. She's dead. Go on. I have Solari, okay? Both into Nash.
Nice. He's not your standard gamer, okay? He's kissing girls, he's winning games.
I wish I would kiss girls.
Getting double kills.
I wish Flacken would kiss me. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
He has a duck as well.
The guy is a content machine. Like, it's unbelievable.
In and out of game, it was just in general, to watch Heretics right now, it feels like they're on the upwards trajectory.
Yeah.
And they're showing it every member.
It just, you can't help but smile when you hear these kind of voice comms, when you watch them play, when you see their cams, and
When
it's
you look
infectious.
at Camilu's smile.
Yes. Oh, that smile, that damn smile, right? No, but seriously, what a great game from them again, even though it was very entertaining and they may have thrown it a couple of times. But the early game, Sheo, he must be a master or something. He said jungle diff, Odoamne, and yeah, Lynch has felt it.
It was insane because I think he juked this ward because now I think this ward is one of those fake wards where it doesn't really spot the edge of the brush, and I think now you just saw the pet run in. I would love to see from this POV. Because I think he's going to do the trick now where he's going to hover the ward, and now he sees exactly that. You see that there's
What?
a small
I
gap
had
in
no idea
vision.
this was a thing.
I mean, that's why we were paid for this.
Okay,
you know? We're about to nerd it out. And
I
now-
didn't know that one either.
What?
I'm just an ADC man,
I mean, that's why you were not LEC, you know? That's how it works.
But
now
Vi's life sucks, man.
you walk into here and you're like, oh man,
Man.
I just got caught, you know, in the early game. Walks into bot side, Sheo outplays him even there. It matches him pretty much at every point of the game, and the lead just skyrocketed.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 1,000 gold lead at 8 minutes. That's pretty rare to see. And
pretty much their whole goal lead, yeah.
yeah, and he just kept it going. It felt like he had good engages across the board, everywhere on the map. Him and Stand felt like they had great synergy walking around. And for me, were the highlights alongside Flackett.
We do have to wonder, like, how much of kind of their improvements, like you called out in Ready Check about the shifting and the macro play. I feel like I want to say a lot of it must come from Sheo as well, because we saw that in BDS, and BDS is not doing well now, so.
Exactly, in BDS, when we look at their identity last year, it was exactly this, you know, good plays around the dragon, having ward set up, and it was mostly Sheo, because when you removed him from BDS and now he's on Heretics, and the team all of a sudden keeps doing all of these great plays, it's definitely on him. So him getting accelerated in this early game is a perfect catalyst for Team Heretics' success.
Absolutely, and so is Flackett. We have a couple of replays from him, I think, but just on Varus. A great game. There was this outplay where he got the double, which is right here, which is Jack Spectra actually very important at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it starts off with Team Heretics here biting off a bit more than they can chew. Camilu gets caught, but then it's Flackett here moving down alongside Carsey. He's able to assist Sheo, who's so far accelerated that normally this Sejuani would die much, much faster. But then with the CC chain of the Varus ultimate, he kills the Ahri and then outplays both Carsey and Linces here, taking him down.
Diable who?
He's feeling himself.
Yeah, he's feeling himself. That's always like a painful flash, right? When you flash after you're already dead.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
That's one of the first things you learn in League of Legends. You cannot flash out attacks.
It looks so goofy also when you
It
die
does.
afterwards. Ugh, but this guy, I mean, also when we kind of take a step back, he never also lost a smile, and I think that goes for a lot of the players in Team Heretics, right? Because he had kind of the Mad Lions stint, and then he had G2, which is kind of like when you get there and you get to the LEC, and you have to take a step back, because then he went to Los Heretics, right? Because he didn't play on G2 anymore, and now he's back to the LEC. I think it's commendable to keep your head up like that. I mean, some just retire, of course.
It felt very personal. You know, you replaced me, right? It's like bringing up the history.
To be fair, this was not intended. This was a stray bullet. I actually didn't remember that.
But
I'm so sorry.
It is commendable, though. I'm going to let you rest a bit. You know, you need to process the burn, because that was astronomical burn, you know, so you can chill there.
It was not on purpose.
It is commendable, because for me, Flackett did go through all of those highs and lows, and from the outside, he is kind of a spooky guy, you know, because I look at him and he's a little bit spooky, all of the interactions.
Spooky?
Yeah!
He's a very nice guy.
Yeah, but that's the thing, he's also very nice, you know.
He's hilarious. It's literally so funny.
So it's just commendable, because it's quite hard to bounce around, and especially now when you're in a project that on paper is not really the greatest, you know, and finding yourself as this you know, core position and still finding this way to put out these performances, it is, you know, one of the things that makes him great.
Absolutely. I think maybe sometimes you think, oh, he's just a silly, goofy guy, but it's not true. He actually gave an interview to esports.net to Lee Jones, where he talks about how important it is to have a better environment. That wasn't necessarily the case last year. Well, it seems like it's all going well. Now, we sent our flying reporter, Lore, out into the masses to see what kind of signs people are cooking up today.
I mean, there's a bit of everything. Hi! Welcome back to this side of the stage. There's a bit of everything. There's a lot of fans cheering for teams that are either not playing today or not yet. We have a G2, beautiful G2 card sign over here. question about Clash. Rogue logo looks better than their games, so at least they have that going on. G2 fans are ready here, and we have a beautiful Feed the Poro sign here. But what I want to draw the attention to is a sign fan about Niski. Niski, would you want to play Aurora? Maybe. Do you think he would be better playing Aurora?
I'm not really sure, but we'll probably have more fun.
Have more fun for sure. Fans will have more fun watching as well. Guys, do you think him going back to mages maybe could be better for him and Vitality?
What's this?
No?
It's a question to us. It's
actually-
yeah, it's a question to us, actually. But they didn't open our mics. I was saying no, but
no worries.
It's okay. Thanks, Laura. That's cool. We have a lot of cool signs. So maybe if you guys cook up some things in the future, you could get maybe... I don't know, we'll do something with signs.
You're going to be famous. You're going to be on TV.
Yeah, you'll be on TV. There was also something Heretics said, Jack, in the cast.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was spitting a lot of facts in this cast. And one of the things he said, is Carlson the next Zeus?
Okay.
And at first, you might think, no, what's he saying?
That's not a fact, yeah.
I mean, you might think, what's he saying? But if we could bring up the stats here, we had some look at the stats.
Okay.
And in fact, the Carlson stats are looking pretty good.
He's younger.
Overall, I mean...
Never lost as a kid. Yeah.
Undefeated on NAR.
I think.
Defeated on NAR.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what the hell? Why is that is older? Why is that the criteria? I'm being personally attacked here.
Which one? Which one?
The first one is
it's
younger.
younger.
Is
I know.
older.
I mean, that's the life of esports.
I'm personally victimized by this graphic, actually.
Yeah, that's just the graphic for every pro player. You know, the more you sit in LEC, the more the graphic comes out. It's like someone's younger than you.
Yeah, I'd like to keep it up because we're going to the casters in just a minute, and I'd love to know what Jake thinks. But I think it was also really, all jokes aside,
Was a great
really
game.
cool matchup in the top lane between the Jax and the Ambessa. I don't want to say between, it was more what they did in the fights. And Naknako, he was in a great position to carry.
Yeah, he was, but then he did the infamous cannon minion for Nasher trade, 5k gold power swing, and it wasn't really the greatest, but it was a nice game from both of them because I feel like both of them had great moments throughout the game. They kind of gave turns to each other where they had great impact. Carlson had a great play around Dragon, and I feel, and also around Nasher. So it just really was nice to see this dynamic between the two and how they abused their power spikes quite well.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately for Naknako, him getting caught was what sealed the deal. And then Vitality tried to do a little Fnatic bush after that.
Yeah, and this was the infamous, well, the cannon, I don't even know if he got the cannon minion here, but yeah, getting caught at this point in the game was quite painful. And yeah, Chang comes to help in. Great turn from Carlson here, layering the
both
changes.
die. It's a horrible trade deal.
It's a horrible trade deal, and Vitality is trying to salvage it later with the trap. I
mean, it's a good trap, right? It's just kind of enemy won't expect it, but because Team Heretics is so far ahead with the Baron Nashor, despite the fact that they actually one-shot stand, it's Team Heretics that are able to continue
Call
chasing
an
them
ambulance, but not for me.
Well, still for him right now.
He doesn't need an ambulance because he's already dead. But,
he's just in the back.
He's dead.
But the rest of his team has his back, and then they can just use this Baron Nashor buff.
And this was probably, I mean, this was basically the end, so they did try something. Listen, maybe people will say that we're being disingenuous because this wasn't the cleanest game for Team Heretics, but I think for a team in that position, to withstand the throws, to come back in the game, to get the engages, and to finish the game, first of all, is really good. But yeah, they've got the Phenom in the top lane, right? Hysterics, what do you think about this graphic?
It's also true. Like, none of that is false. That's all true.
Yeah.
And remember, Zeus started as someone like Carlson.
Right.
And then now he's Zeus.
Yes.
But Carlson, like, is he better than Zeus? It's such an important question that we have to raise.
Is it?
Yeah, it really is. I think week by week we should do a measure.
You started saying that he could be the next Zeus.
Yeah.
Very different from you saying, is he better than him right now?
I think we need to state it. How many years till Carlson wins Worlds?
I see. Right. Okay.
We can answer that question here in this game. If they 2-0 Vitality, that is only the building blocks from here.
Well, let's see what champion Carlson will pilot. Let's start there, perhaps.
Oh, I like that. That's a great question.
It looks like that the bans are going to be very similar to what we saw in the previous game so far, with Callista making her way onto the ban table. Maokai. Will we see Neferi? Azir actually going to join the pool? Well, makes sense with Talia going to be taken away. Seems that Vitality has a different first pick in mind. We haven't seen Skarner yet so far in the series. Rumble, of course, going to be a high priority champion with the Jace alongside that as well. It's ultimately a question of what do these teams feel threatened by. Let's not forget the Yone as well. So a lot of strong picks right now. There's going to be the Jace once again from Heretics. So it looks like they're going to stick to what they're comfortable with.
Now that Gnar was suggested. Carlson hasn't dropped a game on that Gnar, so that does feel like something that needs to be mentioned here, especially when we are going down the pool in top laners with Ambessa gone, Jack's gone. The Sejuani comps are gone, which means Renekton probably less viable. Means the Yone is still a question mark here, Vetty, that has not been banned yet. It is still a first pick worthy, is Nefiri. Is the final ban by Vitality.
Yeah, there's so many AP junglers still available. Zyra, Lilia, just to name two.
Zyra feels so trash though. Like,
yep, but if you want an AP, but also AP top laners, Rumble, Gwen, like there's ways to diversify the damage portfolio.
I love Lilia.
The question is, what is the final ban going to be? Heretics, are you worried about the Yone? Do you think that it could be a problem in Chayek's hands? Or instead, are you going to let it through? Down to the wire. Rel, they're leaving it open. Going to be Yone first pick, probably.
Good. Let's not see a mage mid. Well, we might from Team Heretics side. Let's just see for now.
I feel like pro teams have not figured out a good answer to Yone yet.
I agree with that.
I think that there was a period in time where people thought that Akali could be really good into the matchup, and it can be early, but then you have to win really hard, because if you don't, in a side lane, you just lose.
Yep.
Like, Yone just outscales you in the matchup, and like they offer different things in the fights, obviously, but I think the Rumble to now makes a lot of sense.
Carl.
Who's Camilo gonna bring out into the Yone, though? I'm very curious. I wonder if Cho could be good.
Okay.
Like maybe a tankier Cho build. Go for some like early armor or something.
Because Camilo's played everything under the sun. As Misfortune gets locked in, so we're building very solidly on the foundations of the Rumble setup, and Misfortune does need some engage, but we'll get to that. Not played as much in EU, only a few AD carries really still look at Misfortune, as opposed to the East, where Misfortune is in that game 1 or game 2 of Fearless.
Well, I think about our top teams in the league. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if we've seen it from Hans yet this split, but we've definitely seen it from both Upset and we've seen it from Kalist.
Yep.
So,
but you're right, it's top teams, right? Like,
yeah. So top teams in the league definitely like the NF.
It's like the 7th most played AD carry. Upset, Kalist, Super, Ice, Flacket. I mean, yeah, I'm just naming everyone from the league, but like, again, it is top teams that still look at it, just rarely or seldom seen so far, as Skarner, Brom on the other side into the Misfortune, as we get an ultra close-up to really get the brain power.
So you're kind of, so one of two things can happen now. Kazi could do Ziggs. They could also consider Seraphine, so like AP bot. Alternatively, I guess they don't want to play Gwen into Rumble, because my instincts are that you ban that. Akali top could also be something Naka will play.
Oh, yeah.
The Renata, I like Renata. Renata MF I think is good. Like, just look at the AoE that's already coming through from Heretics. You're kind of looking at like a Jarvan game now or something, you know, just something to lock them down. A Mumu could also be crazy. I think it's a little bit too much AP probably, unless they had some sort of AD mid. Maybe Tristana is what Camilo is thinking of as a response to the Yone. Corki could also be fine. We'll see.
Ashben, okay. We're going to slim the AD carry
Ash
bomb.
is not what I was expecting.
I know you weren't.
Is that because I guess they're worried about a little bit more engaged. They're saying Vitality don't actually have reliable ways to start. Well, but I feel like Skarner can kind of start whatever he wants.
Does that mean you then ban Jhin with that line of thought because you have long-range utility? Like, that's the other thing that you think of that...
I don't think so.
With the Brom, it's kind of a bad pairing.
If Jhin
but...
ults into this, I think he's very sad.
I guess you're right, yeah. But hang on a minute, just hold still.
Yeah, just do me a favor.
Do me a favor.
Oh, do you want to know what I think is actually good into Yone?
What?
Malzahar.
Okay.
I don't think Camilo's going to play it, but I think it actually could be good.
Want to give us a little bit more? Or
well, basically the idea is
dangle it?
Miles is just very good at locking you down. Of course, the trade-off is he also locks himself down.
Yeah.
But especially with the changes to his E, you can now just basically perma-root to Yone. You also have the silence, and basically that's it. It's just, I think his ult is good into Yone. At least, like, Miles is typically, like, Lissandra is also quite good.
Okay.
Just champs that are very good at locking champs down, but their role is to provide enough utility to basically stop problematic champions. Yeah, I think Lissandra and Miles could potentially be good.
We're just throwing things in the air for now.
I am just throwing things in the air, because I don't think either is realistically going to be picked by Camilo. It would be awesome if they were.
But do you go jungle option here, then still counterpick mid for the comp, Betty? Because Sharon needs a better setup. You've got an AP solo lane. And the Wukong is an AD threat that, again, with the auto attacks, can really survive against Yone.
Yeah, the stacking armor that you just get makes it nice into the matchup against Yone. Also, Vitality right now are going to have 3... Well, I guess Skarner's not really AD, but it just synergizes nicely with the composition. I know LPL, in fact, that I don't know if it's currently how they like to play, but I know historically Rumble Wukong was a staple in the LPL for a while.
We walked away from, like, Oriana Java comps as...
Anivia top!
I thought that was just a hover. No, indeed.
We're gonna get the AP Anivia top. The shout out to Zaya. Well, now you're gonna get some serious questions answered from Carlson.
Is Carlson better than Zayas? We finally get the answer. Wow, he must have seen the interview, surely. And Nak is like, hang on, hold on to my ice cold beer. Corky in the end, that's not the interesting part.
So Anivia top into Rumble. That's exciting. I'm really happy that we're getting to see that. Nak known for playing his crazy picks top. We've got a few innovative top laners here in the league. And I'm looking forward to seeing how things work out. Corky, I mean, again, I stand by the fact that Vitality don't have a lot of engaged tools. The composition is a little bit all over the place. Braum does provide a lot of value against some of the big AoEs that want to come through, but in terms of on paper, I quite like what Heretics have drafted. They're going to be able to get Prio in mid lane. They're going to be able to get Prio in the bot lane. I'm not entirely sure how the top lane matchup goes. My instincts say that Anivia should be able to get early pressure, especially once you get level 2. But again, I think Heretics just have options in the early game, and I'm excited to see what Sheo can do in the jungle matchup. And Linsus definitely doesn't want to get all his camp stolen again. But
no, he does not.
Pressure's on now for Vitality. I think Medic hit me with the stat last week that if Vitality lose game 1, they haven't won a game 2. Like, all their series this split are just 2-0s.
Wow.
Yeah. So we'll see if they can break that curse here against Heretics, who's looking to close things out.
Now, I'm obviously looking at solo queue right now, and who's really spamming Anivia top. It's funny that it's actually Broken Blade and Wonder, who are the two people from EU that are playing a bit of Anivia top. And I'm not talking like every day, like it's here and there, but outside of Kingen, I'm trying to look and see like, any Zayas in here? we got any other Korean top laners? No, it's just Kingen and Broken Blade.
But I'm excited. We're getting an Anivia top lane.
We are. And expect a Rod of Ages build, as you would expect with any mage as well.
The real question is, Anivia has been used against younger players because this champ came out when they were extremely young.
Yeah, true.
You did mention earlier that Carlson is young, but is he young enough or old enough to know about Anivia as a champion? That's going to be the real test.
2005.
So he's 20.
He's 20 years old.
He turns 20 this year.
Anivia came out, what, 2009? Okay. So Carlson is 4 years older than Anivia. Because Anivia was out on release, right?
30 seconds.
Now I'm going to have to go back and look at it.
No, I'm pretty confident because we had this stat about Kalist too. And Kalist was 3 when Anivia came out.
Release date was 2009. It was the 10th of the 7th. I don't know if that's American date. In Australia, we do it properly. No. The 10th of July. Yeah, they do it wrong. So, the 10th of
Carlson
July.
just burnt his flash, by the way.
He did. While I was looking at that, Carlson burnt flash, but he might not need it.
Yeah, I think he might need it.
Well, by the way, Nuko running the ugliest Anivia skin in the game.
Oh my goodness.
The one
Your
from
priorities in this game.
the Canada Olympics or whatever's going on there.
Okay.
Like, that's how old it is. I don't even remember the Olympics being in Canada. Or League of Legends.
Hysterics, lock in now, lock in.
I'm so locked in, tell me.
Lock in on the junglers, lock in on the top lane matchup.
I'm here.
Junglers both starting on the top side of the map. Sheo not going to do any clever invade tactics this time around.
Okay.
The OKs are coming through.
More remote spammers for today as well. Stend. This could actually be a really good trade. Wait, with concussive blows, Niski not getting the last auto, so Stend safeguard for now. Another Winter's Bite sent out, and Kazi, again, feeling really good with the ward down as well. He has to flash and heal. Double summon, and Niski only burnt 1.
Again, we get to see Vitality's bot lane leverage these level 1 advantages. They did it against Fnatic's bot lane last week. They're doing it again here in this second game. It's a bot lane you can't afford to underestimate. They're more than willing to fight you, but that level 2 is getting closer for Heretics duo. And things are going to get a little bit scarier when this comes through. So there's the level 2. And immediately they have to back away.
Sten just zoning off really nicely. Bot matchup continues to be interesting while Camilla already doing well, and You know, I know you were theory crafting before we saw the Inhibitor top. What could really work well into the Yone? Well, we know in the laning phase and maybe beyond. Melee versus range is always just the worst.
Yeah, for sure. I also think Aurora is just a fantastic lane bully against champions that she can get in range of, because it's easy to forget that her passive can be procced by auto attacks as well.
Yep.
So just as you're sitting in lane trying to farm, she's just going to use those autos. But Linsus sets his sights on the bot lane.
Level 3 trying to get proactive. Flash Winter's Bite, Stend in trouble, and he has no summoners. He lost it before. Kazi is just waiting on the gold. First blood over to Vitality. Great times, gang.
Easy, clean, and simple. Linsus attacks the player with no summoners, and there's no way for him to get out. Sheo, though, cheeky again on the steal.
He's got this with Smite. He's just going to walk away from it.
Nice timing. I think he also stole the Raptors, I want to say.
Again? Bro,
yeah, he did.
This guy is a criminal.
He did 3 camps on his top side, moved into bot, stole Raptors, and then stole red. And now Yone has to be careful because Wukong might be here.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, Chayak, one more auto and 3-hit proc. Chayak's going to back away. He's got teleport, but Camilo is going to have a nice time maybe denying 1 or 2 minions as he gets his push out.
I thought he would actually let the slow push towards him, go back to base, and then play with the wave towards him. But it looks like he wants to push it in as quickly as he can, go back to base, has the TP. Bot Crab is going to be secured by Sheo as he moves into his bot side camps, netting him another early game advantage over Linsus.
Bird versus Hedgehog in the top lane. Nothing's really happened there. Nuck is just getting pushed. Remember, he's taking phase rush as well, so he gets a good burst trades.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Inhibitor does have push in that matchup, and it does help that Carlson lost his flash. Now, your earlier comment did say he might not need it. It is about to come off cooldown.
He's a Chad. That's why.
So.
And Nuck is a Chad as well. The way he positioned his chair, like he's a Counter-Strike player or something, you know? And if you're Vitality, and you're a Vitality top laner, you want to emulate your Counter-Strike team because they are slapping cheeks.
Do, yes.
Bro, that is a good team.
That is the energy the League team would love to have.
Yeah, if they get as good as the CS team, Europe is over. So that's where Vitality need to be. Now for Nucko, just a quick side note, he's playing a champion that hasn't been changed since 1322. I didn't realize the Nivea just hasn't been touched in that long.
Wow, that's a fun fact. Thanks for sharing.
Hey, no worries. So it's almost been 2 whole years as this continues to happen through mid. We are focused like a laser on Chayak versus Camilo. As
nice trades there from
really
Camilo.
good.
He's doing a really good job in the mid lane matchup. At a certain point, this matchup will not go the way that you're seeing on your screen.
Yep.
But that's a ways off. You pretty much have to complete play to the Ruin King before it really gets scary.
It is indeed. You know why we're talking about mid laners? Obviously, Team Heretics is the caveat here that they've played more games. But I just wanted to bring up these 2 guys in the spotlight because, again, the rookies that have come in, you know, over the start of this year, Chayak and Camilo have really been on this development path. But it has been really nice to see not only their willingness to pick out unique picks like Ryze in the current meta, or see things like the Silas mid, the Cho'Gath mid. It has been lovely to see that, like, they are still testing the waters and seeing what they can get away with in a Tier 1 league.
Yeah, I think an important caveat you did mention at the start, but I want to reiterate, is that Vitality has played a lot less games than Heretics has. And Heretics also goes the full 3 games in a lot of their matchups.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's nice to see their development. And I think Chayak is a really talented player. I think even in the game that they lost in Game 1, we got to see what he was capable of on his RE, building advantages against Camilo and playing well on sides. And huge credit to Camilo, because I was a doubter when he came into the league, and I still have skepticisms and criticism as the player, but you can't deny the growth that he has made in this short amount of time. Coming from a Division 2 LFL team to the LEC is quite the leap, and he's been doing a good job. But right now, the advantage that he has built for himself is a healthy one in the mid lane, similar to what Sheo has built up. Both junglers are now cross-mapping, one for Grubs, one for Dragon. Chayak is doing what he can to trade back now with a bit of lifesteal under his belt. Should be a little bit healthier. When we look across the lanes, you can see mid isn't going great for Vitality. Bot is not going great for Vitality. And even though I'm actually impressed that Kazi has a gold lead, I guess it did help that he get that first blood. But Flackhead with the HP advantage, you can see that that gold lead is not going to last for very long.
Kazi getting zoned off. I mean, he knows that Wukong's down in the area, so Vitality 2v2 getting punished a little bit. Even after Stend was first blooded. Just the power of misfortune in lane as well. Sheo now level 6 with flash available. Kazi sees him. And the potential on the dive on the next wave. Sheo's making it real.
There's the Guardian proc. The heal also comes through.
Double Cyclone's about to come up as well. He's just doing it by himself. Sheo is a nuisance. Kazi and Niski pay respect, and it's just to zone them off. this wave, maybe the next wave, with a bit of turret plating, decided that Kazi will not get it. Close enough. It's
Nice.
about as good as that sentence, isn't it? About a mess.
Flacket also has the ulti, yeah, and he's going to use it to quickly clear the wave. So that is a lot of farm loss now for Kazi. And the biggest thing is the experience, and he's going to lose as a result of that. The gold obviously is not ideal either. The Heretics building up a nice lead for themselves. Obviously nothing significant for now, but the mid lane matchup's going very well for Camilo. He's almost got an entire level for himself. The jungle matchup with advantage being gained for Sheo. Heretics, their laning phase is going well, and it's nice to see because we talked about this in the draft, how when you have this winning mid matchup and this winning bot matchup, in pro play, sometimes you'll see teams just not be able to leverage that winning matchup, and if you're just going even, then what was the point of picking that winning matchup in the first place?
True.
So the fact that Heretics are finding these advantages is important, and they're doing a good job. All the while, Carson doing his best to mitigate what is a bit of a tough matchup on the top side, and Naka doing a good job of bullying where he can.
Slapping him with his ice balls.
Oh, nicely done, nicely done.
Really good trades. I think when you have a jungler like Sheo, who's so far in this series and in other series is just kind of always in control, it is really nice having winning lanes for your team. You know, for Team Heretics, as you said, they're able to leverage that because of what Sheo's been able to do in the early game. That small invade, that constant pressure on bot. Look at the river vision. God, it's lucky you and I don't have to talk today, isn't it? Like, I can make that mini-map bigger for you at home as well. It's just red lining the bottom river. Sheo's just cleared his top side as well.
There's probably one too many wards in that bottom river, but...
No one's ever said that. There's too many wards in here. Now, who says that?
Okay,
I mean, I just don't... There's too many wards in here, guys.
I didn't say it like that.
I see too much. I think he'd be in trouble. But again, Flack is not just going to open up with the ulti. In fact, he doesn't have it for another couple of seconds. This dragon spawning 2 minutes away, so it's not like anything opens up.
What does that even mean?
It means, like, bro, what mid lane have you had that's really good at warding? Like, do you think you're Faker or something, or what?
I just know where the enemy team is.
Okay.
It's called awareness.
See, there you go. That proves 1 point to everyone at home. Lenses has found Sten. He was trying to deep vision, flash away from the Impale. Meanwhile, Niski looks for a new target in Flacket, but he holds on to his summoners. But Sten getting caught out. Again, opportunity for Lenses as he continues focusing bot, while Camilo might be in trouble. Has to pop the ulti. Chak has already used his as well. That's why Camilo just pops the trade.
Now it's going to be regained though. Chayak ultimately with a win trade means that he now has some potential kill threat in the mid lane matchup as Sten has to rely on the support of Sheo. Vision going to be cleared out. He's trying to sneak his way into this bot lane. Big health advantage for Vitality's duo as well.
Kazi stepping up. Sten looking for the handshake, doesn't find it. Vitality are just out of reach. Kazi stepping up. All it takes is this next minion, the push-in wave, and Niski Kazi, oh, they're going to be dead. Sheo has waited. Valkyrie now out as well, and flash for the Cyclone. Great from ulti, but Sheo, as Kazi flashes one more time, it's going to be an easy retreat. Take and kill. Niski gets out with his life, but Sheo, patience was the game.
I mean, that's basically a solo kill for Sheo. Pretty sure it was, actually. There's no assists on the side of Heretics. Gets all of the summoners out from Kazi as well. Resets need to come through as the dragon is spawning soon, and they want to be ready for it, so they're not going to waste any time. But Heretics, they find their first kill of the game. The cost, though, will be 6 scrubs going over to Vitality. Nako also going to get a play on top lane as Carlson was worried about a potential dive. And now look at this Anivia. A 700 gold lead over his lane opponent. And it's only continuing to grow.
With 6 scrubs on this team, when you have a Yona that has magic damage on turrets in side lanes, is amazing. Also, Nivea with the AP to turret damage ratio, plus the fact that most of Nivea's probably take attack speed quints. I assume that Nako has actually got precision as a secondary, so regardless, I'm thinking like it's old school. There's got to be some attack speed in there to last hit. Vedius, I like 6 scrubs.
Nice.
I still think they're very good.
Yeah?
What are you on the train or what?
I'm more of a dragon guy myself.
You're a dragon guy, yeah.
Yeah, I just think that they offer way more value, put pressure on their opponents.
You do like dragons at the moment. I've heard that.
Fan of dragons.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think about what teams want to do next, and it's probably dragons.
Oh, wow. Fancy that.
Fancy that.
So why?
Because it's kind of the only objective on the map to play for right now.
You don't think they should just fight?
So here's the thing. I think Vitality shouldn't fight.
Okay.
Because they haven't hit an item yet. Once they get their first items, then I think they should consider fighting.
Ooh.
But with Malignance already completed on Kamilu and a Trinity Force on Wukong, I think Vitality lose. That's what my instincts say.
So do you think we should add another objective to League of Legends?
No.
Okay, all right. Just
I remember when Feats of Strength came out, and I was so stressed when I played League, because it was like, you need to get 3 objectives, and you also need kills.
And now no one cares.
And now no one cares, that's true.
It's
So you
like-
think you want League to bring the stress back?
Yeah. I mean, First Blood is the same gold as every other kill, but it has a nice title to it.
Want to come back to this top lane matchup though, like,
Please do.
obviously Naknako continues to build leads. He has been doing a great job this lane. He gets his 4th plate of the game. Impressive stuff.
Ooh, Sten might be caught out again, though, with concussive blows stacking up. The Renato hold is the only disengage, but again, Cyclone's up in the air. Sheo's done a good job of disengaging. It's a mosh pit for Carlson. Running in is there first. Naknako now zoning out. The ice will consume, but not completely envelop Team Heretics. They got the health bars, they got the dragon. They got a 1 fight in their hands. The bot lane gets crushed.
Prior to this fight, Hysterics, you may remember that I said I think Vitality should avoid fighting.
And then what did they do?
Do you recall why?
They don't have their items?
They don't have their items.
So what did they do here, Venius?
Look at the force fight. So both top laners have TPs ready to join the fray. You can see them sitting in a position ready to TP. The TP comes through. The Renata ultimate really nicely zones Kazi away from his team. And then the front line initially dies. Then Chaya gets snapped back. It's now a numbers advantage as the Rumble ultimate comes through. And I just felt like the coordination there from Heretics was a little bit all over the place, and ultimately I think the Heretics having that item advantage, providing that valuable damage this early on, was such a big boon as well.
It's painful to get past Kamilu's ult. Sheo's spinning around somewhere, and Sten, even though he might be caught out here, we look at the 80 characters, they're fighting it out. Kazi going to be slowed down. Bullet time. A solo kill from Flaky D. Kazi gets put in his place.
Beautiful play from Flackhead as he finds that solo bolo onto Kazi. Now the jungle is ripe for the pickings as Heretics make their way into the enemy jungle. Heretics are playing so proactively. They're punishing these small mistakes coming through from Vitality. Now the good news for Vitality is that the gold lead is not ballooned out of control. It's only a 1.5k gold difference for now. But considering the lead that Naknako had and the way that things were trending, look, now the items have come through. Blade of the Ruin King, Trinity Force. These itemizations, this is where the composition for Vitality starts to get a little bit scarier. The only problem is they find themselves 1.5k gold down.
A little bit more than that. It's 2k thanks to the turret going down as well. Mid's going to be received, but Herald's going to be up in 50 seconds. So you're saying now, but yes, they should fight around Herald. This is the time.
I mean, their probability of success has now just gone up a lot more.
Oh.
Because the only advantage, like, it's important that when you compare gold, you also compare items, right? And so the item differences we see is pretty much boots, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
So pretty much more or less, everyone is pretty similarly geared.
Right.
So the question then becomes, now that everyone's on their 1 item spike, who do you give the advantage to? And this is where things like levels could potentially be valuable, but I think levels are pretty similar across the board. And then it's like, who do you think is scarier at this point in the game? Now, personally, I would say that I think Heretics are scarier at this point in the game.
Oh, well,
because they have the, we press all of our buttons at the same time and we do lots of damage in a wide area. And that's generally quite scary to deal with early on.
Yep.
The good news for Vitality is that there's not, I was about to say there's no objective to play for on the map, but then Herald just spawned, so I stand corrected.
Well, I told you about that, Betty. You just have to look at the top left like I do.
Yes, that's my bad. That's my bad. That's
it's like a cheat code for casting.
I was looking at the bottom, unfortunately.
Ooh, Sheo. Niski just puts up the door, no response. Sheo holds onto the ulti, and Flack is just walking into Kazi, and hang on. Getting deja vu, and I think Niski is too, as Naknako side laning is going well, and Naknako again consistently in the series has had an individual lead over Carlson, but is he the GOAT? Sheo now has the Cyclone, Linsis doesn't pull the Impale out, uses a smite, but Kazi just keeps getting whacked by Flacked.
So again, I want to emphasize that Vitality's game plan right now is grouping up as 4, and they're just trying to fight Heretics over spaces that they control. And based on the eye test, I think we can both agree that they're not winning those.
No.
Alternatively, they could be playing through Naknako. They could instead just cross-map, put Naknako on one side of the map away from Heretics, and they could be trying to funnel more gold into him, get the Anivia accelerated, trying to gain advantages through the strength that he provides. Instead, they're going to force this Rift Herald with the arrival of Naknako. I mean, I actually think they're going to get this one uncontested because the rest of Heretics are choosing to base, so I guess I'm wrong.
That's okay. Yeah. I'll be honest, I don't really see the thoroughfare in this response either. Sheo might still come late, but...
Wait, but everyone's left from Vitality, so he's just doing it alone.
So he's trying to sneak it, question mark. Eyes exposed though, and Sheo's just going to run in with a level lead, but it is a bit of a bait. Impale as well. Chayak is now thinking about his angle with the ulti, but doesn't pull it off. Lince's Impale is now down to teleport from Vitality. It's a flash away from Sten. Sheo caught on the trim of it, but that mid laner is about to go down, so Chayak now can't participate in the fight, but good zone control. Renato on response with a bullet time. The Herald goes down to Vitality in the end. Bromont from Niski, ulti from Kamilu. Carlson's here, there you go. Fire on the ground with Kazi flashing over. Into the Herald with the immediate spawn. I feel like I'm in an insane asylum. Team Heretics getting low. Nucko, he is the true goat of the top lane. We dismiss that because we're fighting again around the pit. Carlson's gonna go down. Kazi's auto-attacking. Here's Chayak again! He teleported in! Shows out of the back of the pit! I'm losing my freaking mind! What is happening?
What just happened? I want to say that was a one-team fight for Vitality. They got the Herald. They're going to get the mid tower. Kazi cancelled his base!
Sheo's dead. Bye, Rayjan! Bye, Rayjan! Let's go!
It's not over!
Oh, Sheo might be dead. Chayak has found him. Sheo to escape this one. It's impossible. Shut down. Hell yeah. None of this team fighting just around an objective. Let's fight all the time.
So, I mean, how do I even begin to break this one down? Sheo tries to challenge the Herald going down. It's a 3 versus 2, but Sheo gets chunked out so much that Heretics is forced to retreat. Chayak, in response, gets chunked himself, but crucially, Nucko is here first. The Rumble is trying to push in the bot wave. It's at this point that they should just concede and move away from the fight. But then Rumble decides to TP in. They think that they've caught Kazi, but he has the ability to flash over the wall. And then chaos ensues because he got in the Rift Herald! He started knocking up all the members of Heretics. Then Nucko catches Sten isolated on the top side. Then Niski tries to re-engage, is able to still survive. Carlson with little options and no way out of the Baron pit falls too. And Nucko just picks up kill after kill. 2-0-1 now for the Anivia.
He played that so well. Nucko's 2.5k gold ahead. This Anivia top
this game.
For Vitality. I just feel bad because I came in with this, this huge grid about Carlson. The analyst desk obviously followed my rabbit hole about Carlson being the next Zeus. And now Nucko is just the next The Shy, I guess. Hey, bro, put him on the pedestal because it's 2 games in a row that this guy's been laning like a maniac. Has had resources in him, generating pressure. Team fighting in this one, Betty, is, by the way, the Herald was used to charge mid. That's where Linces went off camera and then came back in.
I did miss that.
So mid turret's down, a 1k gold lead.
Oh my goodness.
And
so,
this is great. This is a lot of entertainment in one game.
Nucko got the bot tower. He now just secured the top tower.
Wow, 3k.
The mid tower has fallen as well. Red buff at the very least is Sheo's, but Nucko is a problem. And I don't really think Heretics have a good answer to it. You would think that the Wukong is probably the most problematic, but the problem with Heretics' composition is they don't have a lot of lockdown, I would say. So when you think about Anivia, who's going to try and keep you at arm's length, I'm thinking to myself, how does Heretics actually close that gap?
They got to send it.
They kind of have to send it, yeah. And so you're reliant on a nice ultimate from Rumble, and then you've got Kamilu as well. But then it's like, it's an interesting conundrum to solve. I think, though, that crucially, Vitality have a huge amount of side lane pressure, with both Yone and Anivia largely being uncontested. There's a 2-level advantage in top lane. There's about a half a level advantage for Chayak. And so Vitality, they can look to try and play through these side lanes, but right now, looks like they're playing for a pick.
There's sus on this team. Heretics, that ward in the river, spots it out over the wall, but stunned up. Kamilu had the great idea of popping the ulti, but he's in shock. Stand again. He's just going to get ulti. Chayak over the wall, looks for a new target into flank. A great knockup while Anivia burns them ice cold. A glacial storm, a wall in the way. Vitality in this series here to stay.
Pick after pick. Vitality find 3. They just wanted to try and challenge the enemy blue buff. They did exactly what Heretics tried to do in the previous game, but they make it work. Kamilu, unfortunately, getting hit by timing more than anything. You just picked the wrong place and the wrong time to go over a wall.
I mean, I love this again. Look, Camilo's like, oh, I'm going to find the ulti here.
Yep, and he immediately gets shut down. Nice ulti comes through from Sten to buy a little bit of time, but not enough space. Niski's there to apply the slows. The follow-through comes through from Chayek, and it's just more picks, more kills. 3-0-3 now the scoreline for Naknako. The Anivia just popping off.
Let's take a deep breath again.
Yeah, take a deep breath because Team Heretics, I mean, Flack had got a solo kill. Sheo was controlling this game. As you see, the gold lead still existent from it. The laning phase was great for Camilo. It was only Carlson who was losing in the 1v1. But now Vitality have taken over by 2,000 gold. This Yone is at the point of scaling with a stride breaker second. By the way, on your point of Naknako, Zhonya's Hourglass now picked up. So if they do send it on him, all he has to do is press R on himself.
He's also got the Seraph's shield.
He's...
Yeah, I mean, this is when Anivia gets fully on level 16, these 3 items, like, this is, you're good to go.
Yeah. And this is what I mean. Look at the damage a turret with 6 grabs. He's going to get pulled back in, but remember, he has Zhonya's. He'll get knocked into the air, bullet time out. There's the shield. Redemption, not going to do too much, but he's bought some time, and thanks to Niski and the Impale, the bird lives. Ice cold as he goes into the egg, but burst is not enough for now, the egg. Not going to resurrect, instead he's withdrawing because they have Anakan. He has 2 different lives. Naknako's still alive. He just can't die.
Vitality still get what they wanted. They get the bot tower. They do lose 3. But of course, Heretics don't get as much value out of it because, as you highlighted, Hysterics, the Arakan buff. It's what, 600 gold? Hey, it's better than nothing.
I can't believe it works like that. I thought he would go the Arakan before the egg, but now I have my answers.
There you go. I mean, Dragon next on the cards. 30 seconds. Heretics very quickly losing control of this game. Linces.
Look at him, the angle's
Surprise
great.
Scorpion!
And again into Camilo. He's going to be in a lot of trouble. He's already used everything. He has no flash available. Lucky to get away as Track just face checks up into a turret into the rest of Team Heretics. Linces backing off. Dragon's up in 10 seconds. You don't want to give this one away to Team Heretics. Vitality need to maintain control. Meanwhile,
I'm looking at Naknako.
Big bird up there, I missed.
Big bird. Freedom bird.
Sesame Street has entered League of Legends. You're about to learn the hard way.
Can you spell I'm cold?
Starts with brr.
Oh, the TP, here it comes.
And not interrupted at all. Carlson still up in top. Teleport down, maybe just to secure. He'll go to bot wave. Carlson just going to give this up because, again, Team Heretics can't find this. And Vetty, 2 Chemtech Dragons, 2 apiece.
You know, as Naknako was flying across my screen, my first thought was, is it a bird, is it a plane? And then your response was going to be, in my head, yes, it is in fact a bird. I'm like, oh, okay.
That's him.
Not that scary then.
Oh,
like, oh no, quite scary.
The end of the story, it is indeed a bird. He's level 17 on that bird as well, by the way. Nice little snapshot of the goal in this game. And I wish more games are like this. I wish, like, that fight was utter chaos. Some of the picks have been utter chaos in this game. You and Draco sung a hearty song about it, a hearty jig.
A hearty jig, yep.
Yep, but it was not until this game that I think we really knew what you guys were yapping about, you know?
Now, Anivia with blue buff and these items, you could just do Baron.
Okay.
You just have Skarner tank it.
Where's the butt? Are you about to give me a butt?
No, I just think you could just do it.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm just letting you know that you can. It's
Okay,
like
right.
it's like Cassio plus a jungler, you know?
Yeah,
but the blue buff is pretty important.
True. You just leave R on perma,
yeah,
right?
and then you spam E, which at this point is like a 2-second cooldown.
Niski. Ulti a little bit short on the Flacket. So Niski now doesn't have his disengage tool as Carlson's also angling up over the wall.
Yeah, her E is a 2.76 second cooldown.
Oh, that's nice. And again, double damage when you get your R or your Q on it.
Also, the wall is now 700 units wide, which is probably the least appreciated part of her kit.
True.
But it's one of the most obnoxious parts when you get into the late game.
True, even though it's max last. I think, does it get bigger on rank 5 as well?
Yeah, no, it gets bigger every level.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not even to the, I don't know, famous walls. It's not even that big yet. Wait for it. Stun, shock. And there's a Glacial Stormland stand. He flushes away. Naknako puts out the wall again. He's face checking into 4 people. Sten won't get a reset because Naknako's golden. He flushes away. There's no egg to rely on, but the Impale has bought him time now. Naknako is eventually going to die, but look at Kazi and Chayek. They're going to fill the void. A shutdown for Carlson as he disengages, but Vitality are not done. Run, monkey, run. Vitality on the chase. Mega Blast Cone will get him out to safety, but all that for some cold bird.
Blast Cone. There's another Blast Cone.
Okay, Mega Blast Cone.
Blast
He's just going to trim this out of the other side.
Leaping through the trees of the jungle.
Meanwhile,
Giant going to secure a mid tier 1. I was going to say, I didn't like that Vitality just kind of forced a fight in mid. I guess you could argue that Heretics was trying to face check into the river, and so they tried to punish that. It's good that they were able to convert it into an objective at the very least. So yeah, ultimately they're face checking. Nice stun comes through from Naknako. He doesn't use the wall early, which would have kept Sten in, but I guess he was predicting the flash, so he decided not to waste it. Then the wall comes through later. Sten then, of course, wasn't able to come back to life because no kill came through from Heretics. And the fact that Linces kept his target within the Anivia ultimate as well. I guess the good news is that they got a shutdown onto Naknako. Good bit of gold injection into Carlson, reducing that gold difference. But the problem is, that's not really being talked about, is Yone, like now 3 items.
yeah, he's chilling now. So even if the bird dies, it doesn't really matter. And I think Naknako should have his egg back up. And again, as Flacken might be caught out, waiting for no impale. It's actually on cooldown. If you look on the left side of your screen, about another 5 seconds, I can see that small number counting down. So if that happens again, Flacken will be caught out and will die. Vedius, you wanted to see this? Who needs a blue buff? I mean, he does 700 damage with every E, and you said 2.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Now Sheo is ulting. Niski is facing the wrong way. He's holding the door, but to who? As Mega Blast Cone really nicely done from Linces, but attempted to steal Sheo on the back, and he gets stunned up. But Chayak cleaves in two. No enemy jungler for the attempted steal, and Naknako chases. Look for Flacken. He wants his own blood as Vitality have thrown caution to the wind in this game. Yes, Carlson for a trade, but Naknako with the Baron and the follow-up kills is making this look sweet for Vitality.
The innovation is paying off beautifully. Using this Anivia to answer the Rumble. Chayak now, I mean this, oh, not quite. Oh,
close. The raptor.
Help. Very close, but I mean, what a one-sided fight that was for Vitality. A confident game from them, and it really all stems from that chaotic fight around the Herald.
Yeah.
It just blew the game wide open. This is the Baron being secured. Vitality is trying to keep them away from the Baron pits. Niski very close to losing his life. Nice use of the Blast Cone there, but look at the damage that comes through from Kazi, and then it's followed up by Chayak. Very easy kills coming through as Vitality find themselves with a Baron, with 4 kills, and with likely this game.
Naknako again, that was the Q over the wall on the show. So this Anivia, easy MVP if you're looking at this game alone. And again, a great performance on the top laner that we've been highlighting all game long. Couldn't get it done on the Jax last game, but it did feel like Linces was so far behind that Sheo was running the map. This time around, Sheo's lead is not affected. I guess it's different when your Skarner can still have so much impact. But Vedi, Vitality, here's the Baron. Rolling through bot is how they're going to begin. Remember, broken inhibitor in the top lane. It's one foul push that Vitality can move this to a game 3 with.
Yeah, my initial assessment of this Vitality composition was not expecting it to be this strong, but you can see how difficult it has been for Heretics to manage their side lanes at all. And so they keep this 4-1 setup, and they really just don't have an answer to it. So the siege is going to come through. Heretics really can't respond. Their only engage is Sheo, and they're just stopping him from getting anywhere near them.
Yesterday, only 9 degrees in Berlin. Naknako brings it back in, all the flash in. The hostile takeover, though, it's beautiful. Vitality are cornered in with a good ulti setup, but the X still alive, buying time. Team Heretics won't care too much, though, because they've already found pick on top, pick on jungle, pick on support, and now for Kazi. He needs a trade, but won't find it. Vitality, bit of an 0-7 there. This game should still be theirs, but Betty, bit of a throw as Sten almost dying to Chayak, but here's Sheo as a response against AD. Should be fine, but again against Yone, different questions need to be answered. The only one alive, Vitality blundered.
This is the team fight that Heretics have been looking for, though. The huge wombo combo. The idea that all the ultimates stack on top of each other and Vitality is grouped enough that they can do some serious damage to the whole team. They're finally able to execute it. And you can see how scary it can be. They'll secure another Drake and they'll buy themselves a little bit more time. But ultimately, Vitality are playing with the confidence they should be playing with. They're so far ahead. They're incredibly strong. But then the shield drops from Niski, and that is Sheo's window to go. He flashes in to try and get the knockup. He connects onto Naknako. The ulti from Renata connects onto 2. And early Zhonya's as Kazi and Chayak are split from the team, and they eliminate 3 members immediately.
The disrespect from Vitality. But you're right, Team Heretics layering was nice. Shao flashed like a centimeter just to get closer towards Naknako to get that ulti. But yeah, for Vitality, this game's not in their back pocket yet. Dragon goes to Team Heretics, they're on Soul Point. And while there's no inhibitor turrets left standing, it ain't over till the Nexus falls. And especially in the LEC, I've known that anything's possible. Team Heretics know that anything's possible to come back.
I cannot believe that Vitality can throw this game. I just can't. I can't believe it. I refuse. In fact, I refuse to believe it.
Okay, well,
we're going to game 3.
You should have said that when Team Heretics were down 13.5.
No. It was a blip on the radar.
Okay.
I'm convinced that this game is unlosable.
You don't have like an ult or anything by saying unlosable, do you? Like, that's not you. As Shao, all the angle, beautiful. Kazi's caught out. Camilla with a great ulti as well. Hang on, Betty, what have you said? Niski's isolated and Lensis is doing nothing, and Impale that finally comes through with the hostile takeover. Gets Naknako. Flacken gets over the wall just to find Niski. Lensis dealing with him, while meanwhile, Chai can't do too much. Stend is dead, yes, but it's only 1 in the face of 3. Vitality are almost all dead again.
What is happening?
Betty, stop opening your mouth. What do you mean you refuse to believe it?
How?
Lensis, is he dead? Is he dead? I think Lensis might be dead.
That's Baron in a minute. He's set for 52 seconds.
Betty, you altered.
No, there's no. I don't do that. No.
Betty.
So the flank from Sheo is just fantastic. This man finds another beautiful engage, utilizing the control ward that Vitality knew was there. A great Renata ultimate connects onto Naknako as well. And then also you can see Stend able to survive, come back to life, provides a little bit more utility. We get back to live.
Ooh,
oh no.
Mistake though. Hello. Camilo caught out. There's a lot of bursts here. Naknako, you can see there. Half HP in an instant. Wall out.
But Sheo.
Flash out. But you're right. Sheo again, the saving grace. He did it in the bot fight. He did it mid. And he's trying to do it again. But he can't find any follow-up. Stand not there until the shield comes through. Camilo pops him. Someone's having KFC tonight.
What is happening? Vitality. This game should have been unlosable for you.
But you have to admit,
I mean, Sheo's been finding incredible flanks.
he is the god of jungle.
Okay, you need to stop.
No, I think we need to elevate because Baron's up, Betty. Both junglers are up at Naknako 35 seconds.
He has teleport available, though.
How do you buy time as Vitality? How do you stop this Baron from going until Naknako's up?
That's a great question. I mean, you do still have Yone. 4 items completed, but Heretics are doing the right thing. They're forcing the Baron.
Niski's face checking. He's been poked out a little bit. It's Carlson doing zone control, the level 18 rumble. Chayak is trying to do what he can, get Permafrost up. He might be in trouble. Carlson's going to get popped immediately. Baron still had thought they were 3k. The attempt to steal from Lensis gets out of the ulti, but Baron is down. Team Heretics support flashes away immediately, but Vitality cannot let this stand. They need to delay the back as much as they can, but it's Baron. It's going to go back like that. And even though Naknako's alive now, 4 Barons for Heretics, and a fight afterwards. Vitality thought they were safe, but Niski walking in with the Impale's going to drop down. Lensis up next. They're being toyed with. Vitality are like dolls on chains. Dance for me, boys, dance.
They get caught trying to clear a control ward. They think that Heretics is just going to go back to base and they're safe to do that. And Heretics stuck around. They get themselves another 2 kills. They continue to stall this game out. Camilo is nearly full build. He's only got to be a couple hundred off that Void Staff. This is unbelievable. How have Vitality thrown this game?
Sheo, if he doesn't get MVP for this series, they win. Then it is a travesty. Then all you people voting online need to have a look at the mirror.
Sheo is astro smurfing this series.
I mean, to be fair as well, Camilla's getting some good pops. Flackett's had some good moments. I'm sure in hindsight, a lot of you will have a conversation about it, but for now,
but like Sheo is like the engage.
He
like,
is.
The fights won't happen if he doesn't find an angle.
That's a great point.
And he keeps finding the angles.
Dragon going to be started. This is for Chemtech Soul for Team Heretics. Vitality need to stop it.
Here we go. Jungler has now made his way over from Vitality. Linces back out on the map.
Triac is on bot.
Positioning is crucial. They're in a choke point.
Camilo wall out as well. Sheo once again, as you said, for ball time doesn't do too much, but Naknako is in the egg! He's in the egg! Flackett gets the kill. Vitality out of the pit. Triac might just need to hit bot. Go on, Triac. Try and backdoor, because all the team fights are going so bad.
The wombo combo of Heretics continues to come through. The fact that Vitality just can't find a good fight, they can't seem to approach, thanks to the Renata.
I think Triac's dead. Flackett is so fast.
I mean, you got to remember the blast cones.
Yeah, but is he going to be able to get it? Flackett going to hit it and pop back into the jungle.
He's got TP, he's got TP.
He ulties. Yeah, Make It Rain not going to spot him out either. So he's out. Good TP, but...
Soul now secured for Heretics.
That's right.
They also have 30 seconds left on the Baron. They can't really do much with it. To remember that their base is still in tatters. They've got to be careful about any deep wards that can potentially be used to flank around. They know that Triac's CP is on cooldown at the very least. But my goodness. I shouldn't have said what I said. I regret it and I apologize.
You've got some power. You've got some power.
Did not think that... I did not think it was possible for Vitality, given the position that they were in.
And you know what I've noticed in this game? As Sheo, again, close to Kazi. Ulti popped out, Niski's scared. Naknako as this bird also has to be, because Naknako's not having the same impact that he had earlier on in the fights as Team Heretics had to push. Sten. Bit of a mistake, but a handshake from it. Sheo comes in, but look at where he is. The Glacial Storm is ticking down, chilling him to death. The Impale's good as well with the ball time, lay it on. Vitality in womboed again. Kazi tries the space, but Sheo is a running nightmare. Team Heretics bring it all together. They're running through mid, and Vitality fight up the fight, kill up the kill, get no signs of relief. Carlson fighting on top, Triac trying to jump in, but the last two members of Vitality are kaput. The dream's gone, and Vitality have lost it all in one big, long 40-minute game. Thaddeus, this is League of Legends. This is what it's all about. We were here to witness this in what has been a bout, a 2-0, unbelievable disaster nightmare. Bloody brilliant display from Team Heretics.
Sheo with a masterclass carry performance. His engages when his base was falling apart were game-changing. Incredible team fighting at the very end. Heretics find a way to turn the game around. And what was crazy is at the very end, the Cam Soul making him that much more durable that they couldn't actually kill him when he was diving the towers. And what was even crazier to me was Sheo gets ulted underneath the tower by the Skarner. The MFO kills Skarner and he used it as an engage. Yeah. He went in, he didn't go out.
Sheo is iconic and I love it. Team Heretics is a team that you can get excited about. There's a big reason as to why. You can vote for your Kia Player of the Series. There's 3 names there. Respect to all of them. It's Sheo. If you don't vote for Sheo, you are a criminal.
And it's awesome to see because I feel like that when Sheo was on BDS, he was a player that kind of fell to the wayside. He wasn't like the superstar of the roster. He was just that component that made the team work. But now I feel like he really is becoming that carry player, becoming that superstar. and I just, it's impossible to ignore him. The man is playing incredibly well. It brings Heretics to 3-3 in the standings, and in a position that we did not expect them to be in at the start of the split. They are fighting for a spot in the top 6.
They are, and again, I think they deserve it. Like, you can call whatever you want to call that game, but the recovery from Heretics, the setup from Sheo, as you said, Flackett as well, had a sensational performance on this Misfortune, a lot of the fights too, like the 1v1 onto Kazi.
Now, they could have been watching Sheo live in the arena, but unfortunately, they were sitting at home.
So what can they do? If they want more like that,
yeah, if you do,
what can they do?
They need to come watch the LEC live in the Riot Games arena. So you need to grab your tickets, and I believe there's a sale starting soon.
Oh, there's a sale.
There's a sale.
Wow. Oh, day 1 to day 3. They're on sale right now, I think. Day 4 to day 6, 22nd of April. Lower split final, 29th of April. Okay, got it.
Get your tickets. Come watch the LEC here live in Berlin. We've got some banger games on the way, but we need to get down on stage where we've got Law standing by with Flank.
Ask him how good that game was.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm Laure. Welcome back to the stage for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. I mean, you can clap. That was actually a really, really good game. And I want to start by quoting Vedius, who's right there, who said around 25 minutes in game when they were racing to your base, it is unlosable for Vitality. Any comments on that?
I mean, it's the classic, the caster curse.
Yeah.
The moment you say unlosable, the team starts throwing, so...
How did you guys make it happen, though? It looked really dire for you.
To be fair, I think it was really hard. But if we have like something that like, you know, it's like a part of our identity, I think it's like resilience. I mean, in a lot of games, sadly, we started like behind on stage, but we still managed to make it through.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we were just resilient, and we actually played fights better than them, so we stuck to win.
How annoying was Anivia, though? And is it a champion
it's
that you
disgusting.
saw coming in the draft? Did you expect it?
I mean, for sure, we didn't expect Anivia. I knew he was playing it, because I played solo queue against him, and he was playing Anivia. And to be fair, the champ is really annoying to play against.
Yeah? What about it? Makes it
I mean, she's like really tanky, she has the wall, so if you're like no mobility, it's really annoying. And overall, it's like really good, like creates a lot of space for the team.
Talking about Team Heretics, you guys have played 6 series now. You have 3 left, the schedule being as it is. Not every team has played the same amount of games. But how do you feel so far in the split? You've talked about resilience. I love the vibes with Heretics. I love the fact that you keep on smiling. I love the resilience that you bring to the table. But how comfortable do you feel in the league right now? And how confident do you believe in your abilities to make playoffs in a convincing way?
I mean, I think like winter split was kind of like a adaptation split. And we were like really shaky. I think the nerves are like starting to get out. I mean, we still have like some like you know underperformances still to fix, but for sure we are like more confident on stage, and as well the practice is going way better. So it's just a matter of time that we actually get even better.
Confident in game, confident outside of the game as well. I have a clip that I want to show you actually.
Okay.
Let's listen to your beautiful voice.
I kissed the girl.
But
Oh, my boyfriend. I mean, as you can see, I'm pretty fucking terrible.
You're really good, actually.
No, I'm really not.
You're really good.
I'm really not so good at singing.
Karaoke, Flacket, content idea. I want to see you do this, Heretics. Flacket, thank you so much,
Thank you so much,
for
sir.
the interview.
Thank you so
Do you have a final comment on your jungler, who is the Kia player of the series here?
Into my jungle, I just tell him he's the GOAT. I love him. And it's a bit of a rat chasing game 1, but it works, so.
All right, ask him to sing next time.
I don't think he will.
Thank you so much, Flacket. We're going to take a short break here, and we'll be back for the second series of the day. It's going to be G2 versus Team BDS. Stay tuned.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
G2 versus Team BDS. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine being BDS and seeing Sheo in that previous match? You're just like waiting, Nuke's like waiting, and he's like, my jungler.
I mean, to be fair, 113, he's a miracle worker while also being a disaster worker at the same time.
So
maybe he can bring some of that
He's
spice.
a coin flipper, but we like it.
Yeah, who doesn't love a coin flip?
It's true, it's true. As
Definitely
long
not
as,
BDS.
as long as I get the coin. Yeah, okay. I do want to talk about the top lane, though. Broken Blade versus Irrelevant. In this specific one, I saw a sign here that says, pretty girls love Broken Blade. I know that to be fact. So perhaps we can start there. No, we should start with the gameplay. But we want to talk about Irrelevant a little bit because it's kind of an enigma and a bit of a mystery, I think, who has fallen off.
Exactly. For me, this was the matchup to watch for today because also coming into 2024, well, now 2025, he was the first piece of the offseason to move. He was the one who went to BDS, kicked off the offseason, and I thought that this was finally the time for him to have huge impact because if you guys remember 2024, he was amazing. He had great stats, got first regular season with SK, first time ever since 2015, and that was a lot due to him. But now, walking into BDS, I feel like this leaves a little bit to be desired. I feel like he's not been finding himself the impact that he personally wants and also that BDS needs from him, and this is what I feel like the top lane matchup might be a little bit lackluster today.
Might be a little bit skewed because Broken Blade is kind of the GOAT up there.
He's been looking really, really good. And as Odo Amne talked about, I feel like it's going to be pretty one-sided. I don't really see much fire in Irrelevant's gameplay. I just feel like he hasn't been performing as you'd want on the stuff like Gnar and the Jax that he was showing before. And you also talked a lot about the champion pools of the two players where, you know, Broken Blade has him way beat in that department as well.
Yeah, exactly. If we can bring up the champion pool right now, if you look at it, Irrelevant, a little bit of a fourth rig, the Renekton, Gnar, Cassante, Rumble, while on Broken Blade, yeah, Cassante, you know, you have to pick it on the blue side, that was the meta, but look at all of these other champions.
Explain this like I'm dumb. Like,
he's playing...
Which I'm totally not.
Okay, yeah. So BB is playing a lot of champions very, very often. The bigger the blob, the more games he has on that respective champion. While Irrelevance is scattered pretty much everywhere in smaller blobs, BB is still playing more champions more often. He has a huge comfort level on all of this. And going into Irrelevance's matchup today, where he plays a lot of meta champions, this is where BB is shining.
I see. This is a great graphic, by the way. Shout out to our graphics team
and the
our
leader,
stats
my
people.
boy.
There he is. It's going to be skewed. Oh, no pun intended for the jungler as well. But G2, since getting kind of shocked tremendously in those winter finals, they're coming back with revenge. They are the only undefeated team when it comes to the LEC Spring Split. Currently, Jack, what do you think about a team like that when they have to bounce back, when they're so close to winning a title, when they have some players on there that are previous champions?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's been all about caps, to be honest. I feel like the fact that he's coming in with this goal in mind of being better than Vladdy again, finally someone that can actually compete with him, I feel like it's pushing him to new heights, and we're seeing this caps that is just so damn good. And for me, G2 looks like the best team in the league right now.
And personally, I'm quite excited from the fact that they lost the finals. Sorry, guys. But this is kind of the kick in the butt that G2 always needs. I feel like there's always these times where they feel like they need to reinvent the wheel, revolutionize their own gameplay. And these are the sort of moments that push them forward to greater heights. And I feel like them starting 3-0 or 4-0, I'm not really sure what they are, but still undefeated, is due to this fact that they lost finals and now they feel like they need to take everything a lot more serious and really be a lot more crisp.
I'm hearing people already saying, well, they didn't play as many matches as some of the other teams. You are correct, but, you know, technically it is still correct. Since we have the audience, probably pretty awkward for them since we're still talking. So maybe some audience, what makes G2 so good? Anyone? Broken Blade. Broken Blade? Top Father, it's all Broken. It's like a cult, honestly. It's really insane.
It's rigged, yeah.
It's crazy, but it makes sense. And what does BDS have to do to win?
1-1-3.
1-1-3. This is so funny.
1-1-3 on Nidalee.
It's so funny because when we talked about the segments, he really wanted to talk about 1-1-3. We have some extra time, and you got the blessing of the audience, so go ahead.
Well, he is a man that has a ton of tricks up in his pocket. We've seen him with incredible creativity. He can do many things that others cannot, but he can also do things that you just should not do, unfortunately. So, as we talked about, he's a bit of a coin flip, but I think BDS needs, you know, they need some fire, and he's the one bringing that firepower. We see here, he gets invaded early game by Bukada, and for many junglers, the game would be over, but not for 113. He finds a great invade onto Bukara and kills him, and then snowballs the game into BDS's favor with another gank towards the bot side, and that kind of just snowballed the game into a BDS win. And while so many other junglers would have fumbled, and after they lost their camps, like we kind of saw in this last series, they just fall behind, 113 with his creativity is able to do things, but then here we have a clip of him doing something that you should never do, leave the Elder Pit, and the enemy jungler flashes in and steals the Elder from him.
I see.
That's also quite creative, but at the same time, he does lose these games. But right now, this iteration of BDS needs a lot of X Factor, needs a lot of star power from the jungle, a lot of chaos to happen. And for him, he might be the man to watch. Even though we talked so much about Irrelevant and BB, I feel like he is the main catalyst for BDS today to grab a win.
I like it. For our match of the week, we're looking at 113. We're looking at that top lane. So without further ado, here is your match of the week. G2 Esports versus Team BDS.
This is your match of the week, G2 versus BDS. The matchup between these two teams has been always interesting, but this time around it's a new vibe. Same team, but with new players. Especially from their jungle and support, we can feel the huge difference. Lavrov proves himself to the haters, now considered as one of the smartest support in the league. As an ex-pro support player, the idea he brings always surprised me. Skewmont, new king of the jungle for G2, an all-rounded player who makes G2 even scarier. He brings solid performances every single time, and you can trust on this monster.
The next target for G2, the encore comes over 3, but Targamas now on the retreat, has to flash the wall, and Skewmon, wind becomes lightning, and Targamas becomes fertilizer.
On the other hand, we've got 113 for BDS, who has no hesitation on his playmaking and his engages. He pulls the trigger whenever the team needs it, and that makes BDS really strong.
113 is on the way in. Ishtal's edge, finding the knockback flash out from Kadui. Luffy will be locked up, and no ulti quite yet. Luffy set to fall. Nice lockdown, and 113 grabbing another kill.
On top of that, Powers adds a little bit of spice on the taste. His proactivity on the map helps BDS win the vision control and the objective controls. It's a heavily G2 favored series, and everyone will agree on it. But can BDS bring chaos here? Can they continue their hopes for the playoffs? We will figure it out soon on the LEC. Bring me chaos, and let's go.
Wadid was always one to bring chaos, and we'll see if G2 and BDS can match his energy today as they take to the stage for the 4th series of the weekend. We are well and truly at the halfway mark of the split, but not all halfway marks are created equal. G2 have only played 3 series thus far. After this week, they have 5 series in 3 weeks to round out their split. So a bit of an intense end to the split for G2. BDS, after today, they only have 3 series left, and they are still looking to get into that, into those playoff berths. 5th or 6th is where we're expecting them to end up if they can manage it. But it's not the easiest road for BDS. After G2 today, they still have to play up against Vitality, Fnatic, and Giant X. So some challenging games still there for them, especially that Fnatic series, of course.
Yeah, especially when they're sitting at 2 and 3. It's not exactly the position that you want to see yourself in. So I think for BDS, wanting to get wins against a team like G2 could propel them very quickly up the standings, and just trying to get those wins as quick as you can to hit that top 6. But we will launch ourselves into draft as Callista immediately taken off the board for BDS. I'm still imagining we'll see things like the Skarner and these kind of picks banned away on the red side. They're kind of becoming the bog standard. Probably Maokai next as well for G2.
Yeah, no real surprise that the Varus gets taken away by G2. Those 2 AD carries, the 2 strongest AD carries on the patch right now, at least in professional play. Rel removed by BDS is a little surprising. I think Lavrov has more than just the Rel in his toolkit. His Nautilus, his Nico, his Leona, it's tons of engaged support. So seeing Rel banned out so early isn't something we too commonly have to witness. Jace taken away by G2. They have banned this out, I think, in about 87% of their games, 71% of their games so far. So continuing along that trend.
Yeah, I think as well for the Lavrov point, I think he's been looking pretty strong over the last couple of series that they played as well. Like the Heretics and the Rogue series, he was crucial in like roaming around the map, and it wasn't just on things like the Rel. So maybe it's just putting the fear of God into a lot of players, where he feels like he kind of pops up anywhere on the map at this stage. But we'll have to see. Is Rumble, Ivern going to be the last ones? Azir, still very strong. Skarner, still very strong. Ezreal, also a pick if you want to try and go for it, but as we said, Ice kind of leaned away from that as of late.
Maokai's still up, Sejuani's still up, Yone's still up. There's so many power picks left up by this first phase of bans. With the two less than conventional bans of the Ivern and the Rel, you get towards those power picks later into the draft. Maokai is going to be the first lock though for BDS. They'll take a tree. I did wonder with the Rel ban whether BDS were going to look towards something that was shield reliant, because of course Rel with the Shattering Strike can get through some of those shields, but then they banned out Ivern themselves. So perhaps they're just a little bit afraid of Labrov's Rel and what it gives G2. Talia the lock-in for G2. Skumon's going to hover Nunu. He will not pick it, but instead Mundo is locked in. Can be jungle. We've seen Skumon on that a couple of times. Can of course go to the top lane.
I think it is going to be jungle, but I think it's the same idea what we saw with Desire. It's like, hey, you can't actually CC me. So if that ultimate's coming through, I can block that initial Maokai ultimate, set up that nice safe conga line for my team, and then we can slow march in order back in towards BDS. So we'll have to see if that is going to be the game plan. But on the upside, I think going for some sort of AD mid could work out here. Yone, as you said, is already still up and available. I think that could be something huge for Nuke, but going towards the Tristan is still a flex, but I imagine that he's going in towards Nuke, and it's something that he has liked playing thus far over the split, but especially when you're trying to play aggressive against Talia, trying to manage that jump can be a little tough.
Yeah, it's definitely something we've seen from Nuke in the past. I don't think BDS have actually brought it out yet this split, but I agree with you that Nuke and that Tristana mid is a very, very common pairing. Gnar picked for the top side, so could of course be Tristana going down towards bot lane. It's seen a lot in solo queue at the moment, very aggressive, very powerful early on, but at the moment, if I look at BDS's comp, I really feel it lacks magic damage. So unless they're putting a mage down in bot, maybe the Trist is going to be flex.
Especially since I think we're either getting the Yone or the Yasuo as an answer into that Gnar in the top lane. It will be the Yasuo, so this is something BB's brought out pretty regularly into that Gnar, looking to bring it out to the forefront once again. You've already got that pop-up with the flick from the Talia in the mid lane as well. So I think G2 already kind of setting up for a little bit of a wombo combo, but good sidelining along with it. So BDS, I think we'll have to find things that can respond well to it. So I think at this point, having something that's a bit more push focused, I think in the mid lane for Ice could work out. Like Tristana can still do a lot of that pressure, but it just feels like at the moment that if you end up putting this Tristana bot, it's a ton of activity and pressure that you're trying to put in towards getting Ice ahead, whereas now you've got a really good matchup in an isolated position for Broken Blade in the top side.
Yeah, he's brought out that Yasuo 7 times in the past. 4 of those have been into the Gnar, a couple of them into Zeus's Twisted Fate as well, back year before last at Worlds. Has only lost one of his games on Yasuo, has Broken Blade. Very happy on the champion, 87.5% win rate on it. So now we move into the second set of picks and bans. Braum and MF taken away by G2 and BDS respectively. There's the Poppy ban, which makes a lot of sense when you're playing a Yasuo. You really don't want to have to deal with that from the support role.
Yeah, I think for G2, they're pretty happy to just round out their composition with something like an Ashe, and they can even go towards something like a Kai'Sa, since you do have at least some dive already set up in the Yasuo. And I imagine Leona, Alistair, kind of things that you're going to be on up as well, just to try and set up those fights now as G2. But I think nice call by BDS to get rid of the Alistair. It's kind of the last big AoE CC to set up for that Yasuo.
I think Rakan's the other one that I would look at. It's not the best primary engage, but it does still give you a lot. And when you have a Mundo, you can actually really easily use him as the taxi to get onto that backline. Often that's what Rakan is looking for. Someone that can engage primarily, and then he can jump on top of them, follow up with his engage. But it actually is going to be the Nautilus instead. Does have a bunch of knockups in his kit. Dredgeline has a slight displacement. Depth Charge, obviously, a massive knockup that knocks up everyone it goes through. So now BDS, we will see the mystery of the Tristana resolve.
Yeah, I think it would just be Jhin Leona here. Ice has kind of fallen back towards the Jhin quite regularly, and the Jhin Leona gives you a very strong bot lane to try and play through if you want to. Although Leona, again, can pair very well with the Tristana for just giving you that kill pressure, but I think this is a Tristana mid for Nuke.
Yeah.
I don't know what you try and answer for in the mid lane without it.
I 100% understand that logic, right? The only reason I'm looking at it as possible Tristana flex is the lack of magic damage. And obviously, Maokai, you can go Leandri's Bloodletter's Curse to give yourself a little bit of magic damage there as well, but the saplings have been heavily nerfed from where they were in the old days, where you could just spam them out and do a huge amount of DPS.
Yeah, I think the lack of oh, okay.
There we are. We were looking for some magic damage. Ziggs would fit that role, and it is locked for BDS. I'll have a quick mosey through Ice's
I feel like
history.
he played it last year.
I feel like he did as well. I don't think it was something we saw too commonly. He has a 0% win rate on it, has played it once, and it was in season finals last year against Fnatic.
Okay, so, I mean, it is something that gives you a lot of push. You've now got a lot of push in mid, and this was back last year, actually around just before MSI, one of my favorite combos to watch for how you move around the map, because if you get the Ziggs and Tristana in the same lane at any point in time, you just blow open a tower immediately.
Demolish into satchel charge.
Exactly,
so strong.
and it's when you've got so many objectives that are on the map, if you can use these two together to cross map, I think that's where BDS will get the best function. Otherwise, for G2, like, you have a lot of people that are kind of this point and click murder someone. So for someone like a Ziggs who wants to play far back, having this point and click death charge into the Yasuo, setting up with the Kai'Sa, is going to let Ice have a little bit of pressure this game on his head.
Yeah, we'll see how well he can avoid that pressure. I do like the fact that BDS are looking towards a comp that plays through map movements, that plays through macro, because that's what G2 have been so good at, especially the spring split. They've been very good at either finding pressure in their lanes and then utilizing that to get plates, or if they're feeling pressured in their lanes, getting the lane swaps out, moving around the map, making sure the enemy team doesn't have a way to react.
Yeah, and I think this is where G2 have just become one of the... It has kind of always been their bread and butter to have this incredible map movement, but it just feels like their early game has taken another step up when it comes with that. Just the ability to so succinctly get these early leads, carry them through very effectively into the later portions of the game. And it's going to be on BDS, who have been struggling to now try and find a way to break that.
Great to see all the fan signs out in action today. Saw some T1 fans there supporting Caps as well, which is very kind of them. I was thinking of a joke about how Caps wants raw swap to AD carry, and maybe that would fix T1's issues, but perhaps we shouldn't go down that route right now as we jump into the match of the week. BDS versus G2.
Sorry, I needed to wait for the clip to end before I could speak again. But yeah,
Are G2 going to smash, or are they going to Guma Luzi?
You can't just do that.
That's the question.
That is Diablo.
Okay, so
we're both getting fired. Now if we can get into the game.
Lots of TPs for BDS, which is something you often see with the Ziggs bot lane. He is running Arcane Comet. When he gets his Lost Chapter, he'll be able to push out that wave really easily, which means G2 won't be able to have as much pressure on the tower as they would like. The question is whether they can pressure the Ziggs out of the lane early, get that teleport burnt, and then start moving around the maps themselves. Paris is going to try and stop that, obviously, but one of the great things about Nautilus is if the Leona ever Zenith plays forwards, you can hook her out of that. So it becomes a lot harder for him to get on Hans Sama.
The biggest problem with this matchup, though, is that because Kai'Sa is so short range, she has to be in range of the back creeps to try and hit her own minions. And oftentimes that's how Ziggs will end up getting these extra Q shots on you, because he just hits the back wave, and that splash damage can do a ton of work, especially with the Arcane Comet. And in this sort of situation, I think Ice, if he can stay in lane long enough, you can go for that kind of Lost Chapter into then TP back, and you're suddenly so strong in this lane. So I'd imagine that's what Ice is going to try and play for. We do see a lot of people back for the tier, but I honestly, like, this is also coming a little bit of Ox knowledge over in the LCK, but he was always kind of like, look, you don't really need the tier in an awful lot of situations. The Archangel Staff, you're so safe at the later portion of the game, you don't really need the shield, but also then you have enough mana in general with just the Lost Chapter.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. You see Ice getting hooked there by Labrov. Level 2 hit first for Hans Sama and Labrov, and Paris steps in the way of the Void Seeker. Both the junglers likely just to do full clears to start us off, but you can see how much quicker the Mundo is at clearing his jungle than the Maokai on that first rotation. Skumond has already finished his 4th camp and is working on his 5th, while we see 113 just walking over to his Razor Beaks. Jump forward hit by Nuke, but that's the risk. Of course, the Unraveled Earth into the Seismic Shove combination from Caps means that Nuke is stunned midair.
It does mean, though, that because he just used that boulder toss, there wasn't really any answer, right? So you actually do end up with a winning trade there, and as long as Nuke can find those moments, he's in a great spot. And this is where I think it can get a little difficult for the Taliyah in this matchup if you're trying to keep Nuke in the lane, because he can just shove that lane so effectively with E splash damage, and then you have to use your Q to try and answer for it, and that's those windows where Nuke can try and trade effectively.
He'll go in once again. There's the stun, seismic shove, knocks him back, but he still gets the explosive charge down and manages to chunk out Caps' HP. Irrelevant. It's a possible dive here as Broken Blade has got this cannon wave in underneath the tower. Skew1's going to tank it first. Irrelevant jumps away. Skew1 flashes to the edge of tower range, and Broken Blade isn't tanking the tower yet. Irrelevant flashes himself. BB could look for this, but could also just go for the plate. He might almost die here to Irrelevant. Has to flash away. Was thinking about the kill so much, he didn't really notice his health bar falling. Sapping him down from 113 as Caps has jumped on, and Nuke just Goomba stomps him.
Well played by Nuke, buffering the jump forward so he could get the auto attack off and ends up getting that damage. Really well played, and also then for Irrelevant in that top side, managed to get away. I was trying to see when his hop was back up to see if he could have followed Broken Blade with the jump forward, but across the board, BDS avoiding the damage and putting the hurt onto G2.
Yeah, really good stuff from Nuke overall to get that first blood in the mid lane. A solo kill for him. Obviously, Skew1 was, 113 was just around the corner, so the Caps knew he was likely to be dived soon anyway. But Nuke was able to finish him off before that dive had to materialize. On the rest of the map, Honor's basically even, as 14 gold between the top laners, 15 between the AD carries, 19 between the supports. I know that's what everyone really likes to focus on, but overall, BDS have a very solid start to this game.
Yeah, and then I think you're also going to end up in a decent spot now for bot lane. Ice and Paris faked the reset, so then they could stay around for the extra wave, so they're now going to crash that. You end up losing that CS as Hans Sama, whereas I think Ice is going to back now, get that lost chapter, TP back into lane, and then immediately be set up to continuously punishing Hans Sama. So there you go. Yeah, really nice play by the BDS bot lane, and I think this is where you kind of see teams who have picked up Ziggs versus teams that have kind of just practiced a lot with Ziggs and understand kind of these spikes, because now at level 5 you have a lot of kill pressure in this lane.
Well, God was spotted on vision. He's come across here. It's really just to allow Caps to get this wave in an okay spot. Nuke knows he's not going to die. That's why he's not burning the flash, not buffering out that rocket jump. He is fine and dandy, allowing Labrov just to get that tickle of damage down in the mid lane.
So Ice actually held on to his CP in the bottom side. So this to me says that they're going to try and play around Void Grubs, because oftentimes when you have a Ziggs, one of the things you can do is try and use that TP to always have pressure on the Void Grubs when they spawn. So I imagine G2 will kind of use that and just say, hey, we're just going to match then, going for Dragon. But 113 kind of in the position, Skew1's on the way, but you don't have that push on bot side because Ice walked back to lane, and that push from Hansam was already there.
Broken Blade did keep his TP in the top side as well, so he could teleport down here. Nuke is looking for Caps. He'll jump in, needs the knockback with the buster shot. The flash twist in advance as well. The follow-up. Caps is clapped for the second time this game, and BDS will take the Drake as well. Nuke is on an absolute tear.
Nuke is styling on them. This is sick. And kind of a little bit of criticism has been leveraged at Nuke over the last little while, saying he just hasn't felt like his old self, but on the Tristan, he's popping off. Skew1 now going to try and move up to get at least a Void Grub for himself, but 113 going to start walking up there. How quickly can he do a second one? No smite available. It looks like 113 should be able to force him off of this before he takes it.
Yeah, he'll manage to do it. Skew1 doesn't get the second one, and now Irrelevant's coming in from the side. Use the wallop burst into the Gnar to get rid of that spell shield. Skew1 can heal up a little bit, but the Heart Zapper shouldn't keep him healthy for long enough. Pops the ultimate though. He gets 6 from taking a club and walks out with the maximum dosage.
That was so well played by Skew1. Getting the heals, then getting the level 6 off of his sealing away the cramp with that smite. And now it's all fine. Irrelevant also doesn't have that ultimate available in the minion arm form. BB with the knock up, looking for it, doesn't quite get it. Irrelevant able to hop away out of that one. So nicely played thus far by G2 to try and answer for the play, but I still think you've got issues, you know. Your mid lane, very strong for a Nuke at the moment. That's going to start to bleed out elsewhere on the map, and you can see Labrov trying to move up here to help out Caps, but I think in this sort of place, as long as BDS can keep these pushes up, get access to the towers, and play through strong lanes, they're in an okay position.
Yeah, they should be okay. For BDS, it's a really strong start to the game, though, and Nuke having a Stormer for the first 7 minutes or so of this matchup. You can see Hans Summer up towards the top side. I should be able to answer that. Has double amplifying tomes alongside that lost chapter now.
But this is where G2 is starting to get up to the Rogue games. Like, we saw this in the Rogue series a lot, which is when they end up in a position where they have a losing bot lane, they start to swap their lanes very quickly around the map. Oh, we got the all-in, but Caps managed to avoid.
Seismic's jump just short, though. Lebrov's trying to come in from the side. Nature's Grasp out from 113. Should just clip Lebrov's. Caps able to stand to the side of it. Lebrov down to 100 HP and knocked back with the Buster Shot. The Ignite will take his life. Skewmon trying to turn it around, but no real follow-up from the rest of G2. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Broken Blade jumping onto Irrelevant, who gets the wallop and lands a house in the face of BB, and BB has to flash away again. Irrelevant has a flash of his own, with the house not quite connecting. I think Irrelevant will call off the chase.
Irrelevant going to be happy that he got the flash, though. Hansam also shifted down from that top side to try and make that play on mid happen, but again, it's BDS playing around Nuke, coming out on top time and again here. So this is where the Tristana just becomes a serious menace. Like, Caps is just going to struggle to hold the lane against them. You can see BF Sword now alongside the Slingshot. I don't think Caps can really clear the waves as effectively as they'd like to, and if you get access further and further to this tower, it's just going to be such a difficult play for G2 to hold on.
Definitely is. Ice still clearing out the lanes, to, the waves towards this top side. You can see G2 unable to get those signature plates that they usually get throughout the first 14 minutes of the game. Only one picked up. That was from Broken Blade and that dive on the top lane.
And that's what I was going to say, is that like G2 tend to go for these map movements where they rotate Hansam and Lebrov around when they end up in positions that they're not particularly happy with their bot lane. But in this sort of position where Ice has the TP, it becomes very difficult with the all-in.
Blade. Satchel Charge will get the knockback. Explosive Minefield. Killer Instinct has to come out from Hans Summer to get that little bit of a shield and to dodge the Mega Inferno bomb.
Yeah, but Ice still out of mana, so Hans Summer can kind of stick around in this lane now to keep up that pressure and continue to see if he can get another one relevant. Needs to be a little careful here. Wants that Terror place.
Looking forward, Skewmont land the cleaver, get the slow. Chase continues. There's the Gnar into the wallop once again, making sure he buffers both bits of CC to get the stun onto the Mundo.
Yeah, he also saw Caps on the way down, so Irrelevant kind of rightly being a bit perturbed as to what might be coming his direction.
No flash. Nature's Grasp again, Nuke just jumping forward, and Caps is going to get rooted up here. Seismic Shot will get the knockback onto Nuke with the Twisted Advance follow-up. The Buster Shot not enough to kill off Caps. In fact, it wasn't even used, it's just the Bramble Smash from 113. He continues to chase. Caps living on 7 HP somehow. Nuke very hungry for blood. He gets it into auto. 43 is where Caps walks away. Skewmon able to dodge away from Nuke as well. In the end, G2 get their first kill of the game, and Caps survives on a sliver.
That's heartbreaking for 113. I thought he had that kill, but 7 HP is all that's left standing. Lebrov sticking around underneath the tower, so then if that explosive shot goes off, it will be Nuke who ends up tanking the tower, but Caps just about getting out on that one.
You can see BDS's mindset is camp Caps. 113 set up here, knows that Caps doesn't have the flash, so just immediately goes for that Nature's Grasp. They jump in, but they just can't kill him.
Yeah, it's the going forward here by 113 gives Lebrov access to Nuke. Him now being pushed out of the fight means that he can't really follow up towards Caps because Skewmon can turn onto him. And Caps, those heals, crucial. Always pop your pots and Nuke, even that last auto, just not quite enough. So it will be 113 who falls instead.
Actually, 7 HP between Caps and dying in that exchange. You can see Lebrov hovering here once again as Nuke jumps forward. There's the Solar Flare. Lebrov is going to get caught by it. Zenith Blade there for the follow-up with the Aftershock. Lebrov is quite tanky for a while, but when it expires, he's not that tanky anymore. Sent to sleep with the fishes by BDS.
Yeah, again, Nuke is just playing around the fact that whenever you use the Q as Caps, cool, you've got no return damage. That's the spell you max. That's where all your DPS is. So finding these moments where you can jump in and constantly having Paris and 113 there, but they want to turn it.
Paris able to walk away for now. 113 coming in from the side, jumps onto Caps once again. Nuke going in. Caps with the Twisted Advance, the follow-up. They just have so much CC. Doesn't matter if you get away from the first one, you can't escape the subsequent crowd control. Paris will fall as well, so it is a 1-for-1 exchange, but if you're BDS, you are so happy with how this early game is going.
Yeah, and early Yuntal's picked up. You're going to start reeling through these towers on side lanes. There is at least G2 with that play able to get back over towards the Dragon as BDS are going on the reset, but 113 looking up towards that top side. 4 Void Grub's going to be pretty nice for a composition that definitely wants to try and play through towers. But at this point in time now, this is where they've got to go, right, Ice, you are opening mid, which you can see now, but we need to start moving Paris and 113 to sides to play around Nuke, start being able to take these towers, because at the moment it's nice you're getting these leads, but all these structures are still standing, and this composition needs that space to work.
Yeah, it's only a minute before the plates fall off as well, so you are leaving gold on the map if you're unable to take those in the early game. BDS have managed to pick up 2 or 3 so far, can't quite see that middle one. 3 in total, 1 in each lane. The problem is that G2 have relatively good wave clear. Well, the Kaiser is short range, Broken Blade again short range. The Taliyah in the mid lane has a lot of wave clear to work with, and it's a bit difficult for BDS to actually get the push in.
Yeah, I think the difference here is, though, that like if you're a Ziggs, all you have to do is get to this part of the map, and you are relevant because you've got that ultimate, right? So even though you can kind of clear out these waves a little bit easy as G2, where you are effective is very different to what BDS have to offer. So as Nuke is here, look at where Ziggs is.
Nice little sidestep from Nuke. I thought he may be a goner if LeBron would hit the hook. Would have pulled him under the tower, and then you have the depth charge follow up with the concussive blows as well. That's CC. Twisted advance forward onto Skumon, gets the knockback with a Nature's Grasp. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb as well. Hansama rooted by it, cleanses and flashes and gets over the solar player. Skumon the next target here for BDS as they find one, and now with the TP coming in from Broken Blade, Nuke's looking for more. Death charge on the tower, Killer Instinct in. Nuke went too deep, but did Broken Blade do the same? No! Because Caps is here on a Weaver's wall, and he weaves his way through BDS. 2 kills to G2. They lose 1. They will lose some damage on this tower as well.
Nuke got greedy on the play. The man we've been praising all game long goes too deep, ends up getting knocked up with the depth charge, and crucially his damage isn't there for when BB comes back into this play. So it's a lovely sidestep, and this is what we're talking about, pushing mid, immediate roam from Ziggs to try and play around Nuke. And as BDS go for the play, it actually works out perfectly. 113 not only catches Skumon, but Lebrov and Hansama just barely on the back line, so that then Hansama has to end up using the cleanse. Here they get Skumon, but watch Nuke, thinks he can get Lebrov, but the hook buffered into the immediate depth charge and the flash away. Hansama kills him. Now you don't have that DPS for Broken Blade, and Ice is stuck this entire time because of the Weaver's Wall from Caps. It was both of those DPS carries being taken out of the equation by the way G2 played that.
And as soon as you lose Nuke, you lose your consistent damage in a fight, right? Like, he is your AD carry, even if he's playing through the mid lane. Ziggs so cooldown gated. Obviously, as the game goes on, those cooldowns will get shorter with ability haste and with just leveling them up. But for now, Ice really gets 1 or 2 rotations off in a fight at most. G2 able to get a little bit of gold back in their pockets, but it's still looking balmy for BDS. 1,400 gold, their lead. 1,300 as I say that. Next Drake up in 2 minutes time, but there's a Rift Hold that might be a battlegrounds for these two teams.
Yeah, I think it's difficult for G2 to be the ones that set up first on us, because you still have this massive Tristana, the push from Ziggs, so I think they are always going to be playing second fiddle, but now not having that TP on Broken Blade definitely makes things a little bit more difficult for him to involve himself, because I feel like a lot of the G2 composition kind of revolves around depth charge, Broken Blade ultimate, then into Hansama finishing off the assassination attempt. But without him, I think G2 are kind of making the correct call. It's, hey, let's just try and make a play onto this bottom side of the map where BB is, rather than trying to play without him.
Yeah, just doing it a little bit slower than perhaps they would like. You can see Irrelevant very happy just to stand under the tower, and with the Lebrov only just walking through the tri-bush. Now you have the enhanced recalls from the Rift Herald. Paris could path out bots if they want to add a little bit of protection, and that looks like exactly what he's doing. He's going to go into that bot side jungle, get a bit of vision. Ice very happy to stand very far back in the mid lane, just far from an absolute age away.
Yeah, it's kind of the benefits of these long-range mages. And then now, G2 trying to move up, so Nuke can't really get antsy on the top side either. Letting Caps free farm this. And Caps should be in a spot where he can kind of just create this slow push now on this top side. And you're about 45 seconds out from Dragon. So you're now creating a point of pressure on the map the BDS have to respond to, but they do have 2 of those TPs available at the moment, and there's a Rift Herald in the middle.
Yeah, point of pressure from BDS as the Rift Herald charges in. The Satchel charge then follows up, and that's a very dead tower. No need even to put extra pressure on with that Rift Herald charging forward. BDS answering G2's pressure towards that top side, giving Nuke a little bit of safety as he cleans up this cannon. Just a couple of wards to make sure that Nuke isn't going to be caught out too easily. I think Caps and Labrov dodge the vision, but Nuke doesn't really need to step up here. He can just stay back. He knows that his support is backing. 113 is in the area and now starting to step forward with a 4-level advantage of that jungler over Labrov. I'm pretty sure they'd be happy to take 2v2. Wallop does get the stun into the Gnar. Irrelevant just trying to keep Broken Blade at arm's distance as the Drake has been begun by G2.
Yeah, the double reset on mid means that they get push on mid for G2, and now they've been able to shift across over towards the Dragon. So it's going to be on BDS to try and retake the area. Labrov is not in position though.
It's also whether BDS don't need to force in. Nuke is still pushing through top. The problem is Caps has TP and Weaver's wall, and they weren't actually far enough down that Nuke gets much more pressure towards that top lane. He's going to finish his recall, and BDS will just be left a little bit wanting around the setup for that Drake.
Yeah, and this is where kind of you have to be so focused on getting these resets in early and trying to set up for fights later, or sorry, trying to get yourself onto the objective first or trading for something on the map. With both Ice and Paris going for those resets, they kind of lost control of, oh, we can push mid, get control of river, maybe get control of topside jungle, but it does mean that they are able to, on the reset, move in towards this bottom side of the map.
I mean, that's how it's gone. Yeah, you have Short Fuse, you have Satchel, you have Demolish proc, you have so much. BDS realize G2 are resetting after taking the Drake. They step into the jungle, get a little bit of vision. It's like, okay, all's clear. Easy enough tower take. Tier 2s become a little bit trickier for them, though. They don't have as quick a route towards them, and G2 don't have to walk as far to get to those tier 2s. But with G2 having yet to take a tower so far this game, BDS are definitely winning that neutral game.
Yeah, and I think this is where, as long as you can keep Tristan on topside and Ice pushing in mid, you can use the strength of, hey, Hansama can't approach a wave of Ice, and Nuke is huge to just push in both mid and top, and then use that to get vision on this top side, look for potential Atakan. That's going to be in 30 seconds, but I still think your best options are just try and play for this deeper vision so you can threaten the tier 2 towers.
Totally agree with you. As we get towards sort of the late mid portions of the game, 20-minute mark, people are getting towards those 2 items. We haven't really seen any team fighting at all this game. It's been very much bouncing waves back, a couple of catches. Obviously, the top lane tier 2 fight was a little bit of a team fight, but more skirmish heavy. Do you think these teams are ever really going to want to team fight? Do you think we're going to see some front to backs?
I definitely think for BDS, yes. Like, this is a team that you have a lot of CC set up to enable the Ziggs, which is kind of the biggest issue for him. And then also Nuke can take over the fight. Irrelevant is fantastic as well in those situations, but it's about setting up the fights correctly. Like, if you're taking fights in like a choke point like this is perfect for a Ziggs, because you're all funneled into that one area. It's super easy to try and play for. But if BDS don't have control over these like mid waves to take fights in that position, then they kind of just have to give it up. And suddenly that's where G2 have angles for Broken Blade to come in an assassin angle with Labrov. So it's very much about picking your fights correctly as BDS. And that's why you can see they're denying G2 any access into river here. They just want to make sure there's no vision for them at all.
Super important that they get mid prio, get wave prio, and then be the first on the objective. Really, exactly what we're saying there, because then you can gate, control zones, make sure the enemy team has to go through a specific pathway to get to you, and then it makes it a lot easier when everyone's clumped up. If G2 are able to get those wave controls, though, if they're the first ones into the river, that's where things become really tricky for BDS. So watch out for that as we get towards, the next Dragon fight in 2 minutes' time.
And one of the crucial parts of that is going to be support resets, right? Because a lot of it is going to be if Paris is able to help Ice get push in mid, so he is safe, fantastic. But in a position kind of like this, where it's like, oh, well, you have Hansama who's by himself and Labrov isn't there, right? Well, you just can't really contest that wave state in as much position. So I think this is where if you end up messing up your timing as a support, the whole thing can start to fall apart.
So we want to be on top of that. Currently 4 players through this mid lane, making sure they get some vision control towards this bot side jungle. Caps is clearing out waves on the top side. He bought himself a Seekers after completing the Seraph's Embrace, so a little bit of extra security for him, and who can blame him after how much he was camped in this early game. It's Yuntal Runans for Hansama, though, going for that crit Kai'Sa build, which can still do a lot of work, but after 3 items, Jack Spectra says it falls off, so if G2 lose this game, we know what to blame. It's the crit Kai'Sa, obviously.
BDS, though, moving over towards this Atakan, they're trying to just 2-man it at the moment. They don't really have control of the waves, though, because Caps is pushed in top. There's 3 members of G2 on the mid wave, but looks like maybe they can just get this.
We did see a fast out automation go down. It was cleared out by BDS. It looks like, as you say, LeBron, like he's recalling. So
just gonna go for mid tower.
G2 will just look for that mid tower. Importantly, Caps can move down mid and Weaver's wall off BDS from this mid lane if they want to, but because of the Mega Inferno bomb, G2 do not have a wave to play with in mid. Good job from Ice to clear out that minion wave. And then although Skumon can tank a tower for a while, you get the backdoor bonus, the extra fortifications on towers if there aren't minions nearby.
But both Nuke and Irrelevant went to the bottom side of the map, so Ice has to take the long way around to try and get back towards mid. You can see he's a little skeptical about trying to immediately go towards that, but now everyone is kind of isolated from BDS, so Nuke TPing out, Irrelevant going to try and run it.
I mean, the problem is Drake's up now, right? Irrelevant's going to run away. He's going to hop on top of a minion, take a little bit of a taxi there. Depth charge coming out onto Irrelevant, trying to build up that Mega Knight, but that's going to insect in. And the shutdown goes over to Lebrov. Caps knocked back with the Buster shots, and BDS took a long time on that Atakan and now have given up all pressure around this Drake.
Yeah, BDS, they over-indexed into trying to get another play on bottom side and cheat tempo, but they just needed to clear out mid-wave, and G2 read it well. They immediately collapse onto them, and now they get the Dragon, they get the kill on Irrelevant, they get the TP from Nuke, and they just have so much control now on the map. Mid is so close to going down, top side as well. They're standing gold for them. They're about to take the gold lead first.
Yeah, and Baron's up in a minute's time as well, so putting Caps towards that top side, getting the push, taking that tower sets them up so well to get some vision towards that BDS blue side. For BDS, it's a slight misplay. It doesn't undo all of their good work in the early game. They are still at 2 items on Nuke, 2 items on Ice, almost getting towards those third items as well. They're still a strong composition, and they still have strong members. The problem is, sometimes when a small thing happens like that and Broken Blade goes in with a last breath, Nuke is dead. Things start to fall like dominoes was the end of my sentence, and it feels like that may have begun here for BDS.
Yeah, it's kind of slipped away from them at this stage. The fact that you now don't have control over the map makes it really difficult for you to try and play around those choke points. We're saying get control of the objectives first, and especially when you're losing members on side lanes. G2, I'm curious. I thought they were immediately going to move on towards mid lane because they've got the play you see now on the bottom side of the map, but Lebrov, yeah, going to be able to walk away from this. Looks like they just want to steal it with the blue book instead.
I think part of the problem for G2 pushing through mid there is they didn't have a wave and Ice clears it out really quickly, right?
Yeah.
So making sure that the top wave is crashed in, taking away any of these objectives that you can, any of these jungle camps, is really strong. They're TPing in to try and play around the Baron. That would help them push into Ice. Obviously, the Baron up minions get that magic resist on them and don't take as much damage from Ice overall. TP coming in here from Irrelevant. He is still fully Mininar as far as I can see. The Baron, Mega Inferno Bomb's not going to take it. Smite from Skumon is good. LeBron's going to sacrifice himself here. Or can he flash across the wall to safety? Solo player hits too, but it's Skumon and Broken Blade. Not really the targets you're looking for. Nature's Grass goes down. Broken Blade falling low, but has that shield. Nuke now looking to jump across the wall, but can't get close enough. And all of G2 get out with their lives.
Good call from G2. Again, Nuke could use that teleport to try and escape on the last play. So when he was dead, was just not fast enough to get back out towards the Baron. And with these picks and slow plays, G2 managing to claw back into this game, and now very much in the lead.
Yeah, their sole points, 2,000 gold ahead. They have Baron for 2 minutes. There's a mid lane tower to take, and then all the 3 tier 2s as well. They have 2 items on their key carries. Caps going Zhonya's second, not just sitting on the Seekers. 2 items on Broken Blade as well, who actually has been a large proportion of G2's damage generally throughout this split. I was looking at some of the numbers and I was really surprised because I saw Caps was sitting at about 21% of G2's total damage. Broken Blade, 28%. First in the league is about 2 percentage points higher than any other top laner, and that damage per minute difference of 150, when most people are doing around 700 damage, that's really impressive from him so far.
Yeah, he has been absolutely incredible, and the fact that he's able to bring out things like the Gwen, the Jax is fantastic to see those DPS numbers, but he looks great on, counter picks like the Galio, and I think it is a reason why Broken Blade has very much changed the narrative from where he was like a couple of years ago, where it was
2
like...
years ago, it was
exactly.
like, eh?
Yeah, and now he is by far and away the best top laner that we have in the league, and it's just like, yes, you can argue with Kana as well, but it's just like, the man is rewritten his history, and it's so sick to see the player that he's become.
Yeah, from Schalke to TSM to now G2, he has constantly evolved, and definitely over the last couple of years has been one of G2's most consistent players and one of their carries overall. Tier 2 in the bot lane at the target here for G2. BDS a little bit slower on the response. You can see don't really have the range to get that wave cleared out before G2 just take the tower. We're also taking away the jungle, importantly. A 1.4k gold lead now for Skumond, who's sitting over 200 CS, while 113 is down. He's only about 30 CS down, but that's going to extend over the next few minutes, I feel.
Yeah, the biggest issue is you're now getting the reset from G2 for the Soul. So what they're doing is using the last vestiges of this Baron buff to just get in, push in waves, keep BDS back in their base, and then they can fall back towards the river. And at that stage, it's very difficult for BDS to contest them, as there's going to be so many different flank angles G2 can try and play through. Plus, you're going to be face checking into Labrov. With some of these key carries, it can all fall apart very quickly. Caps now reset, I think, to finish off his item. Should have the Leandri's Anguish and now can TP back in.
Yeah, should come back in. There's the Leandri's. Still only 2 items on Nuke, and when you look at how tanky Skumond is, it's going to take him a long time to work his way through that Mundo. A little bit of trading happening as Caps goes for the seismic shove. This is all about mid lane prio. Solar Flare hits onto Broken Blade. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb follow-up, and he's on the back foot immediately. Irrelevant's building up that Mega Now as well with the Nature's Grasp coming out. It's going to be hard for G2 to get out of this one, but Skumond eats it up well. The rest of G2 able to hide behind that Mundo.
That could have gone so much worse. Paris sent the Zenith Blade into the wind wall of Broken Blade, so didn't get the lockdown where I think BB would have fallen, and that could have been it. But now G2 trying to get those flanks we were talking about.
And it's the gating as well from BDS. You can see they're keeping Skumond and Labrov at arm's length towards the top side. They'll secure the Drake. Now TP from Broken Blade into the middle of the team. Skumond pops the maximum doses, but he's ignited, so we won't be able to heal up too much. Broken Blade in the midst of BDS is immediately blasted to Kingdom Come. Unsummer with a killer instinct, just trying to survive. He's the prey, not the predator this time as he dives away. Solar Flare gets the clip on Caps, but the follow-up not quite there. Good seismic shove on Paris to keep him away from that Zenith Blade.
Yeah, so they will get the Dragon, they will get a couple of kills, but this was a mess for G2. Actually, we're not even going to get the fight in the mid lane, but for this BDS, they just hold on to this bush, and it's an overextension from Broken Blade trying to TP onto this. You do not have control of this area. The problem is Skumond are just constantly getting poked by Irrelevant and Nuke. And as the tower goes down, or sorry, the Dragon goes down, Irrelevant's in a perfect spot. Like, this is so much of an overextension. Caps isn't in position. Hans Sam isn't there to follow, and the wind wall is going to do nothing in that position. Right as we are praising him, unfortunately, it goes a bit south for BB. And now BDS back, hoping to get a bit more control over this game, but still a 3k gold lead for G2.
It's 3 items for Ice, though. Rabadon's, Leandri's, and the Luden's Companion complete. He might not be playing an AD carry this game, but he's still got himself a gun. And Nuke trying to get up towards that Triforce. He must be very, not Triforce, Infinity Edge, sorry. He must be very close, has the BF Sword, the Pickaxe, and the Cloak of Agility in his inventory.
Yeah, I'm curious what Ice ends up building, because Crypt Bloom did get buffed on the last patch where he gets the 5 extra ability haste, but it's also just really nice on Ziggs because you end up getting 1, the ability haste, but 2, you guarantee basically hitting someone with all your AoE, so you're almost guaranteeing that heal. So I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up going for the Crypt Bloom in this situation just to try and help out over the Void Staff.
Yeah, it might be nice. There's a little bit of magic resist on Skumond at least, but not really much across the rest of the team. There's a Locket and the Merc Treads, but double Zerkers, the fact that Yasuo has to build those Berserker Greaves makes it that he is not as tanky as someone that can index towards those Merc Treads. Also means that if he's in the middle of the enemy team, doesn't have any of that tenacity to survive. Has just finished his Infinity Edge though, so Broken Blade on that 3-item spike. Nuke has one of his own as well, so we're getting towards that point where, you know, as you say, G2 are in the lead, but 3k is negligible, I would say, at this point in the game. It's still a sum, and you're probably going to have an extra Vamp Scepter across all of your players, but at this point when you're at 3 items, that's a 2 to 5% boost.
I think the problem is it's like whoever blinks first dies.
Yes.
It's like you have so much burst power on both of these squads that it's whoever gets caught is just dead immediately. So it is very much a slow game, and that's why you're seeing like BDS just 5 men mid. Okay, we're gonna just poke a foot into the pool, see if it's okay. Okay, we got some vision. Okay, run away. We don't want to deal with G2 until we know where they are.
The frogs in the kettle.
Yes.
You know, yeah. Understandable. Test test the waters first, as Caps isn't testing anything, goes in with the Weaver's Warpod so much to avoid the Mega Inferno Bomb in the solar flare. Summer dived in with a Killer Instinct, and he did kill off Ice, but there's the Gnar from Irrelevant. He's going to jump across the wall, he'll kill off LeBron, and BDS find 2 of G2's engage.
They went so deep for Ice, but it just meant that Hansama had no one to help him out on the end of it. And LeBron falling down on the backline as well. G2 still have members up and available as his Paris has gone back to base. They want to TP in. I don't know how much more they can make off this play, though.
They could look towards the Baron. The problem is Skewmon just walking in, of course. Doesn't have the flash. That's up in about a quarter of its cooldown. Caps with the seismic shove and Broken Blade with that last breath could be enough. Nuke and 113 will start at the Baron. Irrelevant's going to come across as well. Paris trying to act. It's a bit of a bodyguard, a bit of a bouncer. Skewmon steps forward. BDS turn around towards them. Really trying to force G2 into making a decision here. Maybe taking the fight.
BDS just want to buy time for Ice. He's up in 3 seconds with TP.
Skewmon forced away. Look at the damage from Irrelevant. G2 can't even get close. Irrelevant and Paris keep them at bay. BDS secure the Baron. And now only 1,000 gold between these two teams.
And this has turned out to be a banger game. Ice, you can see here, gets caught by Caps, flashes away from the flick back. Hansama then goes in for the execution, but he's so far in enemy lines that it's easy for BDS to turn around. Irrelevant with a big Gnar up there as well, as Nuke is able to hop over the wall to help get himself to safety. But it's just, I think at this stage, like, I didn't expect this game to get to this point.
No.
I thought, like, G2 way outperforming BDS when it came to this split. And also, to be honest, BDS, they have never beaten G2 in a best of. Now, we are still a long way away from it, but I kind of expected this to be a bit of a walkover for G2, but BDS have played well in this game.
And credit to BDS because they saw what G2 have done really well, which is early map movements and early tower takes. They've been about 2,000 gold on average ahead at 14 minutes, and they just negated all of that. They said, okay, we'll pick Ziggs, we'll pick Tristana, we'll play through mid, and then every time you try and get to another lane to get the damage down, we're going to be there first. Skewmon trying to walk in here, but immediately has to walk out, knocked back with the Buster Shot. The Drake secured by BDS. They'll be on the back foot now as Skewmon's looking for the chase with that maximum dosage. Lebrov could go for a hook. Caps coming in from the side, but in the end, G2 can't find an avenue to approach.
They got the Dragon. BDS are going to be happy. A little bit of anti-synergy with the knockback from Nuke, right as Ice and Paris went for that double combo with the ultimate from the Ziggs, but still, you got the Dragon. They're going to walk it out. And it'll be a case of, at this stage, I think just trying to push in these waves, see if maybe you can take a tier 2, as again, BDS have insane turret taking potential, but it's more than likely going to stall out for another 4 minutes.
Very much agree. Let's switch our focus a little bit, because as we said, felt like G2 were winning the early game. They got to a good position. BDS have now started fighting back. What did G2 have to do from this position to actually get back into the game?
I think a lot of it is going to be how they try and play around Caps. Like, the downside of BDS is that if you can isolate someone like Ice, yes, he's got the satchel charge, but it's kind of a difficult situation to get out of that. So I think it's going to be a case of trying to wall Ice off and look for these plays, but you can see them trying to overload those windows to see if they can find the pick, but it is opening up for BDS then to get this mid lane turret. Now with the push in mid, it will be answered by Broken Blade, but G2 going to kind of be forced to move mid, which then opens up BDS once more to try and put pressure top. Now, they still need the wave, but this is where, as you can see, yeah, it's just trying to find these isolated picks for G2.
I do feel like I kind of cast a curse Broken Blade this game. Talking about how much pressure he's had, how well he's done, the leads he's been developing, and he's been a negligible impact on this game, I would say. A couple of bad TPs and not really able to control the lane. He talked about trying to isolate Ice. Seismic shove not going to hit him, but Paris is the target. Skewmon steps in front of that Nature's Grasp, and Nuke was able to get away in time, so can just push through that bot side. G2 still unable to find that engage.
Yeah, and I think the reason that Broken Blade hasn't had the impacts is that G2 haven't really been able to set up for the fights that matter, right? Yeah. What they really want is Lebrov in a position where he can press the OR button on Ice or on towards Nuke, and then that's what gains Broken Blade access to fight, where he's able to follow up with the ultimate, he locks a key carry up, Hansama assassinates with him. It's like that 1-2-3 combo that they really want to play for, but with the way BDS have been going for these fights, it's get control of mid, force G2 in a position where they don't really have this positioning for Lebrov, and it's making it tough for G2 to play out the composition.
Also respect from BDS. Like you could see here, like Hansama's walking down towards the bottom side, Lebrov is hovering in river. If Irrelevant says, I want one extra wave, he dies there, right? Or at least he gets collapsed on, probably has to burn summoners, right? But because Nuke mostly has been very respectful, and Irrelevant's been very respectful in these side lanes. G2 never have that opportunity to use the long range of the Weaver's Wall and the long range of the Killer Instinct to actually isolate someone. And so they're diving into basically the middle of BDS and trying to isolate people with a well-geometrized... Geometrized? That's not a word.
They foundationalize your
placed,
geometrizations, yeah.
Yeah, a well-geometried Weaver's Wall, which is very difficult to do. Even here, Nuke, you know, hits the wave, immediately walks away, knows that this side of the map doesn't belong to them, and with the Baron up in a minute 30 and the Infernal Soul for either team up in a minute 40, as you say, that's likely where we're going to see the next bit of action.
I do think BDS are being a little over-careful, though, because at this stage, like, your Tristana should murder these waves. If Caps walks up to him, in theory, you should just be able to blow him out of the water with the amount of damage that Nuke has. And it kind of feels like they're only just catching the waves a little late, and it's giving a lot of space to G2 to try and set up a fight as they would like to. So for BDS, again, I think a huge amount of this is 113 and Paris kind of understanding where they need to be positioned. But I don't think there's a huge amount of communication on like, hey, I'm going to aggress onto this wave, I need you to cover. You can see them around ice at the moment, but look at where Nuke is on the map. He kind of needs the help if he wants to try and attack this next wave.
You have to remember, this isn't the BDS of last year or even the year before, right? Their team fighting hasn't been as good. Their late game hasn't been as good as in previous years. So a little bit of tentativeness is to be expected. The question is, can they overcome that hurdle, that mental hurdle for these next few minutes? Because it does feel like the next fight could just determine the game, right? If you get a Soul, if you get a Baron, if you get one, you're likely to get the other. Drake up in 30 seconds time. Mega Nut about to time out here for Irrelevant as well. You'll want to build up that Gnar bar once again. Broken Blade is hovering in the bush in bot, not going to shove too hard. Maybe when they see Irrelevant, he'll go for it, but you do, as we've talked about so much this game, want this mid lane control if you're G2, as do BDS. So Broken Blade is going to stay in bot. Caps is up towards the top side. He's just pushed out a wave. He's got a teleport. Broken Blade, Caps is going to TP in.
Yeah. This is a mistake. Irrelevant should have not have gone for the red buff. He should have been pushing out that wave into a slow push so then they can test on towards the Dragon. But now you've got two. That's your inhibitor gone.
I mean, it's your Nexus gone if no one gets back in time. Irrelevant is there right now. Does have the TP. The Drake has been begun by BDS, but Broken Blade and Caps are on the Nexus towers. Broken Blade down to half HP. Solar Player's going to land it, but also secured for BDS, but they're on the run. As LeBron lands the hook onto Paris, Broken Blade and Caps unable to get much more as Nuke's going to teleport in. Hansama dived into the backline, pops the cleanser, doesn't go pop himself. He survives another good hook from LeBron from Paris, and Ice are able to kill off Hansama. Meanwhile, Caps and Broken Blade are dead. BDS have found everything they wanted as G2 tried to split them up, but only Skewmon stands still as BDS collapse on him. It's an ace for nil, an Infernal Soul, and the game for BDS.
Irrelevant held his ultimate long enough to smash Caps into the wall the second he came out as Anya's, and now BDS are looking to smash down these towers as well and finish out this game.
And G2, they tried to pull something tricksy on BDS, but Irrelevant and Nuke held strong. They held the line, and with the Infernal Souls at their backs, were able to win both fights out. BDS will take the Nexus Towers, and what is in one hell of a shocker, they'll take game one as well.
And in the fashion they did it as well is incredible. Nuke popping off in the 1v1 against Caps, constantly being able to get this success with 113 and Paris playing around him. And it looked a little dicey at times, but BDS able to close out the game.
That they were. We'll be back in, I believe, a short break. It doesn't say anything on my auto cue right now. But yeah, we'll be back after a short break with more League of Legends. Let's see if BDS can complete the upset.
Damn it. Heretics, are you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out. I don't think this counts. Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Who told you it was down here? Come along if you wanted a peek. I've seen your face around here. Come along, tell me under the table. What do you see? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer. What will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to
She didn't really notice his health bar falling, sacking him down from 113 as Countess jumped on, and Nuke just Goomba stomps him.
Well played by Nuke.
No flash, okay. Nice. I'll give you. Oh. 1-0. First, that's the start. Good job, guys. Guys, we need to sprint through the middle to go toilet, okay? Alright. I will piss my pants soon. I drank so much Red Bull.
Oh my god, he needs to sprint to the toilet. And it's far, actually. It's really far. So we'll see. But hey, he can take all the time he needs. It's irrelevant who we talked about so much, who came through with his team in BDS and they get the first game. And what an ending. I don't know if the replay is ready already, but I would like to see it again. I would like to see the trade deal of all trade deals for G2.
Yeah, you get an inhibitor for a Nexus, because now with the TP happening, I feel like this play is always bound to fail for G2, because what's happening is that you cannot really end the game in a 2v1 sequence. You're pretty much dooming your team to lose the soul, and now when, when Godzilla Nuke gets here, even the G2 logo is angry, but there's no way for G2 out of this once Nuke gets in the base.
I think this is a button on the caster thing, maybe, and someone accidentally put it on.
Someone fat fingered the
yeah,
button.
So I think so. So we can only look at it that way.
But can you really blame them though? I feel like they weren't really winning 5v5 fights.
Yeah.
Everything looked quite dire for them, and it's, you know, kind of the G2 way to try to use this creativity to find.
I admire the creativity, yeah, because it did look dire. Because if I believe that for the previous two Drake setups, they lost them just purely from positioning. It didn't really feel like they can find any creative ways to approach and crack the chokehold that BDS had on the Dragon setup, and they were forced to do this, and it was just an unwinnable situation for G2, I feel like.
Well, Jack Spectra was actually saying it before it happened, even when G2 clawed the gold lead back, because Yasuo and Kai'Sa had a problem, right?
Yeah, I want to talk about
Okay,
Kai'Sa.
he's standing
I
up,
need to stand
guys.
up for this one. Because there's this Kai'Sa build that everybody's going. It's crit Kai'Sa, and I hate it. And here's why. So if we look at the two builds, picture in picture here, you have a beautiful AP Kai'Sa build, synergizes with Kai'Sa's kit, and then you have this ugly crit Kai'Sa build. But why is it so bad?
It's disgusting.
If we look at Kai'Sa's kit and think about Kai'Sa's kit, none of her abilities can crit. If you look at someone like Jinx, she works great with crit because her main damage source is her rockets, and they crit, even on AoE. Tristana, her E scales with crit. Beautiful. Kai'Sa, Q doesn't scale with crit, W doesn't scale with crit, and her passive doesn't scale with crit. But, you know what all those things do scale with?
No.
Ability power.
Okay.
So, when you go the AP Kai'Sa build, you end up spiking so hard at 3, 4, 5 items because you get the W evolve, you can play as a poking mage instead of having to jump in every team fight. While when you go crit, sure, you have a good 1 item, 2 item power spike, but your 3, 4 item power spike, if you can't auto attack, completely useless. And we saw it in this game. We even have a team fight at 29 minutes here where, you know, Hansama, he wasn't playing bad. I don't think he made any like individual big mistakes, but he just cannot auto attack. I think in this total team fight, he did around 2 auto attacks and he hit 2 Ws. And it's like, oh, if you were playing AP Kai'Sa right now, your W would be a 3-second cooldown. You'd be firing it, boom, 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 doing crazy damage. But instead, the W does 200 damage,
Man's
has a
just
20-second cooldown.
He's just walking around.
Yeah, look at him.
Sightseeing.
Sightseeing, actually. Oh,
He's just looking at him. And he has no cleanse, so he can't really walk up. Does a little Q. Nice, 50 damage.
Damage. Damage, guys.
And for me, that's the biggest problem with this build, and why I also mentioned yesterday that the only person I've really seen pull this off is Gala after 3 items popping off on the Kai'Sa. And not many players can be Gala on Kai'Sa.
Yeah, that's a good point, for sure.
And to add insult to injury, I feel like he had it in the he had opportunity in the back to fix the team comp that G2 went for, because what happened was that I don't really feel like G2 really overcooked that much. There was a little bit, some slight inaccuracies, but when you have the Yasuo and the Kai'Sa, when you come to these skirmishes, you don't really have someone that can pull the trigger or make any sort of space, and that's where I think the AP Kai'Sa would have come in clutch, because Yasuo would have had a lot more opportunities to play with, and there would be a lot more threat on the backline. But right now, it felt like you're just playing against 2 bots at these Dragon setups.
Oh, why did you say that Yasuo had the same problem?
I mean, the thing is, both Yasuo and Kai'Sa really want great setup, right? So that they can dive in. And in this game, they only really have the Nautilus to set them up. And once that kind of fails, both of them are left to the wind, not really able to auto-attack whatsoever. And if Kai'Sa was AP, that's relatively fine for her, because she could still shoot W's from far away, as Odo talked about. But when she's not, then both the Yasuo and Kai'Sa either choose to go in and die or do nothing.
I love it. I love the breakdown. It's a very actionable point as to probably why, in part, G2, or maybe the whole part, lost the game. But that would be a little unfair maybe to BDS, right? It would be a little bit unfair. So let's talk a little bit about the BDS good stuff. Give me the 113 report.
I mean, 113 report, I think he played great around mid lane. I think in general, both him and Nuke stepped up big time. I feel like just the way they shut down caps and made plays happen, I think it's a great look for BDS. I feel like when you're able to shut down caps, G2 looks like a completely different team. Nuke as well was having a bit of, you know, he was he was having some highlight moments on the Tristana. He looked great on it.
And also, this is the big problem that we've seen from this iteration of G2. I feel like they swapped this out for a lot of star power in Skewmon, and Labrov is facilitating Skewmon pretty well. But they did lose this sort of identity for Caps, because before, if we think about it, when was Caps doing the best? It was when Mickey and Yike were just permanently mid around him to cover for his weaknesses, maybe in vision, communication, just overall laning phase, and that's when Caps was shining. Right now, with this iteration, with Skew, I feel like Caps is being a little bit left out to dry.
Oh, you're on a first-name basis with him. Skew.
Is that actually his name?
But no,
I don't think so. I don't think his name is Skew.
I don't think his name is Skew Mont. No, I don't think so. But it could be. Also, we were in our pre-match, right? We were there in the audience, kind of the Broken Blade glazing convention. Listen, irrelevant on the NAR.
Didn't work, yeah?
I mean, he made some mistakes. He made a few, but he made up for it.
Yeah, he completely shut down the plan from G2, I guess, with the early dive. And at these Drake setups, I feel like he was doing wonders, because this is the power of Gnar. He walks up to Drake, even though it's mini Gnar. This is probably one of the only times when we really like mini Gnar at these Drake setups, because look at him. He's just making a fool out of Mundo and Nautilus, and he's going to do this over and over and over again, because he is so nimble, he is so quick, and this is his job. He has huge backline carries, Leona for the setup as well, but all he needs to do is continuously make space, and now he's keeping Mundo at base. So for me, this is the irrelevant I really wanted to see coming into today. This is the irrelevant, you know, the one trick of the Gnar, but he's playing this Gnar to perfection.
I love it. And Broken Blade, it doesn't matter how big your circles are on this side, because really all he needs is this orange, fluffy
orange big blob,
dinosaur.
yeah.
I do think Irrelevant played well, but at the same time, I have to say, I think Yasuo champion sucks. The last time we saw it played, yeah, he picked it. So it's not like it's Yasuo's fault. That's what I was saying. But I think the champion sucks, and I think it's so hard to pull off. We saw Knock try to pull it off, 0-9.
I don't want to think about that, no.
I just think this champion is so hard to pull off in competitive, and I don't think Game 2 will go Irrelevant's favor.
I don't think so either. I do feel like that BB was getting the better of Irrelevant. It's just they completely botched that dive with Humon and Yasuo losing the flashes.
They did. It sucked. I gotta cut you off because I feel like Lore's in the crowd again. She's finding some signs. Maybe some signs of hope for G2.
I am finding some signs. I'm trying to find some signs for G2. They're on the other side. They're really quiet right now, so I'm gonna let them meditate and just think about what just happened for their team. But I found some amazing signs on the other side. Let's take a look at this one first, because it features us, the broadcast team, with our best and most cringe moments. I want to say we have Namira in the hot dog. We have GB here. We have me during a draw show that we're not going to talk about. But yeah, all the best moments of the team are right here. And then above me, we have I Hate Towers. Do you have a comment on this?
Hi, I'm Johnny, and I hate towers.
I think you're just salty because you're bad at tower dives in-game, so I'm going to let you think about this one. And the last one, okay, guys, it's a bit cryptic, but it's something. BDS, BDS stands for Nobody Knows, but They Still Win. So I'm not sure I get this one, but I appreciate the enthusiasm.
I just wanted to, support Nuke because I love the player, but I'm not a real BDS fan, so I had to a little...
Don't say that! You're a BDS fan. I mean, I don't even think they know why they win still every time. Maybe the casters have an idea on this. Medic, do you know why BDS won this game and why they win in general?
G2 just entered, didn't they? BDS played well. G2 was...
I think it's great fans. When you have fans like that behind you, how could you not be just supported emotionally and in your victorious states? I think that's it.
Credit to BDS, though. They scaled up really well. They played patiently. Yeah. They were in such a strong position in the early game. It kind of fell away from them, but then they were able to clean it up at the end. And it's one of those evolutions where a couple of years ago, if G2 had tried to pull that on a team, especially a middle-of-the-table team, they would have just not known what to do. They would have kept 5 people at the Drake, they would have made sure they secured it, and their Nexus would have been gone by the time they got there. It's a huge evolution, not only of BDS, but also of the LEC as a whole, I think, to see things like that from our middle-of-the-table teams.
I do also, I think when you have a composition like that for G2 against what BDS had drafted, it's incredibly hard to pull off. As you said, trying to get access to key carries. If you have that composition against an MF and these kind of things, it's it becomes so much easier to isolate them. So I think it's on G2 now to see if they can try and bounce back. We're seeing Rumble, Jace already to at least look at the top side for Irrelevant, trying to minimize him a little bit. And Respect to 113s in Italy has been given a lot this split as well.
Yeah, no real surprises from those G2 bans. Azir, Varus, and Kalista taken away by BDS. No real surprises there either. The Ezreal picked up as first pick for Hans Summer. Victor, again, kind of the third mage, Talia, Azir, Victor is kind of what we're seeing mostly in the mid lane right now. I guess a bit of Ahri as well.
I think it's also once the Talia and Azir are gone, there's very little that can match him in the lane specifically when it comes to range. So he just becomes top dog. Xin Zhao, very nice pick as well. So already we're kind of opening up for a lot of zone control coming through with BDS and trying to play for these early skirmishes. But we'll have to see if what G2 want to try and respond with. I imagine it's going to be honestly, you could go for the Sejuani here if you really want to for Schemond in the jungle and just say, hey, we're going to go full tank.
Yeah, Sejuani is good. Usually want melees with her. You can, of course, pick the Yone as well if you want a Yone top, but with Hwei locked in, does have that range that we're talking about into the Victor, can push out the waves with the Molten Fissure relatively easily. G2 likely looking towards their jungle here. The risk, of course, is BDS don't have to pick an AD carry on 3, and they could pick a top laner instead. It is Alistair locked in for G2, for Labrov, his second time on the pick this split.
Rakan going to be on the answer for the opposite side for Paris, so...
just go jungle bans if you're BDS?
That's what I'm thinking. I think you take Ivern off. just to try and make sure that you're going to be safe there. Although, to be honest, when you've got Ezreal away, however, not exactly high priority, but like just trying to minimize things that are these non-committal engages, because Zinzet wants something that goes in, right? Yeah.
Sejuani is a good ban because of the Glacial Prison. Ivan is where they're going to go as well. Daisy is non-committal, and as you say,
same with the Q, yeah.
It doesn't team up too well with the Ezreal in the way, but still does give them a lot of power. So Ivan will be the first ban from BDS. G2 can look towards banning out some AD carries, but how far down the pool are you really going to be able to force ice?
Yeah, I suppose the Ivan ban is probably because they're a bit more nervous of something like the Gwen or the Invested coming through for Broken Blade in that top side, and then you've got a target that can really get full value out of those shields. But yeah, I think Ivern, Sejuani, probably another one. MF gone on the opposite side, probably the Xayah just to be annoying for Xayah Rakan, right? But you've still got things like Ashe that I think can do relatively well here, so you're going to be fine with. The
I used to have Corki if you really want it as well. I think Corki's, Jhin, as you say, could be happy enough with that. Pantheon, the second ban from BDS, so they are really pinching that jungle pool a little bit. Of course, Skumon can still go towards things like the Zyra if he wants. He can't play Mundo, Maokai, Ivan, Pantheon, or Jhin, which is all he's played so far. So we'll have to play something different at least for Spring.
I do think
Split.
he wants some sort of AD champion in the jungle though to try and match this, and maybe Vi, but it hasn't been great. But like, yeah, I mean, you kind of have pushing lanes, so maybe you could. Or well, actually, you don't lose. You lose at a mid push. So, I honestly, I think Vi may actually be the answer here for Skumon. I know it hasn't done well, but I do like Vi and Wei as a combo because the Severing Bolt on top of the Vi ult makes things significantly easier to try and get that extra damage off. And you've even got the Ezreal over the top. So Skumon probably going for Vi, and that's why I wouldn't go for Zeri in this one, because it just opens up so well for a Vi pick now.
I mean, there is the Zeri pick first of the split for LEC, never mind just for Ice. Does team up well with the Rakan, so much mobility there. Obviously, you can surf over the walls, and then Rakan can follow you. Have a longish range if you need it with the Electro Shock Laser, whatever. The Zappy Extendo Beam, as Atlas calls it.
Yes.
G2, as you say, likely looking towards that Vi, and they are going to lock that one in. So a great single target lockdown. Obviously, Alistair can do AoE as well, but if you cease and desist into Severing Bolt, into Alistair Headbutt Pulverite, like someone is CCing absolutely.
No? Okay, Renekton.
Safe as houses, easy blind in the top lane. BDS could look to Jax, is something we often see into the Renekton, and something Irrelevant is very comfortable on. He could even go towards the Ambassador himself if he wants to play a game of slice and dice and dodge around.
Sion also isn't the worst pick here, and it is still a very strong pick. And then, yeah, I think Jax is the other option. Ornn, okay, I was going to say, because I think you're playing more for team fights with this, but Ornn, Sion, I think are fine. Like, you lose gracefully as the Ornn and just try and play for those big team fights.
And it's like, who has the damage?
Yeah.
Like, Wei's damage is very front-loaded. Obviously, Spiraling Despair into more Severing Bolts can get that execute damage down in the end. Ezreal is... He does a lot of damage, but he doesn't often do a lot of tank damage. Right? You can go Cyrildas for your Last Whisper if you want, but often he's not a Jinx. He's not a Tristana. He's not a Zeri. He's not really going to work his way through.
He's no Vayne,
He is no Vayne. Is it in Vayne for G2? That's the question. Is this their first series loss of the split? Because so far, BDS have looked very solid. A lot of it off Nuke's early game specifically. Obviously, his team did camp that mid lane a little bit, but Nuke got first blood all on his lonesome. G2 will have to buck up their ideas and buck the trend of losing in this series if they're going to take us to game 3.
Yeah, I think the G2's composition is very much a press the go button onto the Zeri, trying murder, right? But I think that's why I do really like the fact that you've gone for the Ornn, because you've kind of got that answer for that heads-up engage that G2 are trying to play for. Basically, this comes down to, do Caps and Hans Sama have enough damage in just the Severing Bolt and the ulti with that Vi dash to try and kill off Ice? If that is the case, trading jungler for AD carry is fantastic, but we'll have to see.
Did you see that sign?
I didn't.
It said 1 kill equals 1 treat for my cats.
Oh.
Those cats are going to be chunks.
Or, I was gonna say, if it doesn't work, we just go on a murder spree and now all the cats get treats.
Yes. We have admitted that to the public. It's
hypothetical.
I'm just saying, if my cats want treats...
Oh, sorry, I got this. Allegedly.
Allegedly. There we go. There we go. In-game.
In-game.
If my cats want treats, there's no stopping them. Mika will rip the jeans off your legs.
I've noticed.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was really bad with that. Because when it comes out to play Magic, like Mika loves to climb on my shoulders, so I have inside shirts and outside shirts, but Dagda hasn't got the same memo so far. 113 is going to jump to LeBron here and then flashes away from the Pulverize. Does have to burn his summoner, but there was always the risk that LeBron hits the Pulverize, then Caps can get some CC, Skewmon can come in as well. And in the end, 113 escapes just using that single summoner.
It's nice though, because for Skewmon, it kind of opens up him a little bit of ease in the early stages. Like having that flash advantage means that if you end up in a lot of these skirmishes, you can always turn on to 113 and you always have that ability to try and outplay in that moment. So I think 113 being down the flash is pretty big for G2 if they can play around it.
And also mutes a little bit of his early game, right? His inability to flash around and get closer to you for that audacious charge. Hansama here, hovering the top side of the lane, kind of knows that, well, Paris and Ice can just be waiting in here. Paris and Ice should be able to get a little bit of push early on here. Rakan isn't ranged, but he's kind of ranged. And so the ability to keep Alistair just a little bit out of your auto range can be good. But with Hansama getting to the wave first, he is actually able to clear it just that little bit quicker.
But that's the thing, you've actually got a spell also as Hansama, whereas there he kind of just has the pew-pew, so it means it's a little bit more difficult. But we'll have to see his 2. Should just be hitting the second. BDS.
G2 are going to get it. G2 are going to get it. Lebrov can walk over to one of these minions if he wants and secure it. And Ice can't get in range for that single minion. There's Lebrov goes in, headbutt Pulverize. Ice takes half his health, and G2 just walk away.
Yeah, nicely done. I think Ice Paris kind of needed to respect that a little bit more, but it means that they're now at half HP. And it does, I'm curious if it does may change things now for Skewmon as to exactly where he wants to try and put pressure. Cap's already taken a lot of damage from Nuke, but this time we're talking about there's very little that can match Victor with his ear and Talia gone in these early stages with his range, and Cap's kind of taking the brunt of the damage in these early stages.
You can see the damage going down onto him. He's going to pop that shield. Make sure it doesn't eat too much. Good dodge on the fear there. The Grim Visage coming out from Caps. He backs away. A wave relatively even in mid lane. With it being a cannon wave, Caps can back and get back here in time. Paris and Ice still being pushed out towards this bottom side. We did see Broken Blade semi-proxying towards top. It's not really a proxy if you don't catch the wave, but he kind of just walked past the tower. Guess he was checking Krugs to see exactly where 113 was, because they didn't have vision on that jungler through the early game.
Yeah, I think 113 does need to go up towards top side though. You've got push in bot lane, and you're going to have Skewmon who's able to contest you on the scuttle here as well, unless they feel like they can just play off of Nuke's aggression in the mid lane, but Caps has just TP'd back in, so yeah, I think 113 going to have to abandon our bottom side for a little bit.
It's only going to be the Scuttle Crab. It's not the end of the world. The risk becomes, do Ice and Paris get dived, right? There's only a cleanse on Ice. Paris does have the heal. Hansama dodging forward there for the damage from the Arcane Shift, but no dive materializing, whereas Broken Blade has placed a ward on the Krugs. 113 is behind him, but it looks like he's just going to go back to base as well.
Yeah, both junglers going for the first reset, so I think as G2, you're like, hey, look, our bot lane's winning, top lane's winning. I'm just going to sit mid and make sure that this is fine. As long as we can get out of the laning phase, we can try and play for this team fight combo, which is honestly very similar to the idea of what they were playing in the last game, which is pick one person and make their life miserable. But at least this time around, the carries that they have on BDS's side are much more short range, are way less mobile, so it should be a bit of an easier time for them to try and get on towards like a Victor or a Zeri this game.
Nuke is making Caps' life a hard time in the mid lane though. Gets to use his TP back into lane. Caps has had to teleport back in and then recall as well. Won't lose too much because it is a cannon wave. He's got an amplifying tome and boots, but Nuke has a blasting one. So a lot more damage from the Victor, and he's constantly landing those arcane rays, Hextech rays, that's what they're called now. Used to be Chaos rays, but ever since Victor became this arcane thing.
Yeah. And then Draco started copywriting right, bring the chaos as well.
Oh, true,
really
yeah. the internal strife of right copyright. I hear that actually the world song last year was going to be "I Want the LEC Back," but we'd already taken the name.
Yeah,
so.
It is tough in that. Because
Broken Blade though with good push up towards this top side, taking a lot of plates so far. 2 plates at the 5-minute mark. Should be okay. Second plate goes down, pops the Dominus, and Irrelevant now realizing, well, I don't have 6 yet. Can I really trade to this? He's fine-ish. Oh, he's not.
No, he's not fine.
He's fine, man. Both of them flash. He's okay. What are you talking about? Why are you worried?
Sorry about that. Sorry. I got a little dicey for Broken Blade, but it's also the fact that Irrelevant now has hit the level 6, so he actually has a little bit more pressure in this lane when Broken Blade returns, but we'll have to see as BDS.
Ooh, flash away from 113. LeBrob has to flash the grand entrance. Skumon was coming around the corner. 113's flash back up after having to burn it during that level 1.
So again, it's kind of G2 just playing for, hey, we're already getting pushed in these waves, and let's just keep ourselves safe. So Skumon really play well, moving down onto this bottom side to keep his bot lane safe. As I think it does become very difficult to play into this as you start to take over to level 6. As a little bit of trading, but not too much in the top side.
Irrelevant went for the Bramble Vest first to get that healing reduction on Broken Blade, but it doesn't give him too much real straight-up health in this lane, so he's a little squishier than he would like to be. Importantly, BDS did manage to get the Dragon. The Cloud Drake, their first objective. You could see Skumon going towards it, looking for it, but wasn't able to get it. His caps. Is that enough damage?
The shield is there, but was getting dicey. Some in area as well. Popping, a little tough, but Nuke is very much controlling this mid lane, and it's now opening up for 113 to contest the Void Grubs. Even if he can steal one away, he's going to be pretty happy.
Nuke is having an absolute field day in mid-game so far, in mid-lane so far through this series. There's about a 300 gold lead just in isolation. Paris and 113 coming around the corner now. We'll spot LeBrob on that control ward, and looks like they're going to be able to get 2. They didn't have the pressure in mid for G2, so they have to back away. BDS will get 2 grubs.
Caps' TP was just seconds away from coming back up in the mid lane, so he stuck around for the final wave. So now we can go for the reset and TP back in, but it meant that they just didn't have him available for the play. And Nuke had shift across, very low on mana, but even just a little bit could have helped out in the play. So G2 giving that up. And it's now Nuke's pressure bleeding over into objectives.
G2 trying to save Caps' TP here. BDS realize that. Paris comes in, helps clear out the wave. LeBrob has to try and catch it, but won't be able to. Irrelevant not able to get the knock up there on Broken Blade. Does have the Brittle stacked up through the Bellows Breath, but Broken Blade doesn't let him get close enough to get that empowered auto attack down. Another Demolish proc available to Broken Blade. Irrelevant gets himself a little bit more health with a cloth armor and a ruby crystal. That's where the health's coming from. The cloth armor indicatively only gives armor.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is how it works.
It's in the name.
Although it is cloth. Like, you know, how much does it actually give you? But 113 topside here.
Call of the Forge God. Broken Blade uses the Dominus, doesn't have the flash, will walk away. Okay.
So, yeah,
change of ornaments.
Sure, I mean, it gives Irrelevant the reset that he needs, because low on mana, low on health, he kind of needs to get back at some stage. But not having that ult's a bit sad now. Paris takes a loving headbutt from Bravo and backs away.
Like, LeBrob went in, and you can see Skumon trying to close the gap with the Bolt Breaker. He does have 6, so he's got the cease and desist, but they decided not to go on Paris, maybe because they saw Nuke coming around the corner. They will try and take away this blue buff. 113's on his way across. LeBrob's going to find Paris, who's fleeing at the moment from the Grim Visage. Skumon starting to close the gap, has to flash away from the grand entrance. 113 and Nuke collapsing in. Electroshock Laser coming out. Skumon the first target. Another Vault Breaker won't save him from the Arcane Storm. BDS continue to collapse, continue to show up G2.
Yeah, I thought there was just going to be more trades of spells, but Paris sidesteps the ultimate. But we had like both ultimates traded in top, then there was both flashes traded, and I thought maybe, just maybe, G2 can get out, but it's Skumon who ends up getting ticked down by Nuke's ult in the mid lane, and that'll accelerate him now towards that early Rod of Ages, which is crucial if you can get that. You stack it up so quickly, you get towards those 10, but also the fact that like you can get that early level up oftentimes means that you're in a good spot for looking at like level 11 and getting another tick in your second grade of your ultimate.
Well, have another look at this, because LeBrob does go quite deep. Paris is like, oh, just go back towards bot lane, but it feels like G2 are trying to have their cake and eat it too.
Yeah, a little bit. Like, you don't really have control of a huge amount of areas. Nuke able to wander over to keep this in a good spot. And 113 with this ultimate means that Caps and Hansama are just absolutely useless in this sort of scenario. And again, we're kind of saying this combo that G2 have drafted is so crucial on. We pick a core carry that we can jump on with the Bolt Breaker, use the True Shot Barrage, has the Severing Bolt come down, but Caps is nowhere near enough damage to try and help out at the moment, especially now that he's been put behind. And Hans Sama was under so much pressure, he couldn't even get the ultimate off to help out.
That's the thing, they never use the cease and desist, so no one's actually truly locked down after that headbutt pulverize. Rod of Ages at 10 minutes for Nuke. That is exceptionally rapid. And he'll be stacking that up immediately, so he's in such a strong position and having such a good series overall. G2 do have a gold lead though, most of that, in fact, all of that pretty much for Broken Blade on the top side, who has finished his Eclipse on Renekton. He is balanced out by the mid lane lead for Nuke, about 750 apiece there. BDS looking for their second Drake of the game, and G2 unable to respond. Importantly though, usually you see this as a trade for grubs, like the first Drake, the enemy team will get 3 grubs, the second Drake usually a little bit closer on timings because of the different respawn times, but BDS also got 2 of the first grubs. As we see the dominance used here by Broken Blade, Court of the Forge God coming out as well. Broken Blade flashes early and will escape. Skewmon now looking for perhaps a dive as Caps begins to collapse. Recall channeled by Irrelevant. Skewmon should be the one to tank this. Wait for the Bellows Breath. Wait for the knockup. Skewmon tanks, and there's the kill. G2 on the board. Nuke coming in from the side, flashes the wall though, and Skewmon is gonna fall again. The Arcane Storm into the tower shot. Importantly as well, BDS keep hold of the top tier 1. That would have fallen very quickly afterwards. 113 now gonna start up the grubs. And BDS have had rule of the map so far, at least in terms of neutrals.
Good roams from Nuke as well to cover the plays on those side lanes, making sure that you can't just get away from that as G2. You get to pick up the wave as well. The tower won't fall, and now it's going to be 5 grubs going over to BDS as well. So again, it's kind of a lot of the pressure for BDS is stemmed from Nuke just having such good control of the mid and being able to help out where he's needed.
Yeah, he's in such a strong position, 2-0 now on that Victor. Caps did manage to get a plate in the mid lane and picked up a kill of his own, so he's evened out that gold discrepancy a little bit. I would have liked to see Irrelevant immediately TP mid when he respawned and catch the wave that Caps was pushing in, because both he and Nuke were walking out at the same time, but Caps was able to get an extra wave in. That's, you know, it's a plate and 6 minions worth of golden XP lost. Yes, you would have had to use Irrelevant's TP, which then puts things on a little bit off kilter, but trying to deny more of the gold being lost off the map is really important, because even though BDS have had this really strong early game, they are almost 1,000 gold behind.
I think they're going to try and just get that with the tower on the top side, as you were saying, but I don't know if they're in a position. G2 defending well, and yeah, it's in a rough spot, as it just feels like you don't have quite enough through Zeri to get control over mid to lean to either of these sides, and Broken Blade has just been doing phenomenally by himself.
He's had a whale of a time against Irrelevant, who has lost gracefully, but has definitely lost. Yeah. 700 gold behind right now. Full completed item as 113 caught out just a little bit. Skewmon has that cease and desist. Will go for 113. That's the Crescent Guard quickness coming out from Paris, but he's knocked up before he can even charm anyone. The trample from LeBron for another stun. G2 find 2, and now Nuke is in for a world of hurt. LeBron's on the chase. Caps pulls him back with grasping more. There's the knockup follow-up into the spiraling despair. G2 come to life and find 3 on the top side.
G2 having control over mid was so important there. Ice couldn't get to the fight, and immediately Skewmon pulls the trigger. They get the play on towards the jungler, and they just continually follow up for more and more kills.
And this is the G2 that we were looking for in Game 1, that we expected to see in Game 1. 14 minutes in, they are in a huge lead. On average, they have a 1.4k gold lead at the 14 minutes mark. They pick up 6 plates, and then across their team, they are 5 CS ahead per lane. This is what G2 do so well. Even though BDS have had the run of the early game and Nuke has got really big, G2 are still 3k ahead at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, and this is not including the last game, but it is insane to see, you know, how well G2 are able to continuously find these moments to get back into it. And like against Rogue, it was, hey, we don't have good lane matchups. Let's actually just swap our bot lane around the map so we end up in a decent spot. When they have a good lane assignment, like an Ashe that outranges you in the bot lane, they would just punish you over and over again through bot side, pick up all these dragons, snowball into a good position. Oftentimes it's not off a huge amount of kills, it's plays like this where, yes, you get a kill, but it's getting towers and getting plates.
One of the Forge God coming out from Irrelevant as he tries to survive. Tower is going to fall. G2, are you on the back foot? You're on the front foot. Grasping more doesn't land. Hansama having to jump away from 113, who pops the Crescent Guard, and in the end, G2 escaped pretty much unscathed. A couple of health bars a little lower than they'd want it to be, but they managed to take the tower. They get the TP out of Irrelevant and out of Nuke.
That's all you wanted, as G2 is like, you don't need anything more. You get 2 big summoner spells out from BDS, the Terror goes down, now you come back onto the map. Broken Blade cannot be contested by Irrelevant. He just gets to do whatever he wants in the solo lane, so he'll push in somewhere, either top or bot, and then just collapse on mid. Now you've got this numbers advantage and this go button from Skewmon, that if Ice is the one trying to defend that tower, he just dies.
Yeah. Yes, he does. Has that static shiv complete, but not strong enough to really defend. Caps chasing Irrelevant here. Irrelevant's only got armor so far, and so has to flash away from the Spiraling Despair. This matchup for G2, very Caps favored because of the Bramble Vest and the Sunfire cape purchases from Irrelevant so far.
Yeah, at least for BDS, having Nuke against Broken Blade makes it a little bit more difficult for Broken Blade to be the one that gets drawn in towards mid, but it does make it very easy for Caps to kind of play as that 4th man towards mid lane as well, which is just as threatening. Also going to be able to get the Dragon off the back of this, so BDS now in a position where they want to try and contest topside, but Broken Blade is going to shove in that top wave, and you've still got 3 members of G2 that are going to be in a position to always fight for it.
Hansama able to be so safe on this Ezreal as well. Can shadow to either side of the mid lane depending on whose defense he prefers, whether it's Caps or Lebrov. It's still Nuke matching up to Broken Blade on the top side.
But it's Nuke consistently having to move into mid to try and cover for that dive play before it happens. And now Broken Blade has the push, so G2 playing off.
See Paris trying to dodge away. Half HP just from BB. It is a very deadly Crocodilian as the Rift Herald will be secured for G2. Likely to use this to crack that mid-tier 1. Open up the map for themselves a little bit more. And
you can see where like the problem exists at the moment. It's like this is about as far as you can play if you're Victor. This is kind of as far as you can play as Ornn. So you have both of these routes that you can use through the jungle to move in towards mid. And at the moment you're trying to cut this off as BDS in this position, but it doesn't really set you up in a good spot because you're always having someone that can move in towards this mid lane. And it's only a point of contention while G2 are still in the waves. As soon as you get this push for BB in the top side, here, look at the shift. He's just going to move, oh, he's going to reset, but you move over towards this mid lane, and then suddenly Ice has to play so far back, and you've got multiple members of BDS now grouping up on mid in case that threat happens.
yeah, and it's also why you have to see these these superficial wards in your own jungle from BDS, because you need to track if BB does leave the top lane, where's he going? Is he coming across here to try and collapse on us? They don't have much vision on the bottom side, which is why 3 of them were hovering towards that bottom side for a while. But as soon as Caps sees, I don't see Ice, I don't see Paris, I don't see Irrelevant on the map, I'm just going to back out until I start seeing people. So you have this kind of ebb and flow of bot lane is pushed in, Caps goes missing, top lane is pushed in, Broken Blade goes missing, and Broken Blade right now with this control ward, Nuke is not that high on mana. Broken Blade's going to slice forward, Nuke puts down the gravity well, but Broken Blade can slice through it, still gets stunned up. The Dom is ticking on Nuke here. With the Siphon power, he will have enough shielding to survive, but now Nuke can't defend the next wave here unless he walks all the way back to base and back out. Thankfully for him, the wave is quite far pushed in.
Yeah, the wave is very far away, and it's just a little unfortunate for BB that he got caught out by the edge of the gravity well. If he'd managed to get out of that, that was a very dead Victor, but that's kind of where we're saying, like, the fact that Broken Blade has gotten so many of these turret plates in the early stages, he is an absolute monster now on the side. And again, just nobody can contest him. Vision now starting to go dark on this top side of the map for BDS. Means a bit of a field day for G2 as they can move wherever they want to.
I'm wondering when G2 will decide to invest the Rift Herald in mid. It's likely to be off this wave because you can see Broken Blade has actually worked his way all the way down towards the Razor Beaks. Caps is still in bot. Rift Herald charging in. I don't think it takes that entire play, but Hansama maybe just needs an auto attack on it. It does, in fact. That's been just on the edge of the damage threshold there.
But again, it's BDS being drawn mid, and then you're losing a wave on top. So Nuke is now falling behind experience, falling behind in gold. Caps now pushing in the bot wave, and G2 get the shortcut through the jungle to bot lane. So BDS, they don't lose the tower, but again, it's lose the wave. No one's picking up this gold.
They do lose a lot of damage on the tower, and Nuke invests the TP to defend as well. Hansama has kept the wave pushed in the mid lane, so BDS now have to go and answer that. The blue buff, a prize for G2 of controlling this side of the map. LeBron was looking for someone taking an easy path through the jungle, but you're just so starved of options now as BDS, and this is something that G2 have done really well in Spring so far. Importantly, like, we have only seen 3 series of G2, so it's a very small sample size. They played 7 games in total, not including this series, and they do still have some really tough opposition to go. They've got Fnatic, they've got Carmine Corp still left to play, playing 5 series over the next 3 weeks, so as much as we say this is what we'd love to see from G2 so far, we don't have enough tape to say it's what they do consistently yet.
Yeah, and I do agree. It's just that these are things, at least last year, that we saw quite a bit from them. And now we're starting to see it come through in this split as well. I think that was kind of the big talking point for G2, was kind of getting that team cohesion, everyone on the same page.
Getting Skewmon and Labrov on the page that everyone else was on last year.
Exactly, and that's what we're starting to see here. And I think that's kind of the big talking point for G2, is that you're seeing that communication, you're seeing them working well together. Now, there's still some whoopsies in the early game, like Caps getting caught out a couple of times in the last game, but it's kind of now starting to gel for G2.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. Just, it's so easy when you have such long breaks sometimes between seeing some of the teams playing to be like, this is how this team plays, because we saw them do it for 3 series so far. G2 continue to impress when they get into this sort of position. BDS have impressed us in game 1, of course, with their ability to scale up and then take the game away from G2. And they do still have that option here. Zeri scales well, Victor scales really well, Ornn gives the ornaments out like it's Christmas and gets you in a good position. Hans Summer charmed up here as the Call of the Portugal's coming out, but Labrov with a good knockback will stop Irrelevant from getting that off as quickly as he'd like. 1-1-3 now the target. He's feared up with a Grim Visage, and with Broken Blade TPing in. The True Barrage coming out, doesn't quite clip it. Broken Blade's gonna fall 1-for-1. Top lane and jungle dead so far. Spiraling Despair, not enough to kill off Paris. He jumps away from the final severing bolt, and in the end it will be a 1-for-1 exchange. Caps caught out a little bit as Nuke starts to step into a bit of a choke. Skewmon coming in to defend his mid lane. Drake is up, but Nuke willing to step forward. That Rod of Ages making him very tanky.
Yeah, it's just the fact you have Irrelevant in front of you as well, being able to take a ton of space. Skewmon now start up the Dragon, no 1-1-3, but BDS, I think he just let this Dragon reset, try and buy time from 1-1-3 to get here.
Well, I was debating whether they collapsed on Skewmon really quick because his Vault Breaker was cancelled by the Dragon rising from the ground, but you do get a quicker reset on that, so he was able to get out in time. 1-1-3 back up and on the map at the tier 2 in the mid lane right now, sprinting here as quickly as he can get here, and will be here in time. Only Broken Blade is back and alive, but it looks like G2 have given up the ghost on fighting over this Drake. It will be sole point for BDS.
Yeah, again, you're kind of seeing that, hey, look, we can at least get the kill onto 1-1-3, but you do have to get onto the core carries, Nuke and Ice. If they don't fall, there's always going to be enough DPS to follow through the fight, and especially when Irrelevant is as tanky as he is, but 1-1-3 not having support here.
Oh, hits the wind, become lightning without knowing Broken Blade was in the pit right there. The rest of BDS are going to collapse and help 1-1-3 secure this Drake. You can see after Broken Blade put the control ward in the pit, he was thinking about it the whole time. G2 forcing BDS out of the river, but not getting much more. Do, you know, ruin the tempo with BDS a little.
But that's all you want is G2, because there's an Atacon on the top side of the map, and I wasn't sure if they wanted to immediately try and run up towards that. You can even see Nuke not going for the reset immediately, because he wanted to make sure that he was on the map in case G2 were going to run up there, but it looks like it will just be a case of pushing at the waves instead.
Yeah, they will just get those waves crashing in. Broken Blade does for the bot lane what Caps is doing for the top side of the map. It does give G2 an opportunity to place a little bit of superficial vision in towards this BDS jungle. Paris is going to come across and try and clear that out himself, but with Caps waiting in the tri-bush, Paris on his lonesome can't control that bush well enough to clear out the G2 vision. Yeah, I think you don't just start Atacon. There's no point. You just wait.
Yeah.
You just delay.
I think the only reason I could see it is because Ice's build hasn't really come online yet, right? Like Static, Runins, and then you're kind of waiting for the last burst, but you still kind of want the IE afterwards as well to really pop off, but...
Paris steps forward, Labrov looking for the flash pulverize, can't land it in time. BDS able to retreat, and G2 down a summoner spell.
Yeah, and that will immediately dampen then any sort of aggression from G2. Like having that flash engage from Labrov is a big follow-up for Skewmon, especially when you look at the amount of flashes that are up on BDS's side. But, oh, hang on, Nuke.
He's using the oracles to see if there's someone in the bush, and then he uses the Hextech Ray, and he spots them. Something BDS have done really well across this series is being a little bit more patient, not just blindly face-checking bushes, instead waiting, seeing who they can see on the map. Irrelevant's going to show on bot wave right now. TP, in fact, as he begins to show BDS. This is a 5-man stack in top.
I think that might have been a panic TP. I think they thought with Caps then getting that play into Paris that suddenly Skewmon was going to come in as well, because there was no reason. You can see it here. There's like nothing that BDS want. I think they just thought, oh crap, Paris is getting caught, all hands on deck.
Well, unfortunately for them, there were no hands needed on the deck.
No.
None required right there as the game slows down again. In the last game, it was 13 kills at 33 minutes. Here we have 8 in 25. G2 do still have a 6,000 gold lead, a lot of that acquired between about the 10 and 20 minute mark overall. They are just playing it slowly, being patient with clearing out vision, making sure that BDS don't really know what's going on in the fog of war. Now with Baron up though, starting at Artican becomes an even greater risk, because if you fail the fight at Artican with all your resistances reduced, you're giving away an Artican and a Baron. Next Drake in 2 minutes time. I wouldn't actually be surprised if G2 see if BDS go for Soul and just forgo it entirely and say, okay, we'll go Baron Artican or Artican Baron, right? Because Chem Soul, it's a good soul, but it's not the best soul. You know, it's one of those rubber ones that after a few years of wear starts to peel off the bottom of your shoe. You have to go to a cobbler to get it fixed.
Yeah, I am curious. I think it's still dangerous when you still have like an Ornn on the opposite side that then gets it, and it's like, we're still going to struggle to kill him.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I don't know. I think there's arguments on both sides. I still see value in a Chem Soul regardless.
I mean, there's definitely value in it. Yeah. I can agree with that, but I think there's an argument to say, is Chem Soul more valuable than Artican Baron?
That is true, yeah.
But I think BDS would also think, do they think Chem Soul is less valuable than Artican Baron? Because we can play around it. Caps hit, sliding his away. Quay with 11 abilities. So
I do like how Caps is playing this though. Like, he's playing as if he has support, which then makes BDS go, oh, he must, but he doesn't.
LeBron
They're
goes in, looking for Nuke, but there's no follow-up. No one to chase in as Paris is coming across and Ice has killed LeBron. Like, LeBron went really deep for that, and the damage just wasn't there.
No, and now Caps is trying to push in on this top side, but Irrelevant's on the way. He does have the ults available. Caps needs to very quickly skedaddle. Looks like he will be able to do just that. But yeah, that is not exactly the play you want, as Dragon is just about to come up, and you want to be trying to play for a cross map here if you're G2.
I mean, you see the idea. It's like, oh, well, they're probably answering Caps towards the top side, so I can quickly jump onto Nuke and we can burst him. Ice was next to him, but Renekton and Vi were just nowhere near close enough to actually collapse. Now Caps is TPing down towards the bottom side. They're going to look for this tier 2. If they can push through this bot side, they get control over this blue side jungle for BDS, and they're playing for this soul point. They're playing to deny BDS soul. TP comes out from Nuke, who is almost at his Rabadons, picks up an elixir of sorcery as well. We'll pop that as he comes out of the teleport. Nuke steps forward, Hextech Ray on Hans Summer. G2 do have first move in the river right now. BDS trying to wrestle their way in. 113 goes in, there's the double knockup call to the Forge God as well. And already Skewmon's down and Caps will follow suit. BDS just blow up G2. The True Shot Barrage coming out as the Chemtech Drake has been begun by BDS. Broken Blade looking for the flank, but do you really have the damage here? Hans Summer and BB on half HP? I think not. BDS will get the soul. They ping the Baron. There's an Artican there for them. It's a smorgasbord for BDS.
There's pulling the trigger, and then there's BDS just launching themselves at G2.
That trigger's on an automatic, man.
I was going to say, and then they just throw the gun afterwards as well. They just went all out, and G2 were not ready. Baron now up and available, and there's no hope G2 can contest this.
I mean, the trigger finger to just see Skewmon and be like, he's dead.
Yes.
Beautiful from BDS. After in the last game we were talking about how their team fighting hasn't been as good this spring. That was sublime to see. They get the Nash as well. Hans Summer trying to poke out. BDS might say, okay, we don't actually need Artican right here. We'll take our Baron buffs and we'll retreat. True Shot Barrage does clip 2 though. And BDS will have to back away slower, which gives G2 the opportunity to take the Atacama. Because if BDS had got back with the empowered recalls, maybe they could have been back out here in time to delay G2 on this. So good true shot barrage, good chase from Hansama to get the smallest prize they could.
Yeah, I think though you're pretty happy with this. But look, 113 immediately pops up. Then you get the follow-up of Broken Blade and then Caps getting caught.
113 actually stacking the Q3 on a ward.
Yeah, it was
so he
great.
can immediately jump in, get that Q3. The follow-up is perfect from BDS.
And it was also the fact that you saw where Lebrov and Hansam had position. They were trying to regroup with the team. So BDS just finding that moment of perfection to go, hey, we can immediately jump on them. And there is no follow-up from two members of G2 off the back of it. And sure, it's Atakan for G2, but you don't really get to use it in the manner that you would like to here.
You have one grub.
Yeah.
You have a one Chemtech Soul. Yes, you get some experience and some adaptive force from the petals, but it's not going to be anything too monumental. BDS grouping up as 4 here. Irrelevant's going to answer Broken Blade towards the side. G2 back away. BDS will take their first tower of the game. The gold lead still in G2's favor, but if BDS use this Baron buff well, they can begin to explode it in theirs. Now Irrelevant, knocked up by Skewmon. Broken Blade looking for the damage. Call of the Fortress coming out as well. They've already taken half his health, and it's a good knockback from Skewmon to stop the train coming back the other way. Tickets, please. Skewmon's the conductor.
Yeah, BDS don't really have the push they want in mid, so this should be, I think, the tier 2 tower going down. I think there's a wave underneath for it. No, it's not. So actually, never mind. They're going to have to wait first. But still, nice pick and gives G2 a little bit more back on the map. And that Red Bull Baron power play starting to drift away. Nuke will get bot lane turn, it looks like, but not a huge play.
Oh, sorry. I was dodging the true shot barrage. Mistake, because Nuke will get the tier 1 in the bot lane. Do you not see that?
Right.
Hansama just ulted like halfway through his own jungle. Maybe, actually, it could have been for Vision. It could have been Vision on red buff, yeah. Give him that. It looked pink as hell, I'll be honest. But
I'm not gonna lie, most of my focus ends up on the mini-map at like 80% of the game.
Understandable.
So.
I think it was for Vision on red. We'll give him his due there.
Yeah.
He did spot out that his red was still up in GC.
I saw the ult happening and my brain just went, that's to clear the wave. And then I just looked at the mini-map and I was
hit
like,
his own wave, which is like, oh. In the end, wouldn't have been able to save the tower anyway. Nuke was there with a Baron empowered wave. It's going to expire in 10 seconds though, and you can see actually lost gold off that Baron if you count in the initial 1,500 you get for taking it. About 800 gold lost for BDS. They do still get it, and they do still get 600 gold, but if you want to get into the complex mathematics of why that wasn't the best Baron power play in the world, well, take 1,500 and then take 600 and see which number's smaller.
That is complex mathematics.
It is complex. Look, yesterday, Hysterics wrote 4 + 3 = 7 on the screen, so I'm just trying to elevate it a little bit.
We're adding bigger numbers now.
Broken Blade not being collapsed on here, but realizes BDS are on this side of the map. There's a wave pushing in towards top tier 1. I wonder what they're trying to do. And the answer is, well, they're trying to take more towers for themselves. Elder up in 1 minute 50, Baron up in 2.5.
Yeah, I think this game is getting to a point, though, where G2 just can't really do the things they want to do. And you're looking at Irrelevant getting absolutely huge at this stage. Nuke has got 3 items completed. Ice has got 4 items completed. Like, this backline for BDS is incredibly threatening. And your tools to get access and have that kind of one-shot potential has gone away from you. So this is where it just gets very, very difficult for G2 and why they're kind of playing this hit and run style. Like, push a wave in with Broken Blade, try and then find a little bit of space on the map to look for a pick. But if this doesn't work and BDS can wait for Baron in mid's time and force a team fight, I think that's where BDS can close out this game.
I just want to say huge credit to BDS.
Yeah, massive.
Right? Like, they've lost to Carmine Corp, MCoy, Team Heretics, only beaten Rogue and SK so far. And G2 were in the driver's seat in this game. They had the control of the mid game that we've seen them have so far in Spring. They had good wave states, they had good positioning, and BDS have just been able to hold the line for long enough. They've now scaled up and they're winning out on fights.
But it's exactly what you said, Medic. It's patience. That BDS could get leads. BDS could play well in the early game, but when it got to team fights, they'd lose the plot and just go all out and hope that it worked out. And that's where they started to fall apart. These 2 games have been very slow, much more methodical. And when they have gone all out, it's as a team, as a unit, everyone on the same page. And now it's G2 that they need to try and fight back. Yes, they've got control over the pit now, or the dragon area, which is great, but
it doesn't matter too much. Like BDS pinged this cannon wave and said this is the wave we want to play on. You'll see them walk up with it. The Elder is up in 13 seconds, so they do have a small window. They know G2 can't burst it in that time. Nuke went to answer Broken Blade on the top side, is now walking his way back through mid. 3 minions going to be lost to the tower. I don't think G2 give a damn about that. Broken Blade still pushing on a side, and this seems to be the G2 playbook when they're starting to pull behind. Oh my god! Charm. This is the BDS playbook. Han Summer dashes away, but he's shut down. LeBron goes in and lands a 3-man knocker, but there's no follow-up from the rest of G2. BDS, it's deja vu. I've seen this one before. They win another fight in the river. Broken Blade is going to be able to get the top inhibitor, but can Skumon steal it? The jungle is still alive for G2 as BDS look to catch him out. Caps and Skumon doing everything they can here. Irrelevant's gone back to base. The inhib's down. Paris is going to mark Skumon. Stick on that buy. Spot him out the whole time as Ice jumps over to Caps. He takes the blast cone to safety. And the Elder secured for BDS. The Baron also in their eyes.
Yeah, and that's exactly where I think BDS can move over to. BDS, they want to try and take the fight. 17 seconds until Hansama. Can they find somebody here? Paris doesn't have that flash to try and look for the engage here. They already used it in that previous encounter. So BDS now on to the Baron. No 80 carry for G2.
The thing is, unless, if you're G2, unless you got a pick as they were walking in, you can't fight now. It's Elder Dragon. It's a 4-item AD carry. It's almost a 4-item mid laner as well. BDS, they get the fighter Elder, they get the Baron as well.
But this was incredible from BDS. Again, 113 jumping on towards a carry. The immediate follow-up is not from Irrelevant last time, it was Paris this time. And they're able to pick off him. Then it's just Caps running for the hills with Skumon. They know this fight's already over without Broken Blade there.
It's also the ability to recognize in the moment from Irrelevant. My Call of the Forge God does not need to hit Ezreal. I can actually disengage the rest of the fight as Labrov looks for the engage and catch out Caps and Skumon on that backline.
But this was never the iteration of BDS that I thought would beat G2 in a best-of series.
Oh, God.
All of the previous years, it felt like BDS were a stronger team. They had better teamfight setups. They had a better understanding of how they wanted to try and play League of Legends. But now, it's these guys that may, for the first time, take a series off of G2. Now, it is still not a closed game. It is not a finished series, but this is an incredible performance from BDS.
It really is. And they have Elder for the next minute. They've got 2 minutes on the Baron. Can they do more with this than they did with the last? Something G2 have done really well in this game and just throughout Spring is get waves in tricky positions for their opponents. And they're doing that here as well. Caps pushes out through top, teleports away. Broken Blade is now pushing in through bot. So BDS know they're actually on a little bit of a timer here. You can push through this wave, but Broken Blade's off the map. He can now be with the team, and then you're in a 5v4, and if your disengage isn't perfect, you're going to die before Irrelevant can even get there.
Yeah, and it's also they're doing a good job of clearing out any sort of vision that might be behind them as well, because the classic G2 play is TP Broken Blade in behind you and see what we can make work, but BDS being very cognizant of that and making sure there isn't angles of attack for G2.
TP from Irrelevant. BDS want to play on this wave, it feels. Next wave is coming in. The Baron expires in 1:10. Call of the Forge God used. The Elder expiring in 2 seconds. Paris going in with the quickness. Look at the damage on Hun Summer. He doesn't die somehow to the ticks. The Elder must have just expired, but the inhibitor's down. And now LeBron is going to follow suit. BDS find another. They get the inhibitor. No wave in mid, no wave in bot, though. They may just have to back away 50 seconds before the Baron expires.
I cannot believe Hansama didn't end up dropping there. I was assured that he was going to go down, but now Nuke, you see me backing away with the rest of the team, severing bolt after severing bolt, kind of chipping away his health bar as he goes. Broken Blade trying to chase them out. Ice looking to push in mid as G2 funneling BDS in here.
Nuke does have the teleport. There's also a honey fruit there for him. He's not going to pick that up. Resets happening from BDS. So, after the Baron, after the Elder, BDS now have the gold lead. 2.2, not too consequential. But they have opened up the top side of the map. They can play towards the bottom side of the map, and we still have 2.5 minutes before those game ended, in inverted commas, buffs come back up. 2.5 minutes on the Elder and 3 minutes before the Baron.
I think crucially though, having super creeps pushing into the super creeps that G2 has relieves a lot of pressure for BDS on the map, and actually they may just immediately turn into Broken Blade, who's gone too far.
He has his flash. Is he in too deep? Is he trying to keep a rush of blood in his head instead of going under? slices away. Now Irrelevant has the flank. Brittle proc into the knocker. Broken Blade holding his flash. The Gravity Well is going to get the stun down. He slices forward, heals a bunch with the Cult of the Meek. Now can flash to the ground. Paris going in with the quickness as 113 continues to chase. Meanwhile, G2 are pushing through bot and through mid. BDS don't have a wave here. And G2 have a window to try and take some more away from BDS. The inhibitor tower in the mid lane is going to fall as Caps opens up on it, but 113 now has the flank. Hans Summer jumping forward. The inhibitor tower doesn't quite go down with 113 around the corner. G2 have to be careful, watch their retreat. They will manage to escape for now.
But you do have that slow push now on the top side. Super creeps have worn off, so BDS have a pushing top side. And now with BB off the map for a little bit, they can actually look to try and play through, get that low mid lane tower. I thought they would send someone bot because there is a way this about to crash, but I think BDS kind of hitting, at times, panic stations in this game. But you can kind of see the pings now where they're like, is someone going to go?
I mean, Nuke is the obvious candidate because he has the teleport, whereas Irrelevant does not. Nuke is actually currently pushing in top wave. I think this is to try and get it to sync with the mid-wave crash, but wasn't able to do it quickly enough, so Caps is there to catch it. They don't really need those waves to be synced, though. G2 don't have the numbers, don't have the wave clear to stop the push for the mid-tier 2. Elder Drake up, Dagda in 45 seconds' time.
Yeah, and I think this is where it is going to be game defining this time around. You've got full items basically across the across ice at this stage, so very, very strong in this fight. Even the Zhonya's Hourglass for that potential combo that G2 can try and go for. Same when you look at Nuke. This is where for G2, trying to find that backline assassination becomes so difficult.
Important differences between the last two fights around Dragons. 113 does not have flash. He has been the primary engage with the follow-up from Paris and Irrelevant.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, pretty absurd, but he has been the one jumping in. He doesn't have flash this time. Steps forward, does have that wind becomes lightning. Caps unable to get more damage onto Irrelevant, did hit him with the grasping more. Elder up, wave in the top lane a mile away from really being a problem for G2. Irrelevant and 113 getting poked out just a little bit. BDS don't really have the same poke. True Shot Barrage coming out. The Mystic Shots from Hans Summer continue to find their marks. 113 going back, looking to heal up a little bit in his jungle, but can't really find a camp to heal up from. Skewmond going for that flank, was spotted on a ward. BDS should know the G2 jungler is around here. Broken Blade, the one who has the mid lane prio. Lebrov, the one who's caught out. Hans Summer able to jump away. Lebrov goes in with a headbutt pulverize and knocks back Nuke. He pops the stopwatch. Spiraling Spare coming out as well as Lebrov has fallen low. Jump back in by Skewman. Hans Summer has been untouched so far, but so has Ice. Lebrov finally gets onto Ice. So far it's a 2 for 2 as Hans Summer has to flash away and get to the blast cone. No waves really in difficult spots so far. There's a mid wave, and G2 could play for it for the inhibitor. Super minions pushing towards the top side of the map. G2 should be able to get this inhib, but the question is, do they risk it with BDS collapsing?
That's such a huge wave in top side for BDS as well, and G2 know it, so they get the inhibitor and they will end up backing away. But what a fight, because everyone turns on towards Lebrov here at BDS, but that really isn't the target. And at the end of it, it's Lebrov who actually ends up getting Nuke, flashing forward, gets the headbutt, and with this stopwatch, he does buy some time, but he has the flash, but he ends up getting stunned as soon as he comes out by Broken Blade, so doesn't get the flash away, and Hans Sam is out of free hit. Lebrov gets on towards Ice, which then keeps him out of control for a little bit, and Hans Sama able to just get away on the back end. 2 carries still up and available, but yeah, Nuke stepping that little bit too far forward, and I think he knows it himself.
Yeah, would have wanted to flash in response. The Elder started though immediately by BDS, and they might be able to burst this down before G2 can even respond. Skewmon's going towards the top side. G2 are playing for the Baron. Off the tempo, somehow they weren't able to get out towards the Elder in time. Hans Summer is starting up the Baron right now. 113, True Shot Barrage coming out. That's just going to help 113 get this lower quicker. The Baron down to 10,000. G2 should be able to secure this. Irrelevant's coming in with the Call of the Forge God though, and Caps is having to back off. The Baron taken by G2, but BDS are making a beeline down the mid lane as they have a wave to support. Broken Blade, the only one here to defend, has no flash. Has Baron up minions, and Super's pushing in as well, but this inhibitor will go down. Inhibitor in the top lane has respawned in the meantime as BDS crack into the base once again of G2. G2, yes, you've got the Baron, but you can't really fight into the Elder, and there's 2 minutes on that buff.
Yeah, they should just be able to get both of these inhibitors, and then honestly, I think you just reset and look to try and play through this bottom side as BDS. Oh, this next wave is coming in. They want to play on these waves, but I think it does get a little precarious. You still have the Elder Dragon, but trying to get these waves to the tower is so difficult against Caps and these barred up minions.
It's really hard to get in range as well, because Hansama continually is just poking with these Mystic shots. No wave in the top lane. You can see the super minions crashing where the top tier 1s used to be. So a long way away for BDS. They are playing off these waves. A minute 25 on the Elder means they'll have 2.5, 2 more, maybe 3 waves, depending on when the waves come in. BDS trying to catch 2 waves at once does mean the top wave will push in. It's Hansama! It's caught out with the mid-mechanics lightning. Paris getting in there as well. The call of the Force Gun is enough to kill off Hansama. Skuma dived into the back line, but the Elder engage from BDS! It's bloody brilliant! They find everyone in that storm! The storm to end all storms! The ending of Arcane lives up to its name. Caps trying to hit the Severing Bolts. They have no minions now, BDS. The super minions pushing in. Nuke is low, but heals up through that Chem Soul. Caps here to defend. Can he do it into Paris? Nuke and Irrelevant. Paris, Flash coming back off cooldown. The heal about to come back up as well. Caps dodges to the side, but he's brittle, he's fragile. Where were you when BDS beat G2? Domination from BDS.
I cannot believe what I just witnessed. You have a literal god built for engages. You have the most charming champion in the game that can go for something to find these fights and start them off. And it's the back of a bloody spear that wins BDS the game.
Man, 1-1-3, we have praised his early game to the ends of the earth, but in mid-game he makes some weird decisions. In this game, every decision was right. He's one of your key player of the series votes. 1-1-3, Nuke and Ice are your options. I mean, fair play, BDS. That was sick. Crazy fun to watch, but also just exceptional League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to 1-1-3. He is being criticized for some of his engages, but this game, every one of them was spectacular. Every one of them was game-defining. And it's G2 who take their first loss of the split thanks to BDS.
Now 3-1. BDS picking up their 3rd win puts them in contention for those playoff spots. They have Fnatic, Giant X, and Vitality left to play. So 2 of those teams, they'll be looking at it and saying, yes, we can get this, we can get to 5. 5 is pretty much guaranteed, not mathematically, obviously things can change, but we're expecting 4 wins to be the cutoff for playoffs.
Yeah, and I think it's absolutely sick, especially if BDS are playing like that, because as you were saying, one of the big things we saw is that BDS can find early leads. It's been able to play through them consistently, but this was perfect. This was fantastic.
I'm gobsmacked, man. I don't know where it came from. G2 had the mid game, like they were 5k ahead. Well, BDS just absolutely battered them in the late game.
I do think it was great drafts as well from BDS, because we kind of saw this same, hey, we want to assassinate backline, just remove that threat.
Oh, yeah, I mean, drafts are great. Mid lane was great. Nuke had a field day in the early game. Let's hear from him, because he is standing by with Law and standing by Law, both of them, together, standing next to each other.
Yay.
Together on stage, yeah, that's the mood. Welcome back to the stage for the Marriott Bonvoy. Post-game check-in with the victorious Nuke. That is an upset. That is an upset in my eyes. How did you guys make it happen? And then we'll talk about the fact that you almost ended it. But,
I mean, like, how do you make it? Yeah, I think first game, we had a good early game.
Yeah.
They got caught off guard, and then we kind of threw it again, like both game, low-key. But yeah, we still managed to get it out and like win, like crazy.
You just told me before the interview that you were exhausted.
Yeah.
How so?
Like both games were like super long, and especially the second game, like we were so much stronger 5v5, and like basically I used every part of my energy to like just stall the game until we got to objective.
Yeah.
And we did, and we won with team fights, so I'm really happy.
It was right. Thank you, Berlin. That was amazingly done. The thing that bugs me a bit, though, is the fact that they had an early game composition. They got it in the early game. You guys managed to come back, and then you guys having the late game comp based around team fights and everything. The fights seemed difficult sometimes. Is that a communication issue?
Like, Okay, we had already how to play the fight. Like the first team fight that we did as 5, with Xin, Ornn, Flash, Ult, Rakan, we stomped them, we won. But then I think in the later stage of the game, we kinda like dropped it off a bit, even though it's like our strongest combo, like to use Xin body and to use Rakan after. And yeah, especially the last team fight, I feel like it should have, like when I died first, it should have been an ace, I feel like. But yeah, we still ended up getting Elder and Nash, so I mean Elder and yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
A win is a win, and a 2-0 against G2 is a 2-0. And Nuke, you need those wins right
really
now.
need it.
I feel, yeah, and you played out of your mind. I feel like you were feeling it on stage. Like, was that a confidence thing? Like, did you feel that as well?
I mean, I don't know, like.
Just nerf him casually,
no,
like that's easy.
Basically, like we play Vitality and Giantix next week.
Yeah.
The next week, so today's matches is like important still, even though like G2 is favored obviously with what we showed. So the win is even better. Like I don't know.
It is even better. I get that, but as you said, you have, I want to say difficult matchups because both GX and Vitality, you never know what's going to happen in those games, and I feel like you can get caught up into the madness of those things. So, and I feel like it's been an issue with BDS all year long so far. So give me some insights about the backstage work that you guys are doing to stabilize those games. And I know that I ask you that often, but I'm guessing that it's going to come at some point.
Yeah, I mean, basically this week's, and like, I think it started from this week, like after our last matches, we are going all in, like practice-wise, and just how we, like basically today we won just with one evening practice. So like, it's crazy. And yeah, we're just putting all the work in to just make sure we are disciplined, because we are not a disciplined team. But like, we just need to be disciplined, and I think we will beat Vitality and Giantix pretty easily if we manage to hold,
Hopefully you can make this happen and showcase this on all of the stage games that you're going to have. We have 113 on the other side in PGL. I know that he's also in contention for Player of the Series. Do you feel like he should have it, or should you have it?
Like, it's a team game. They had the.
You don't have to be humble.
They had the tools, especially game 2, to like win the game basically with how they combo together. So they managed to do it. So like they can get it, Like, well played to them.
All right. You won actually. You won the Kia Player of the Series. So
I take it
do you want to thank the fans?
I take it.
Yeah.
I take it. Like.
I think it is deserved. Nuke, last question for you. G2, 2-0, as you said, you need to bring consistency. What do you think are going to be the main takeaways from this series?
Probably our aggression. I feel like even though we were in a good state in the game, we kind of hold it back ourselves. And probably because G2, like, we are in leading position, but yeah, just getting confidence back, just taking it.
Hold on to that confidence, Nuke. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much, and congratulations again on defeating G2. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. So over to you, Sharks, with Jack Spectra and 113 in PGL.
Thank you so much. What an amazing stage interview. Look at the smiles. Amazing. Congratulations, 113. What a sick series. Wow. It was unbelievable. A hard game to win, especially the last one, I want to say. And we have one of your biggest fans sitting next to you. What kind of a spell do you put on my analysts? Because Finn and Jack Spectra, like, they cannot stop talking about you.
They are just my brothers, from solo.
Yeah.
I also played with Finn before, and he knows, like, how I am as a player.
Uh-huh.
So,
they always say that you can be a little bit coin flippy, but when it's heads, it's insane.
Yeah.
I
can guess that.
I want to ask, like, how do you find these sort of angles that I feel like no other pro players finds? Like, for example, one of the things I talked about earlier today was the game you played against Bukala, SK, the Skarner game, where you got invaded level 1 on the Wolves. And I think many other junglers, they get invaded, and they just kind of like accept it, And they just clear their camps and then reset and play tempo and try to play for crabs. But you instead invaded him again, killed him, ganked bot after, and suddenly you just won the game off of that. And how do you find these creative plays?
I mean, specifically that game, I think just SK was kind of inting.
Yeah.
And if we played against better team, probably I shouldn't have got this invade or shouldn't have killed the enemy jungler there. But overall, if you ask me, I'm just looking to make like plays overall, and it's just I'm playing a lot the game. I'm seeing, and this being coin flippy or making plays is sometimes a bit too much.
Yeah.
And for past 1.5 years, I'm trying to balance it out from playing good League of Legends and not going for this like crazy plays. Maybe it will work, it will not work. So I'm just trying to find the balance.
Yeah, because one of the things Finn, I remember, talked about is he said you have like crazy good early game creativity, but then you need someone to tell you in the mid-late game to like relax, because otherwise you're just going to go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this is because I study early game a lot. I think one of the main roles in jungle is it's like for me, jungle is like chess, you know. You just put the pieces together and you are making move in early game, and mid-late game is not about you. You cannot carry a game, so you need to help your team to carry the game, you know. But I'm struggling on this part, and why my early game stands out more than mid-late game is because of this, because I study more the early game, because I have more job in early game than mid to late game.
Is there someone you study particularly, like a player or a team in that regard, or just like any VOD?
Anything.
Anything?
Yeah.
Cool. You say that that's why you're more a student of the early game. I would say, as Jack has said as well, though, I think us saying coin flip all the time, maybe it's a little bit reductive, because as a jungler, I think it's inherently part of how you play, because sometimes you're going to have to take risks when you're behind. And I feel like specifically in this game too, we have a couple of replays, but you, to me, made the difference. And we were both shouting like 1-1-3. I think we have a couple of replays. I think maybe we can start with the dragon.
Yeah, you just kept finding these crazy Sinsao knockups, which I was just surprised about, because most of the time when you're playing with an Ornn Rakan, I think that they are the ones starting the fight, but you were the ones finding these angles back to back to back to back. Kind of solo winning the game.
Put it.
Look, my goat.
Yeah.
I mean, the main idea here is we are engaging on Vi in this previous clip, because if we kill Vi, we know they cannot fight back because Orzeri will just murder them. And this clip is just because Ezreal is not playing clans. He's not expected to play clans probably this game, but it's just a punishment for him not playing clans, because when I knock up him, if he flashes out, we will still catch him. If he is out, we will still catch him.
See it here,
Yeah.
So you're gonna get punished for this, bro. Like, I'm gonna get you every single time. Talk to me about the end of this game as well, because I feel like G2 is one of those teams that you play, and sorry to bring it up, but you as a team sometimes have had the tendency to throw leads.
All good.
Or winning positions, right? So can you tell me a bit about what were you really looking out for, besides, of course, getting the AD carry to die?
I mean, this last clip, last one or 2 minutes of the game was a bit stressful to watch, especially like I was dead. I was just watching my mid lane, trying to dodge Huawei Qs all over, and he got hit by one, and I was like this cannot be happening, you know? We really needed to end the game there, or our stamina would go down, like crash it, and we would probably lose. But yeah, we are struggling as a team to close out games. I think Heretics game, I take responsibility on myself, because that game when we had 13k gold lead, and Elder and Nesh, we couldn't finish it out. It was my fault. I believe that I soloed us that game, and I'm working to not make that happen again.
Okay. I'm loving this interview. You're giving so much like great information about how you approach jungle, and also kind of your journey personally, because I remember when we had an interview very early on in the year, you were like, I want to work on leaving people with a different image of me, because what they saw last time wasn't me. How much do you think you've done that already, and how much do you still have to go? You have two PR boys that are constantly singing your praises.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, to be honest, I'm still struggling to find the consistency. As you see this season as well. Like, for example, against Rogue and SK is, of course, like not the best teams in the league, but I play decent League of Legends, good League of Legends. Then against 1 week after, against Heretics and MKE, I don't play so good. So I'm still trying to find the consistency, and I'm still working on it, and we will see how it goes.
Cool. We also have a tweet from Finn. What did he say? I didn't see. Or is this an old
Probably
tweet?
just glazed. No?
Probably glazing. One man, one dream, 3,000 strikes, snapping cage. That's, I love it.
My boyfriend, my goat.
Yeah, your goat, exactly. Let's take a look at those standings, shall we? We kicked off Ready Check yesterday with color coding if the playoffs were to happen today, who would be in. Now, BDS, this is such a big win when it comes to that race particularly, right? 1-1-3. I mean, how much do you really keep that in mind the whole time? Like, I know players usually say, well, you only play the game that's in front of you, but are you thinking of, okay, we're close to playoffs, we really have to win this one, we shouldn't, or do you not think about it in that way?
I'm trying to not think about it, and personally, I'm not sharing my team's belief on this, but my mindset is if we don't win those teams, we play, if I'm not mistaken, Fnatic, GX, Vitality, and before this game it was G2. If we don't win against those teams, we don't deserve to go on playoff. That was my mindset, and we got one, and hopefully we will get 3 more.
Yeah, got one. Got the biggest one. Nobody was able to beat G2 yet. What does this mean for G2?
I don't know. I was shocked as well. I thought G2 was the best team in the league, but now it feels like
going
Solven
on?
thrown
Yeah,
up
just by looking at the numbers, they were the best team in the league. 3-0.
Yeah, it also felt like, I don't know, it was like a clear top 1, and then the rest of the, like Fnatic and KC were the inconsistent ones, but now we got 3 inconsistent teams. So
we love it. I mean,
who do you think is the top 6 teams? Because you said you don't want to speculate too much on yourself, but you can speculate on other teams, right?
Yeah, let's see. KC, Fnatic, G2 for sure. MPE for sure.
And then, yeah, that's the tricky one.
Us for sure, and
Heretics, SK?
Probably Heretics after today.
Okay. Yeah.
If you ask me before today, I will probably say Vitality. But after today, it's probably Heretics.
Were you watching, by the way? Because we had 2 insane jungle performances today. Because Sheo was also
Sheo was a monster
crazy.
today as well.
Probably Nuke was watching, like, he was looking at you like, 1-1-3, you're gonna have to play good.
Yeah, I didn't watch fully, but I saw a bit. He was pretty good.
He was amazing. Jungle Revival. Okay, that's it, I think. Any closing thoughts? Last day tomorrow. Roadshow next week. 1-1-3 on Italy. I love it. We're going to sign off then. Thank you so much, 1-1-3.
Thank you.
Huge win for BDS. And tomorrow we have SK versus Rogue and Movistar Koi versus Vitality. Oof. For Vitality, perhaps. They really need to get a win. They've not been doing too well. But if you haven't had enough League of Legends yet tonight, no problem. The LTA is going to be live at 10 p.m. CEST. We'll have a couple of great games. I think C9 FlyQuest is on as well, so that is amazing. And we are going to be back tomorrow for some Monday League of Legends, 4:45 p.m. CEST with our Ready Check. So we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
If you're losing like 600 gold for the play, the Sheo launching ulti, predicts the arcane shift. Kazi's rooted down along with Heartsteel.
Buy was both side, Yeah, really kill him. Yeah. Are you there? I got Ari. I hit. She's dead. Go on. I have Solari, okay? Both into Nash. Nice. But guys, my singing skills are low-key goaded, no? No.
Sten, even though he might be caught out here, we look at the 80 characters, they're fighting it out. Kazi going to be slowed down, bullet time. A solo kill from Blacky D. Kazi gets put in his place.
Can you? Oh, Wukong is... Look, stun. Yeah, she's dead. Look, slowly. So PV, no flash, Renata, no flash. MF, no flash. Kill Renata. Okay, MF is getting cooked as well. MF, no flash. I have nothing. I will stall. I will die. She's gonna die. Well played, boys. It's the Heretics song, guys. We can't lose with VR. We can't.
She didn't really notice his health bar falling, sacking him down from 1-1-3 as Countess jumped on, and Nuke just Goomba stops him.
Well played by Nuke.
Jin, no flash. Okay, nice. How do you do? Oh. 1-0, first class the start. Good job, guys. Like, look to focus the way with the combo, okay? Go! Bye! No, get okay. Pull it. It's my team 5. Pull it. Let's get everything, okay? Get everything. Okay, guys, go! Is it? First target. Look away as well. Okay? Don't dive too deep. We have Zonya. Tower. Kill him. Let's go! Holy f***. 2-0, by the way. 2-0.
a push!